In a world dripping with opulence, high society gossips about the Archduke's lack of attention toward his fiancée, Estefania. Whispers paint Estefania as abandoned, a mere pawn in a political game. The Archduke approaches her, calls her stupid, and grabs her face, telling her they can talk later. Despite being the fiancée of the world's strongest magic user, an indisputable fact, Estefania feels utterly alone. A fit of coughing racks Angelica's body as she struggles with an illness. When Estefania asks if Angelica is okay, she is ordered to bring something immediately. Angelica refuses the hot milk brought to her, sending the cup flying and shattering. Estefania apologizes to her mother, who tells her that Angelica is feeling anxious and that she should just observe first. Estefania trembles as her mother tells her to go back to her room. But Estefania reflects that if she were to tell her mother about her past life memories, her mother wouldn't believe her. She realizes she has reincarnated into a novel she enjoyed from her previous life, The Magic User's Beloved, where the protagonist, Angelica, had an unfortunate childhood. Angelica is her younger twin sister. They were the royal family of the East Country, but were banished to a deserted imperial villa for some reason. In this desolate place, Angelica is constantly nursed by their mother, leaving Estefania isolated and forced to do all the work herself. She toils away, washing clothes and enduring hardship. Although she recalls being reincarnated a long time ago, Estefania struggles to remember what kind of character Estefania was in the novel, but assumes she was just a mob character not loved by her family. She works relentlessly, sacrificing even sleep, seeing it as inevitable. At the bar where she works disguised as S, she serves a pork and vegetable stew. The staff worry about her pale complexion and thinning arms. A coworker urges S to see a doctor, but when he tries to grab her arm, she pulls away, coughing, and accidentally bleeds on his hand. People are surprised to learn that he is a doctor, and the doctor insists on examining her. He carries her to a room, exclaiming not to die, and he apologizes for intruding on her day off, but he could see that the situation was urgent. The doctor says that it is a miracle that she can still work as of right now. He reluctantly informs her of her condition, YGG disease, a rare and incurable ailment. She finally remembers that this is the disease that Angelica gets and remembers how it kills someone. Estefania asks how long she has left to live. The doctor reveals the crushing truth, 3 months at most, and that there is no treatment. He apologizes, but Estefania grabs his hand, thanking him for his concern and insisting that she is all right. At midnight, Estefania makes her way home, noting that the staff worries more than they should. She reflects on how they would likely laugh if they knew who she really was. As she walks, she is startled by her half-siblings who confront her. They mock her commoner appearance and the fact that she shares their blood. Estefania sighs, aware that they are likely near the villa to steal things, as items have been disappearing recently. She calmly asks what they are doing there so late, but they become defensive. She tries to leave, but they stop her, sneering that defects like her could be easily gotten rid of if they wanted to. Estefania arrives home and speaks softly that she is home. Angelica is waiting for her, remarking on her lateness and insinuating that she was having fun while she was suffering. Estefania denies having fun, stating that she was harassed and says it wasn't fair, saying that she is not able to do the same things and never got to feel how Estefania did before suffering from sickness. Their mother tells her not to be selfish as Estefania tries to tell her about her sickness. Estefania reflects on her impending death and the fact that it doesn't feel real yet. With little time left, she knows that she wants to meet Synil-sama, the great magic user and the hero who is Angelica's meant to be. Remembering the way her death spurs Angelica to be strong, she knows this is the only way she will get to see Synil herself. Sitting up abruptly, Estefania decides to meet him, knowing she must prepare properly even if she is nervous. Gazing at the moon, she vows to wait for Synil-sama. A torrential downpour mirrors Estefania's melancholy as she approaches a doctor, seeking to thank him and bid farewell. The doctor is surprised, questions if she's heading to Central, acknowledging the potential for a cure there, but also warning of the difficulties that await people like them. Estefania remains resolute in her decision to go to Central, come what may, and thanks him for keeping her gender a secret. The doctor assures her that he would never reveal his patient's secrets and hopes that she won't lose hope, even if she's despised royalty, reminding her that she has the right to live. Estefania appreciates his concern and bows respectfully, as she is determined to get revenge and bows respectfully. She reflects that her circumstances in her previous life were much the same: a sickly younger sister and a mother who tended to her, while she worked numerous part-time jobs for her family's sake. Exhaustion was the cause of her death, though she was nominally a student, and now she finds herself in a similar situation, but this time, Synil-sama is in this world, and Estefania decides she won't give up on everything but rather live for her own sake. Central, the country of magic users, appears before her eyes as she travels on a train, and she remembers this is where Synil-sama is and knows this is the continent of Isavil where she is now living. Central is ruled by the greatest magic user, but there are prideful people among the magic users, so she tells herself that she needs to be careful not to do anything strange. As fate would have it, a fight between magic users erupts before her very eyes. A blast sends her flying, and she scrambles for cover amidst the chaos, wondering if anything even happened as the smoke clears. A small boy, Yuchai, calls down to her, observing that she's a no-ma, someone who can't use magic. Yuchai is shocked that they can't see that a princess is standing near, before telling them to stop fighting, but Yuchai says he knows what he can do. He explains that he will show up soon enough, but Estefania is falling again and sees Synil-sama. Synil arrives to stop the attack, his subordinate exclaiming the man's identity. Synil demands forgiveness from the princess, and after seeing her hero, Estefania is overcome. The boy, Yuchai, thought Estefania was excited to meet Synil-sama. Estefania runs after Synil, wanting to say something, however is hesitant to bother him. She blurts out that she loves Synil-sama. He responds before she slips and falls at his feet. Mortified that she confessed her feelings to her idol, she tries to wave it off as the feelings of a fan. Yuchai interjects, saying that at this rate, Estefania will never meet him. He states that if she would like to meet the master, then he can arrange that. Yuchai says this is a special exception. Yuchai snaps his fingers, Estefania's hat and suitcase float, before jumping onto a broom and asking Steffi to join him, declaring full speed ahead. Estefania is brought before Synil, but Yuchai has disappeared, leaving her alone and nervous. Synil commands her to speak, and Estefania says she would like to stay in the castle for 2 months. Synil's eyes narrow as he tells her if he hears any more nonsense, he'll kill her. Though it would be an honor to be killed by Synil-sama, Estefania realizes she needs to focus. Estefania introduces herself as Estefania Eve Bilrest, the 13th Princess of East, but as she lacks the blue eyes of the royal family, she's treated as though she doesn't exist. She desperately wanted to leave her country, but couldn't easily break away as she is royal blood. However, it is different in Central since it has its own extraterritorial rights. Estefania only plans to stay temporarily in Central, as she wants to travel to another continent, but she lacks the funds, so she says she would like permission to stay for 2 months. This is the lie she came up with in order to stay close to Synil-sama. Sinnel demands to know what she wants in return before Estefania explains herself. Sinnel says that magic users don't accept commissions out of the kindness of their hearts and asks what merit there is for him, finally demanding that she explain. For Synil-sama, the full moon isn't a source of power, but a painful curse, drawing out more magic than he can control, leaving him sleepless and tormented. With the next full moon a week away, his torment is already beginning, but a woman approaches, offering him a solution. He eyes the blue potion she offers, not trusting it, but she insists it's not poisoned, offering to taste it herself. Synil-sama stares intently as he uses his magic to examine it, confirming its purity, but not without a hint of suspicion. He drinks the potion, a medicine she toiled over for weeks, hoping it would work. It seems effective, and Synil-sama asks her how long the effect will last. She admits it won't be long and suggests he take it again on the day of the full moon, something she learned from a magic user. Synil-sama presses to know who the magic user was, but she keeps it a secret, hinting that compensation would no longer be possible if she revealed it. He studies her intently, then assumes that she is just making up random lies. Synil-sama thinks that all the women who request him are just seeking to become the Grand Duchess, prompting him to ask her if that is the case. She denies it, taken aback, and he retorts that he doesn't know how to appease that brat. Synil-sama warns her not to get carried away, and implies that he can forcibly find out the whereabouts of that magic user. She insists that he is wrong, and he demands to know what she means. She glares back, saying she knows nothing about other women and that she is serious about liking Synil-sama. This feeling, she continues, stems from meeting him in her previous life, which allowed her to persevere. Though their relationship was only that of a novel character and a reader, she states that she doesn't have the slightest desire to become the Grand Duchess, but certainly admires him. She finally admits that she is definitely leaving after 2 months. With magic, Synil-sama dissipates the spell, startling her and staring her down. He smirks, asking if she likes him. Overcome with emotion, she responds with a resounding yes, confessing her feelings. Synil-sama smirks, stating that he will accept her request, leaving her flustered. She asks him if it's okay, and he confirms, stating that when she leaves, she'll have to tell him about that magic user. As she promises to tell him, Synil-sama abruptly declares that she shall be his betrothed. Confused, she wonders if she heard him correctly as Synil-sama asks if she is even listening. He repeats his statement, leaving her in utter shock and confusion, the bell ringing loudly overhead. Angelica's image flashes through her mind as she wonders why Synil-sama is choosing her of all people, but he tells her not to get the wrong idea. He says he figured it would be perfect for keeping women away, revealing that he wants a strictly business relationship. As the strongest magic user on the continent, assuming the title of Archduke, Synil-sama effectively stands above the kings of the four countries, meaning becoming his partner would put her at the top of the continent. However, even though Synil-sama is intimidating, women from all countries would not leave him alone. She thinks that playing betrothed doesn't particularly present any problems for her, and wonders if it's okay to give such a significant role to someone who will be gone in 2 months. She timidly asks if it is really all right to have her as his betrothed, but he tells her there is no problem despite her being suspicious. He adds that with the position of his betrothed, it won't be unnatural for her to live in the castle. She realizes this would allow her to stay in the Silver Castle, where Synil-sama lives with many other magic users, creating a guarantee for her safety. She states she understands and will do her best to be of use to him, and Synil-sama declares it settled with a smirk. He calls for someone to come, and Elliot appears, who Estefania notes was not in the novel. Synil-sama declares to Elliot that she is his betrothed, and he is assigning him to be her attendant. Elliot, dazed, can only ask questions, confused by the brief explanation. Though unsure, he seems to have been assigned to be her attendant and looks forward to working with her, to which Estefania reciprocates and he introduces himself. Elliot continues that he is the master's right-hand man, and Estefania notes there was no character Elliot in the novel. Elliot wonders if she has become entranced by his beauty, as he always charms even the master's betrothed and is born to bear such a fate. Elliot continues on that Synil-sama's right hand is incredible and grabs Estefania, prompting her to have a bad feeling about this. Several hours later, Elliot is still going on about how he told them not to fight over her as Estefania wearily notes she is sinfully beautiful. Elliot asks her what's wrong as he thinks he is getting to the good part, but she calls it a day as it is already getting dark outside. She states she will be staying in the castle from now on and would like to know where her room is, leading Elliot to say he will guide her to the room where she will be staying. They walk down the long hallways, but Estefania wonders why Elliot has suddenly gone silent. Elliot believes that there is no one as lovely as the master and that his utter solitude is what makes him beautiful, making Estefania uneasy. Synil-sama states that he likes beautiful things, so he wishes that Estefania would disappear, ending with his conclusion that a betrothed is something that will only damage his beauty. Estefania shrinks under the mocking gaze of Sinnel, who casually dismisses her as not being his true betrothed, despite the circumstances that placed her in that role, a fact she readily admits to him. He muses on how she managed to convince his master, suspecting it relates to her commission, to which she nervously agrees, only for him to remind her not to take his words as a joke, even if he's uncertain of the future. Sinnel then touches her face, telling her in no uncertain terms that his master will never love her, demanding she engrave that truth upon her heart, leaving Estefania speechless and shaken. With a chilling goodnight, Sinnel exits, leaving Estefania alone in the room, the door closing with an ominous creak, and she feels a deep sense of unease settling in her bones. Dust motes dance in the air as she stumbles around the shabby room, coughing at the state of disrepair, but she tries to remain positive, convincing herself that it's still better than her old room at the villa. She smooths the creaking bed, remarking what an incredible day it has been as she collapses on it. She reflects on how she never expected to actually meet Sinnel, let alone become his betrothed, giggling to herself as she acknowledges she used up a lifetime's worth of luck, and feeling surprisingly energetic. As she lies there, she thinks how shocked her mother must be and hopes for her forgiveness. Vowing never to make another selfish request, Estefania drifts off to sleep. 3 days earlier, Estefania is seen scrubbing clothes when her mother approaches to discuss something important, Angelica's upcoming 16th birthday, which Estefania realizes is just 2 months away. It was then that she remembered that before Angelica's 16th birthday, Estefania herself was fated to die. Remembering the story, Angelica vows to change the country that made her mother and sister suffer, as that day was both Angelica's and her late sister Estefania's birthday. In that country, 16 was the age of majority. She thinks that she will die before becoming an adult. Her mother wants her help to buy Angelica the dress she desires, but Estefania refuses, stating she can't. Her mother accuses her of always prioritizing Angelica's clothes, but Estefania calmly replies that by the time Angelica's birthday arrives, she won't be there anymore, and had no intention of making a promise she couldn't keep. Her mother retorts that it's a special day for Angelica and asks Estefania to be more accommodating, but Estefania insists that it's a special day for her too. Her mother, growing increasingly frustrated, tells Estefania to stop spoiling Angelica, but Estefania remains resolute, thinking that nothing she could say would make a difference. She asks her mother if she would look at her if she had been the younger sister, only for her mother to dismiss her question as pointless and abruptly end the conversation. Resigned, Estefania bids her mother goodbye. Back in the present, Estefania realizes she had fallen asleep and, feeling thirsty, sits up in bed, a chilling realization dawning upon her that she's not alone. She turns her head and sees eyes looking in the window. Meanwhile, in a distant village, a mysterious woman is known as the one who saved the village of Hwagok from the Great Famine. The people built a shrine to her and even formed a group of attendants, worshipping her almost like a god. Two guards stand by a tree. A man smirks, thinking about the Moonlight Priestess. At the shrine, the man forces his way through the doors, brushing aside protests and leaving the attendants injured in his wake, stating that he has come to meet the Moonlight Priestess. The man asks to meet with her. He brushes past them and asks where the Moonlight Priestess is now. Reaching the priestess, the man asks if she knows who he is as he grabs her by the hair. The Moonlight Priestess is caught off guard, and the man demands if she claims she doesn't remember him before attacking her, leaving her injured on the floor. He tells the others not to interfere or he will kill them. He asks the priestess why she says she doesn't remember as he strangles her. As the Moonlight Priestess' eyes turned white, the man wonders if she is trying to say she doesn't remember. The head guard exclaims in surprise. The man, satisfied with the priestess' condition, prepares to leave, telling the guards that if they interfere again, he'll kill them. The air crackles with urgency as a young boy shouts for his parents, his cries echoing across the desolate landscape, a captured bear near a cluster of rundown houses. He calls out again, but his question hangs heavy in the empty air as he wonders where they've gone. He wonders if there is no one there. He spots smoke rising in the distance. A wave of horror washes over him as he sees the village consumed by flames. Fire crackles and villagers scream that mom and dad must have went to put out the fire as they rush toward the inferno. Walyong watches the villagers, his face a mask of growing dread as they sprint towards the burning village. Years later, a man questions how someone so seemingly harmless could annihilate the strongest martial sect, asking if it was true that he killed his father, the Sword Emperor of Hebei. Another interjects that just looking at him, anyone would naturally think that he is harmless. The Black Jade organization had terrorized northern Murim, triggering a war after assassinating his uncle. Contrary to expectations, the Teak Sword sect achieved a sweeping victory, exterminating the Black Jade assassins. This victory transformed the Teak Sword sect into the leading martial sect. Sin Walyong's father earned the title of Sword Emperor. A flashback to a scene of carnage, where a young Walyong sits amidst the bodies of fallen assassins, a scene from which the sole survivor of the Black Jade organization was brought as a war trophy. He was just a poor child to them. From that day on, the boy was given chores, carrying wood, cleaning, feeding the pigs, and even bathing one of the young masters. One day, Walyong and a young Walyong stand together looking in different directions. Walyong tries to catch some dragonflies, and the other asks him about his dream, the other stating his is to become the best sword emperor. Walyong admits he hasn't really thought about it. The other one finds him pathetic. It was later that he learned Walyong was injected with a poisonous insect, the 9-section poison, meaning that if his father wished, Walyong could die at any moment. 10 years have passed since Walyong was injected with the poison, the leader of the clan thinks. The leader states that he no longer plans to use the insect, but another disagrees, exclaiming that Walyong is from the evil demon tribe. One cannot tame a beast. He states that the difference between this insect and other poisons is that it allows the caster to accurately grasp even the slightest emotional changes of the host, and it's clear that Walyong doesn't even know he has the insect inside him. He then asks how much longer must we burden this poor child with the sins of his entire clan, and declares it's time to end this. Switching abruptly, a scene unfolds where a young boy, Yuchai, is feeding a girl named Steffi, who seems reluctant. Steffi explains that Elliot brought her food and changed her water. Steffi suddenly remembers she can't use healing magic on Nomas, and recalls that her purpose in coming to the Central Territory was to meet Synil-sama. Yuchai then explains that he was checking Steffi's previous room, and discovered that the water in the bucket was murky red, prompting him to ask Steffi what she is hiding. Ryo Gi-un finds himself amidst a scene of carnage, his fallen comrades lying lifeless around him. The brutal reality of the ambush hits him as he takes in the scattered bodies, his eyes widening in disbelief. A group of figures descends upon the scene, their arrival signaling further trouble. Ryo's face contorts in a mixture of shock and anger as he struggles to comprehend the situation, his mind racing with questions and disbelief. The attackers mockingly greet Ryo, noting his tardiness and further fueling his fear. As the assault commences, Ryo is struck, blood splattering as he reels from the blow. His eyes blaze with a fierce intensity as he grapples with the overwhelming force of the attack, blood dripping from his face. With a sickening thud, Ryo collapses, his body hitting the ground hard. Staggering to his feet, Ryo, now covered in blood, faces his attacker with renewed resolve. The attacker stands ominously over Ryo, who lies defeated. The mysterious figure states he thought Ryo would have run away. Ryo's one visible eye burns with rage as he prepares to retaliate. Unleashing a furious strike, Ryo lunges towards his opponents, his intent to obliterate them. Blades clash as the battle intensifies, the air thick with tension and violence. His comrades vow to block the demon's path. Steel meets steel in a flurry of motion as Ryo's enemies try to stop him. They urge their captain to finish him quickly, but their captain is sliced through before his strike can hit. The attacker stands, looming over the fallen, bloodied bodies of his opponents, their severed heads a gruesome testament to his power. One of the fallen men cries out in agony. The remaining swordsmen attack, but the mysterious man moves so fast that they are cut down. The mysterious man and a swordsman trade blows. Another warrior is slain. Ryo struggles to stand, injured but undeterred. He struggles to keep standing. He grabs the arm of the mysterious warrior. The mysterious man looks at Ryo, and the fight rages. Ryo unleashes the teak form and declares the heavenly martial sword. He launches a devastating attack. Ryo's opponent is hit. The attack obliterates the environment. Trees are torn asunder by the force of Ryo's blow, and the forest is devastated. Ryo stands amidst the destruction. He surveys the aftermath. Corpses litter the ground. He looks over one. Ryo is consumed by rage. Ryo laughs maniacally. The mysterious man, perched atop a tree, asks if Ryo is attacking his own subordinates. He adds with a chilling smile, like father, like son. The mysterious man slides down a tree. He uses the trees to descend. The trees fall. Even more of the forest is destroyed. The mysterious warrior jumps from tree to tree. Ryo is angry. The two battle. Their swords clash. Ryo watches as his foe vanishes. He is defeated by the mysterious warrior. Ryo is injured. The mysterious man kicks Ryo. The area breaks apart. Ryo is sent flying. Elsewhere, Steffi thinks to herself that she got Synil-sama's lips dirty. She apologizes. She realizes that this is the first time they have been so close. Sinnel clutches Steffi's arm. Sinnel is in pain. Steffi thinks it is because of her. She remembers that today is the worst day for Sinnel. Sinnel's condition worsens. Steffi returns with him to his room. She realizes that Sinnel is in pain because of the full moon. She thinks about how Yuchai was kind to her. She realizes she must give Sinnel his medicine. She finds Sinnel and sees he is struggling. She goes to get the medicine. She gets it. She puts the medicine to his lips. She realizes that she only has 2 months' worth of medicine. If Sinnel doesn't take the medicine, there is no way to relieve the pain. She decides to give the medicine directly to Sinnel, mouth to mouth. However, she feels that would be a crime. Yuchai enters. He says that he saw Steffi with Sinnel. Steffi protests that it's not what he thinks. She doesn't want to embarrass Sinnel. Yuchai asks Steffi to turn around. He asks why it is necessary for her to turn around. She does so, and Yuchai uses magic to help Sinnel take the medicine. He reveals he knew about Sinnel's rampaging magic. He also tells Steffi that he threatened Sinnel. He shows her Sinnel's memories. He shows her how Sinnel was in the tower and sacrificed himself. She is shocked. To be continued. Yuchai, with a mischievous grin, brags that he beat the crap out of someone for Steffi, a statement that causes her to draw back in alarm. Yuchai, unfazed, dismisses her concerns, asserting that the punishment was appropriate, considering the person defied their master and caused Steffi emotional suffering. Steffi, near tears, seems conflicted, but Yuchai pushes on, presenting her with a remote-controlled boxing glove he intends to use on someone's face. Steffi, unnerved by Yuchai's enthusiasm, says she'll refrain, but Yuchai questions her hesitation. Yuchai notes that it's a pity she won't accept his offer, and Steffi says to herself that she needs to be careful not to anger Yuchai. She glances back at the tower in the distance, a wave of remorse washing over her as she remembers the person tied to the top, feeling sorry for their suffering but resolving herself, saying there's nothing she can do. The bound figure begs to be let go, their voice desperate. Later back inside, Yuchai asks Steffi if she has any wishes for her 2-month stay. Yuchai assures Steffi that she shouldn't worry about him and that it's enough that he's allowed to stay, but Steffi insists that as his attendant, she wants to ensure he doesn't have a boring time. Steffi thinks to herself that she will have to take care not to anger Yuchai. Steffi thinks to herself about what she wants to do for the next 2 months. She reflects that other than meeting Synil-sama, there is another desire she hopes to fulfill. Steffi tells Yuchai that she has something she would like to tell him. Steffi announces that she would like to make sweets and Yuchai asks if she is sure. Steffi, with determination, affirms her desire to bake, while Yuchai suggests it might be too difficult to source the ingredients, but she brushes off the concern. Suddenly, Synil-sama appears with a cake, seemingly for a 3 o'clock snack, but Yuchai is shocked and asks why would he burn it. He asks if Sinnel would even eat something like that. Steffi notes this is to be expected, as Synil-sama would not eat it. She wanted to make sweets with her remaining time. Yuchai, confused, asks why she would want to make sweets, but Steffi says she is just going to make them for fun and doesn't care if Sinnel eats them. Steffi thanks Yuchai. Yuchai asks Steffi if she is good at making sweets and Steffi humbly admits she is not good enough to brag, but that she likes making them. She recalls her previous life where she loved sweet treats, even enrolling in confectionery school, though she rarely got to eat them, and her passion for sweets has continued into this life, but this time she wants to make it for someone. He wonders if he can have some of Steffi's handmade sweets as well, and she says that of course he can. Steffi then says she would also like Synil-sama to try them as well. Yuchai exclaims asking the master, and Steffi nervously asks if there is any way the master would eat sweet things and if there is a way to get him to try. Steffi notes that she read somewhere that Synil-sama actually has a sweet tooth, a detail that was not mentioned in the novel but was revealed by the author on social media. Steffi, determined, knows that if the author said it, it has to be true and believes she can get the master to eat something she makes. She thinks to herself that it would be nice. Steffi thinks that maybe Sinnel will eat it just because he has a sweet tooth. Sinnel scratches his head, thinking that there is no way he would reveal his secrets to a background character like her. Yuchai brings the cake forward and asks if he doesn't want any of it, but Sinnel simply tells her to throw it away. Steffi is sad and disappointed but thinks to herself that she would never want to cause trouble to Sinnel. Yuchai tells Steffi to say that it's fine and to go, but Steffi is worried he might not like that she made this for him, and that he did not know she was the one who made it. As they go to their rooms, Steffi worries and Yuchai uses magic to make her levitate. Sinnel remarks they should leave one behind and Yuchai wonders leave what. Yuchai tells Steffi that he wanted to eat the whole thing but that it is okay if he eats some of the cake. Sinnel eats a small piece of cake. Steffi is in shock as Sinnel ate her cake. Steffi asks how it tastes and Sinnel replies that it's not bad, which surprises Steffi, thinking not only did he eat it but he complimented it. Steffi asks herself if she is dreaming. Steffi notes that Yuchai prepared the ingredients and implements for her and was even more excited than her. Meanwhile, Sinnel watches. She thinks to herself that it seems she will be allowed to make it more in the future. He thinks as long as it tastes all right it is fine, as Steffi is thankful. Steffi thinks that now she has an excuse to come and see Sinnel. Steffi then wonders how many more times will she be able to see this. Sinnel asks if she wants to ask a favor. When Yuchai asked her what she wanted to do in this castle, two things came to mind. The first was making sweets, and the second, she thinks, that when they meet again she would like to share her feelings with him, to tell him that she likes him. Steffi tells Sinnel that if it is displeasing to him she will stop, and Sinnel says to do as you like. Sinnel thinks that telling a woman who would steal a kiss to stop would be pointless, especially since a mere brush of lips like that doesn't matter, and binding himself with a contract doesn't concern him. Steffi thinks that with or without a contract, if Sinnel doesn't need her, he will have her removed from the castle immediately. She states that she will make sure to not to get any closer to Sinnel than needed, and that she does not wish to cause Sinnel any displeasure. Steffi, thinking about what she has already done, she wonders if she can be trusted. Steffi says she will take her leave, but then apologizes for not congratulating him on his recovery earlier, and that she is truly glad he is feeling better. Sinnel is silent and Steffi takes her leave, calling herself Estefania. As Sinnel calls her name, Estefania is surprised and taken aback. A noble stands imposingly before Steffi, announcing he will be traveling north in a week and expects her to accompany him. Steffi, surprised, questions why they are going there, and Sinnel casually tells her to ask the kid for the rest. Sinnel is referring to the King of North's coronation. News Steffi learns with shock because the king and crown prince died unexpectedly. The second prince is being crowned instead. Yuchai remarks that Sinnel should have told her himself, but Sinnel, according to Yuchai, is the type to always attend ceremonies, considering that as the Archduke of Central he is obliged to do so. Yuchai then mentions there will be a party alongside the coronation, which makes Steffi realize that many women will try to approach Sinnel, so it's her time to perform her role to keep the women away, and she wonders if she can do a good job. Yuchai tells Steffi not to think too much about it and to leave the bothersome stuff to Sinnel, thinking it a good idea and that Sinnel is surely expecting Steffi to fend them off, though Yuchai thinks it's unlikely. Yuchai then tells Steffi they need to get her a dress for the party and says he'll have it made for her. He grabs her hand, telling her they are going right away to see the mage who will make the dress. They arrive, and Yuchai enthusiastically announces their arrival as Steffi wonders who is inside. Yuchai introduces Steffi to Rauch, the mage who makes her clothes, and explains they came with another commission today since Sinnel and Steffi will be attending a party in a week, and they would like a suitable outfit. Rauch says it's already ready, which shocks Steffi. Peace, who is riding at an incredible pace, looks up and releases a white dove, thinking his work there is done. Steffi watches Peace release the dove, wondering what he is doing, but Yuchai apologizes and says they will do introductions later and to ignore him for now. Steffi realizes later that she should have stopped him at that time because, by the time she knew what he was writing, it was too late. The news spreads with Angelica reeling in shock at the extra article that announced that Central's Archduke is engaged to the 13th Princess of East. The article also stated the aloof Grand Mage had finally found love, and that he has called his betrothed to his territory, the Silver Castle. Angelica is in disbelief and screams that it's a pack of lies. As Angelica has a meltdown over the announcement, another woman comforts her and tells her that she might have an attack. Angelica yells that she hasn't had an attack in years. Angelica is furious that her sister, Estefania, is not upset. Estefania replies that Angelica is getting herself worked up too. Estefania notes that it was a little while before she left that she scolded her harshly and that she ran away to get back at her. Angelica cries about how this always happens to her, and Estefania tries to comfort her, reminding her not to be so hard on Steffi, though she concedes she also is upset. Estefania states that rumor said the Archduke is cold-hearted and unfeeling, so there is no way he'd fall in love with Estefania at first sight. She reasons it's surely just some mage's prank and that it's just a pack of lies, deciding that when Sinnel gets back, she will seriously give him a piece of her mind. Peace is elated he did a good job and that he hasn't encountered news that makes his heart dance in a long time. Peace tells Steffi that he distributed an extra all across the entire Isabel continent. This shocks Steffi, realizing that the betrothal was announced not just in Central, but everywhere to the Eastern royal family as well. Steffi is overwhelmed with the realization that Angelica and her mother are going to see this exact article, and cries that this is wrong on so many points that she doesn't even know where to start. Steffi never thought word of this betrothal would spread so far and wide. Peace apologizes for failing to introduce himself earlier and tells her he is Peace, and he's in charge of information here in the castle, explaining that his hobby is gathering information, so if there is anything Steffi needs to know hereafter, she can feel free to ask, but in her case, she can just ask the master. Steffi asks how he knows she is a princess of East. Peace says there is no information beyond his grasp when he gets serious, explaining that he distributed the extra. Steffi realizes she has so many questions to ask, but Yuchai cuts in and tells Peace to stop. Yuchai apologizes to Steffi, saying that Peace loses his sense when he gets going like that, just like when he distributed that without even knowing if it's okay for her or not, but that Sinnel had approved the master's extra format, so he didn't think there should be any problem. Yuchai tells Steffi to ask Sinnel about all of that, but Yuchai describes Sinnel as a tough nut to crack, explaining that with Steffi's collaboration, he can write the best article ever, which makes Steffi smile wryly. Yuchai then tells Steffi that they are here to see Rauch and tells Peace to keep his nose out of it, shut up and work. Peace laments that is too bad, then says he will see them sometime. Yuchai asks Rauch to make a dress for Steffi and then asks her to take Steffi's measurements, and Steffi is surprised Rauch needs to take measurements. Rauch takes Steffi's measurements. Steffi observes that Rauch isn't saying anything, thinking there is no way she would speak to someone she just met. Rauch finishes and Steffi thanks her. Rauch then says, "You have a pleasant smell," surprising Steffi since she spoke and because she didn't think she would get to hear her voice on the first day. Oh, Steffi is touched. Steffi asks what kind of scent she has since she didn't put anything on, assuming that it's her natural scent and thanking her again because it doesn't feel bad to get a compliment from Rauch. Rauch, silent as ever, thinks to herself that Steffi has the smell of death. Steffi sits quietly, a sense of foreboding clinging to her as thick as the shadows around her, an ominous feeling she identifies as the smell of death. A woman questions her, visibly disturbed by something Steffi has said. Steffi's eyes, however, reveal a deeper knowledge, a glimpse into a future she can't avoid. The woman calls after her as Steffi, carrying her bunny, heads out the door, leaving the other woman behind, wondering why Steffi is leaving. Elsewhere, Magdalena, clearly annoyed, learns that Yuichi told someone something directly. Little Yuichi, overhearing, is asked to explain, but he simply states there is no explanation within the article, his gaze sharp and knowing. Steffi approaches, prompting Yuichi to excitedly call out her name. He rushes over, already finished with whatever task he had, prompting the first woman to suggest a return to Steffi's room. Yuichi suddenly stops, grabbing the hem of Magdalena's dress, asking her to wait. Magdalena turns to the first woman, Angelica, and asks if she is the princess of the East, clearly with ill intentions. Magdalena smiles maliciously, admitting she had plotted something, suggesting Angelica is too plain to be next to Sinnel and then accuses Angelica of requesting something. Angelica remains silent, realizing that she can't compete with the wealth of the East's royal family, who are known for excess and are hated by many. Angelica acknowledges that her family prioritizes their interests above all else, and wonders if she should just leave it 917, 918. Afraid to face Magdalena, Angelica decides that if she is going to die anyway, she wants to die helping Sinnel. Magdalena openly questions who Angelica even is, sneering that she is engaged to Sinnel, and suggests that Angelica should confirm the article with Sinnel directly. Angelica, eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, wonders if Magdalena admires Sinnel. Magdalena cruelly states that Sinnel is already hers and tells Angelica to give up. Angelica decides to pretend to be Sinnel's beloved fiancé, knowing she must appear confident to avoid being taken advantage of. Magdalena, furious, tries to attack, but Yuichi intervenes, stopping her with his magic while Angelica watches. Magdalena demands to be released, but Yuichi refuses, stating it is a waste to explain anything to an idiot like her. Magdalena calls Yuichi a brat and struggles to get free. Angelica notices blood on Magdalena's hand. Yuichi asks Angelica if Magdalena hurt Steffi, and when he learns she did, he prepares to unleash his magic. Yuichi unleashes attack magic inside the castle, even though it is prohibited, stating he no longer cares and Magdalena's threat to tell their master, while Angelica is surprised by Yuichi's rage. Yuichi tells Angelica that if Magdalena has trouble hearing, he will spread her secret, before turning away, prompting Angelica to ask him to ask their master. Yuichi decides to call for the master despite Angelica's protestations. Sinnel appears, wondering why Yuichi called him. Sinnel arrives and wonders why Sinnel was called. Magdalena rushes to Sinnel, exclaiming that Yuichi tried to use attack magic on her. Sinnel turns to Angelica, silently questioning her. He touches her face, asking what happened, thinking this looks bad, and asks what he should say, knowing he can't honestly answer but won't lie. Yuichi declares that Magdalena did it, but Magdalena denies it. Magdalena desperately claims it wasn't on purpose, but Sinnel appears unconvinced, his eyes blazing with anger. Angelica recognizes the need to calm Sinnel, but knows she can't back out now. Angelica is worried that there is no one to save her. Yuichi notices Angelica's anxiety and asks Angelica to wait. Sinnel assures Angelica to forget about Magdalena and focus on him. Angelica apologizes for being selfish, but Sinnel is pleased. Magdalena bites her lip, vowing not to forgive Angelica, as Sinnel takes Angelica away with him. Angelica expresses relief that her plan seems to be working. However, Sinnel, with great strength, suddenly carries Angelica away, surprising her and the onlookers. Yuichi orders someone to bring first aid supplies, stating the need to treat a no-ma, and he also asks for help searching for something. Angelica insists that treatment isn't needed, but Sinnel apologizes, appreciating the concern. Yuichi declares that he'll get started and heads out, as he and the others wonder what is happening between Angelica and Sinnel, although they will trust Master to take care of it. Yuichi notices Steffi looked pale and wonders what Rauch did. Yuichi asks that since Steffi is not strong to be kind. Rauch wonders what they two are doing and is curious. Angelica and Sinnel are together, oblivious to the others. The aftermath of a storm has left Estefania relieved, yet her body feels heavy and she admits she doesn't feel well. Startled, she sees Sinnel-sama is still in the room and she apologizes. She suddenly feels tired, but Sinnel-sama tells her to sleep if she's weary. Feeling it would be impolite to rest on his lap, she is nonetheless grateful for his presence. She questions him and Sinnel-sama instructs her to give him her left hand. Estefania hesitates, asking why he needs her left hand. As he takes it, she notices a ring. He tells her it is beautiful and looks like his eyes, adding that it has defensive magic and she should keep it on at all times. Estefania thanks him profusely, feeling like her health improved suddenly, surely because the stress that caused her poor health has been relieved. She is thankful for the ring, which she will cherish, and Sinnel-sama tells her to take another nap if she understands. More importantly, she wants to confirm something with Sinnel-sama about warding off women, and asks if his previous actions were okay. He replies, asking why wouldn't it be. Estefania says she is glad and was wondering what to do if told not to get carried away, promising to do her best from now on. Sinnel-sama simply stares at her and takes her hand. He begins to touch her face and she wonders what is happening. He tells her to try practicing showing off how close she is to him, because if she acts half-heartedly, more women will come to him. Estefania is taken aback by his words, but resolves to do her best even without practice. Sinnel-sama tells her to do it, and she expresses her desire to avoid unnecessary contact. She says she understands and will take her leave, but as she leaves, Sinnel-sama stares intensely after her. Estefania thinks of Synil-sama and admits she loves him. He pulls her clothes and begs forgiveness. Flustered, Estefania wonders if she did something wrong as she peeks into the room, asking if it's okay to enter. Yuichi enters, wondering if he should come back later, but Synil-sama tells him to start. Yuichi asks Estefania to confirm that Synil-sama gave her something awesome, and she acknowledges it has defensive magic. Yuichi asks if she wants to test it, and after she agrees, he warns her, then hits her with a magic attack. After treating her wound, Yuichi proposes heading straight to training, to which Estefania is surprised. Yuichi says he will put gauze on her injury and tells her not to worry about it, but she wonders how she cannot worry about such a loud noise, and he opens a first aid kit. Piece's voice alerts them that the explosion came from the magic item research room, and Yuichi announces that the room is half destroyed. Yuichi realizes he has to get involved in something troublesome and wonders if Steffi will accompany him. She asks what is wrong, having an unpleasant premonition. Yuichi says her premonition is spot on. Now it's heading to the southern courtyard, and he tells her to hurry or the whole castle might burn to the ground. Annoyed, Yuichi grabs Steffi's hand, apologizing for not being able to test the ring today, and they run off together. As Yuichi deals with problems springing up throughout the castle, Estefania can't help but think she's being dragged around too much. She thinks magic user normal is unlike no ma normal, and reminds herself that she wanted to avoid being led around by the nose. All she can think about is the ring from Synil-sama, feeling like life is worth living since receiving it, and wonders if her illness could go away if she stays at his side. But then she remembers something she needed to think about but cannot think clearly. She decides to just get ready for bed, but then she remembers the ring. As if in a trance, Estefania moves to take off the ring. It hurts and feels as though her life was being whittled away as the merge of being extinguished. She has nothing to hold on to as she collapses onto the floor. Lying prone, she smiles softly, saying she got too carried away. Estefania awakens the next morning, feeling somewhat better than the day before, and she sits up, not wanting anyone to see her in such a weakened state. She takes note of the ring and checks it for any damage. Relieved to find none, and comments that she suddenly feels better, thinking that removing the ring might have caused her sudden illness the previous night. Estefania decides against removing the ring again until she tests it, hoping to understand its purpose. Elsewhere, Yuichi leads Estefania to the training grounds for mages, explaining that it's the only place in the castle where attack magic is permitted, making it perfect for testing her ring. Yuichi is met by others, and it's revealed that Estefania is the master's betrothed, and Yuichi assures them that they are there to test the ring. Yuichi asks if anyone wants to test the ring on Estefania, but they all vehemently refuse. Yuichi tells Estefania to stand in a specific spot as he will fire an attack spell at her, promising not to hurt her. Steeling herself, Estefania agrees, trusting Yuichi's words. Yuichi unleashes a magical attack, but a barrier from the ring protects Estefania by reflecting the attack back at Yuichi. Concerned, Estefania rushes to Yuichi, asking if he is all right, but he assures her he is fine and explains that the ring doubles and reflects any attacks. Estefania thinks to herself that it is too powerful, but that she will be fine even if Magdalena tries anything, and that she should thank Synil-sama again, as Yuichi clarifies that by that woman, she means Magdalena. Yuichi assures Estefania that she doesn't need to worry about Magdalena, but Estefania is left wondering what he meant by that. It flashes back to the day before when Magdalena was on her knees. Elliot sits casually and tells her not to glare at him, and says he isn't going to make fun of her, but offers his sympathy since they are fellow offenders. Elliot shows her something and asks if Master did that, confirming that she's lucky she didn't end up like that too. Elliot says that Yuichi confiscated his arm and won't return it until he cleans the entire castle, and that Yuichi was assigned to that woman. Magdalena realizes what such an assignment means to the mages in Central, and vows that she won't stand for a princess stealing the master from her. Elliot advises her not to get involved with that woman any further before leaving. Magdalena slams her fist down in fury, vowing revenge. Back in the present, Yuichi's attendant informs Master that his betrothed has been hiding something. Yuichi tells Steffi that if anyone tries anything with her, the attack will be doubled and reflected. Also, so she doesn't have to worry about it as they leave the training grounds, with her thinking to herself that she wants to be careful and investigate it. The others discuss that the ring seems overprotective and the events that happened with Magdalena, and Yuichi explains that the soul of his magic power resides in the ring. Steffi comments that she doesn't get any clues about why the ring affected her physical condition, but that it's an incredible item that she will have to be careful not to lose. Yuichi asks if Steffi is interested in how mages carry out commissions, as he has one to do tomorrow. Yuichi asks her to help, offering to give her a fair share of his pay. Steffi recalls that she'd been wondering what she would do. and she says that if it's something she can help with, then by all means. They agree, and Yuchai apologizes, saying that they have to split up because he has something to attend to. He asks that she doesn't worry about him, and she reassures him that she has the ring. Yuchai's betrothed seems to be hiding something, or so a certain mage told him. Yuchai knows his master is pressed for time dealing with you-know-who, but still, he suggests that his master ought to spend more time with Steffi. His master wonders why, and Yuchai is taken aback, wondering if his master is truly unaware. Yuchai thinks that everything his master has done until now was unconscious, and that even the master still has much to learn, barely dodging his master's obvious death wish. That aside, Yuchai realizes that his master has already realized that Steffi is hiding that she's in poor health. This morning when he went to get Steffi, he knocked, then cautiously asked if he could come in. He then hears a clatter and bang before Steffi opens the door, greeting him a good morning. Steffi asks if he slept well, and Yuchai says yes, thanking her for asking and noting to himself that the mark on her face is fading nicely. She apologizes for making him worry, but Yuchai insists she has nothing to apologize for and then asks if she had a hard time sleeping last night, noting the shadows under her eyes. Steffi admits she might be a bit worn out after yesterday, but she's fine, just a little sleepy. She thanks him for his concern, but Yuchai decides he'll leave it to the master. Yuchai thinks he underestimated his Oshi's attachment and returned to his room, but as Steffi was about to enter her room, she froze, realizing she completely forgot to ask Rauch to keep it a secret. Steffi hurries her footsteps, realizing it's been a day already, so she might have already told Peace, but Yuchai didn't seem as though he knew, so Steffi can't give up hope. As she turns the corner, a hand grabs her and she flinches as Magdalena appears. Magdalena greets Estefania, stating she's glad to have met her so soon and that she wanted to apologize for what happened yesterday. Magdalena felt so bad about it afterward and that she said such awful things to her, and even though it was unintentional, she left a cut on her face, bowing deeply and apologizing. Steffi wonders what's going on here, as Magdalena states she understands her being wary of her and says that, as she just said, she truly is in love with the master. However, if she's going to be living in the castle from now on, it would be nice if they were on good terms, and of course, she'll give up on the master because what she is doing is entirely suspicious. Steffi wonders just what she is up to if Synil-sama's punishment really worked. Besides, Magdalena says she's only just become his betrothed, and she mustn't know the master very well yet. Master's charm isn't just his looks, and Magdalena will work hard to help her get to know all kinds of things about him. Steffi's eyes narrow as she thinks that, as she thought, the punishment wasn't effective, and that if that's how she wants to play this, she won't take it sitting down. Steffi thanks her for her courteous apology, stating that the cut wasn't that bad and to please not let it bother her. Besides, even without her concern because of the scar, she was able to become closer to Synil-sama and that she should be thanking her. She explains that after that, Synil-sama gave her this ring, as mages can apparently recognize its nature just by looking at it, so it's a good idea to show her now. She never thought she'd receive a jewel the same color as his eyes, and she can hardly believe it, as she asks if she hopes they can get along well, offering her hand. Magdalena is dismayed, stating, "Me too, please look on me kindly," as the two clasp hands, crackling with energy. Magdalena is the only daughter of a noble family in West, so she was raised like a princess, and as a result, she became exceedingly arrogant. Even when she began living in Central as a mage, her personality remained the same. Steffi somehow managed to get by today, but she thinks that she isn't the slightest bit repentant and that she has to tell Yuchai later, realizing that Magdalena really does have a beautiful face. In terms of specs, she is clearly inferior, and that makes her feel miserable. As she's about to enter her room, she bumps her head. She thinks that maybe it's because she never did any self-polishing that it makes her feel miserable. Her sister asks if she's interested in nail polish, but Steffi says they can't afford that, though her sister retorts that nail polish is cheaper and asks why she said something so mean. Steffi says it's not mean, it's just the truth, and that's cruel, but Steffi tells her she'll buy her some soon, so there's no need to call mother. Her sister asks if she promises, and Steffi says yeah, with her sister embracing her tightly, thanking her, and Steffi thinking that she'd also like some freedom, so she will have more freedom and leeway now than she did there. Yuchai and Rauch peek in, and Yuchai asks how long they've been there, with Rauch chiming in that this has been happening since Magdalena started her dubious acting, and that he wanted to see what Magdalena would be like after being punished by the master. Yuchai says that if Steffi had been in danger, he would have stepped in, but asks Steffi what she thinks about Magdalena, who remains completely unfazed by the master's punishment. Steffi admits that she doesn't like it, but since she has the ring, she's not too worried, though Yuchai is shocked and asks when he gave her that. Steffi states that it was after they all left the room yesterday, with Yuchai realizing that he had wanted to go back to the room with her, but encountered another event that he wanted to report on. He states that he'll use this opportunity to send out an official notice, but when Rauch asks if he's going to send it to the whole continent again, he states that an official notice is just for the mages in Central. Since Steffi went around with Yuchai yesterday, most mages should know by now, but it doesn't hurt to reiterate it after all, as Yuchai thinks of it as something that will keep her safe. Steffi realizes that he doesn't intend to tell her and that it would be pointless to stop him at this point. She then asks Rauch about her scent yesterday, questioning if she has told any other mages about it. Steffi is thankful, thinking that she doesn't know what kind of magic she used, but from what she read in the novel, Rauch seems like a trustworthy mage, and if she swore her to secrecy, Synil-sama and the others won't know of it. So she asks Rauch not to tell anyone about it, including Synil-sama, of course. Yuchai then reminds Rauch that Steffi isn't all that strong, so to be nice to her, to which Rauch thanks her and Steffi says that right now, she really doesn't have the smell of death. Steffi is surprised and asks Rauch what she just said. Rauch is shocked when he hears a conversation between Estefania and Peace. Estefania, worried that Rauch might have overheard, hopes to smooth things over, fearing the spread of information. Rauch is excited that Rauch spoke to him. Estefania says Rauch told her she smells nice and he touches her head. Magdalena calls out to Steffi. Estefania realizes she has messed up. Steffi is relieved she was with Peace and Rauch and apologizes for leaving after being told not to, saying she wanted to take a stroll. Peace assures her that she wasn't hurt but says Magdalena harassed her. Steffi realizes that being with her one time wasn't good enough. Peace assures Rauch that Estefania turned things around. Estefania asks Yuchai not to get too involved with Magdalena, stating the ring will block physical attacks but not emotional damage, and apologizes for worrying him. Estefania reminds Yuchai that it's best not to agitate Magdalena. Yet Estefania's dander got up when Magdalena spoke like she understood Synil-sama the best. Magdalena from the novel has charm that is more than just his face. Estefania knew that for a long time. Rauch asks how far Peace and Estefania have gone, saying Master hasn't realized they are engaged, noting that Estefania was the one who proposed and it's only halfway. Rauch thinks it's only a matter of time. They think it's going to be a long road. Peace says something to Steffi, who is putting her guard up, and Rauch declares they've reached a conclusion, establishing the association for supporting Steffi's love, with Rauch joining. Estefania is surprised by this, noting that they need to first establish objectives. Estefania says that she only loves Synil-sama as a fan, and she's sorry she made Yuchai lie about her feelings. Estefania tells Yuchai he doesn't need to worry about what she said before and tells him that she said that for Master's sake back then, but the situation is different now. Estefania does not want Yuchai to give up on Master because of her, noting that it's okay if she stays there even after the promised time ends. It has nothing to do with what Yuchai said, and she won't be remaining there, as she only idolizes him as a fan. Estefania wonders if Yuchai wants her to stay because he's become fond of her. Estefania is happy, but there's nothing she can do about it. Yuchai doesn't love Master romantically. Estefania says it's weird and wonders if she has something else in mind, not knowing what to do. If he finds out about the fake engagement, it will spread again, and that will be the end, noting she can't stay at this castle anymore as Peace is a misunderstanding. Steffi is convinced that Master will dump her someday, and that's why she keeps saying things like that, as she has never received words of love directly from Synil-sama. She proposed the engagement because she started to feel anxious, leading to Estefania-chan's love support group. Yuchai understands that it seems like many times anyone would feel uneasy if they were facing Master. The next day, Estefania thanks Yuchai for yesterday as she was saved, and it wouldn't be better to tell him about the fake engagement, promising to not tell anyone, but notes that it's better to not share this kind of secret with anyone unless necessary, especially since Steffi isn't. More importantly, they are heading to a commission and that the client is a mage from Central who runs an antique store. The main job will be organizing the rooms. Even mages ask other mages for help as magical power isn't infinite. Even mages have to cooperate. Yuchai spots the client. Yuchai and Estefania greet Finn, the client, who says it's a pleasure to meet them for the first time. Estefania tells him she came to aid him and not to say anything stupid as he mentions the Master's fiancé. It's fine, but even if she's okay with it, he isn't, and if something happens to his fiancé, Master will kill him. Yuchai gives her to him. She notes that Synil-sama has only done so to make it easier for her to stay in this castle, feeling sorry for both Synil-sama and Angelique. There were huge idiots, as there are many dangerous things here if a no-ma makes contact with them, noting it would be better if the lady went back with Yuchai today. Show him the ring and to see if it's okay. The ring has a precisely made magical circuit, and the calculation formula is too beautiful. Finn asks to borrow the ring only for a few minutes, but then says seconds before it's time for him to get back to work. This method is good for asking Steffi to organize books in the room, saying there shouldn't be any dangerous books and that it'll be fine if she just packed them on the bookshelf properly. If Estefania needs anything, she can call her before setting off to put the books on the bookshelf, arranging them neatly afterward. She picks up a really old book, messing up and spotting a book about research on YGG's disease. Estefania pores over ancient texts, her face a mask of concentration as she seeks a cure for YGG's disease, a plague that consumes her life. She contemplates heading to Central, clinging to the slim hope of finding a cure. Her advisor confirms that there might be a chance for a cure there. As she flips through the pages, a glint of hope sparks in her eyes, only to be quickly replaced by apprehension. She continues to read, her heart pounding with each turn of the page, her golden eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Her search leads her to other books. As she desperately searches for clues in the sprawling library, suddenly a young boy Yuichi bursts into the room, apologizing for opening a book that was already damaged. Estefania senses a magical presence emanating from the damaged page. Realizing it wasn't originally white, the letters had been stolen. Yuichi suggests using appraisal magic, but a man interjects, deeming it unnecessary, then reveals that the predecessor was actively researching magic power. Estefania is surprised as she had never heard of this predecessor. The advisor confirms the predecessor was the Grand Duke of Central. Yuichi, ever curious, wonders why the predecessor did this. He asks if Rudolph, the predecessor, is of interest to her. Estefania hesitates but admits she is curious as she wonders why he was removed from his position. Yuichi, with a sly smile, says he cannot reveal Rudolph's location, but suggests she hear it directly from Aster. The advisor suggests they take a break, bringing in tea and sweets and wanting MS. Fiancé to also enjoy it. Yuichi proposes looking at magical tools while taking a break. Time seems to fly by as they enjoy their tea. With the talk of magical tools, suddenly Estefania notices a book describing boxing magic. After touching it, the advisor is suddenly attacked by a boxing glove from the future, a scene Estefania found both cute and humorous. Night falls and Estefania sits alone in her room, missing some. She wonders about Rudolph Norris, feeling he might hold the key to unlocking the true nature of YGG disease and just wants him to tell her about his research. She questions the point of struggling, wondering if her actions are meaningless as she probably doesn't have much time left to live. However, she decides to show her desires to meet Synil-sama. Suddenly, Sinnel appears before her, wanting to know why she called him. Estefania panics, saying that she didn't, but in the other hand thinks what task should she do. Sinnel appears beside her in bed, questioning what she needs, but he doesn't understand other people's feelings. Estefania, flustered and trying to deny the situation, finds herself pinned under Sinnel, who urges her to quickly state her desires, and as Estefania states that she wants to meet Synil-sama. Sinnel smiles darkly, promising to make it come true. All she has to do is tell him everything. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he leans in close, urging her to put her desires into words. Synil-sama tells a kneeling woman that he can't fathom feelings and orders her to put them into her mind. The woman thanks him for his consideration, but states that Synil-sama has no obligation to go so far for her. She continues, saying she can't give anything back even if he spoils her with sweet words, and that even if he only says she's his woman temporarily, she'd completely tell him why she's saying that. She asks him to say those words to Synil-sama's future wife. The woman clenches her fists, telling herself not to get it wrong. She has to understand properly. Synil-sama wonders if he said something wrong. He declares he's sure she hasn't forgotten her role and asks if her role isn't to ward off women, questioning why those words came out if that's the case, leaving her to think she messed up because he hates the presence of women. For Synil-sama, those words are absolutely not good, so she apologizes. He asks her what her desire is, a conversation that was never discussed, she thinks, and he just wants to accept her feelings but realizes she's spoiled him too much and decides she'll be more careful. Synil-sama asks if she doesn't want to let out her desires, but the woman thinks it seems like a different story. He tells her that in her case, rather than thinking in a mess, it'd be better to get used to it and hurry and say it, to speak her desires to him once a day. Though Estefania doesn't really understand, she nods so as not to damage the mood more, saying she understands. Synil-sama smiles, but Estefania thinks that if he says so suddenly she can't think of what she wants and that she has to say something today, questioning if it's all right to say today's desire and hoping she gets the right answer. For now, she wants to sleep. Realizing the time, Estefania got really sleepy. She drifted off and then Synil-sama covered her. Estefania thinks there's nowhere she wants to go, but she wants to be by Synil-sama's side forever as she falls asleep. Synil-sama stares at her. Estefania wakes up, thinking she slept well and had a dream where she talked a lot with Synil-sama, but is shocked to find Synil-sama in her bed. Estefania greets him, and he asks how long she'll still sleep and tells her it's time to get up, stating he's been there since last night. Estefania realizes it wasn't a dream, and she asks what happened. They sit down for breakfast. She then begins choosing accessories for the North's party while others make sweets. Even though it's almost evening, Synil-sama is still there, causing Estefania to panic. A young boy remarks he missed the timing to say it in the morning and asks Synil-sama if he knows what moderation is, saying he wished Synil-sama would stay with Steffi a little longer, but this is a bit much. The boy states he didn't follow Synil-sama's words and that he's only there because that's what Estefania wanted. The boy realizes there's a misunderstanding and that he was the one who got in the way, but asks Synil-sama if he plans on being next to Steffi tonight too. Synil-sama asks Estefania about last night, causing her to panic, but she says she remembers. But then Synil-sama chokes her, asking where she's looking and demands she apologizes for forgetting last night. She begs forgiveness and he says he forgives her and asks what today's desire is. Estefania asks Synil-sama if she may ask him a favor. She wants to read a book in the library, hoping she won't cause Synil-sama any trouble and sticking to the original content without getting too carried away, deciding requests for this much are the limit, wondering how he can remember it and thinking he'd forget by the next day. Synil-sama takes her hand and tells her to hold on as he teleports them to the library, and she thanks him for bringing her so quickly, thinking she didn't touch Synil-sama so it's safe. Estefania says she's going to look around and tells him to do his own thing as well. Estefania thinks to herself if she needs anything she will call him, and thinks it would be a problem if Synil-sama was right here while she was doing research. Estefania wants to change her thinking little by little, and though she would like to directly ask Synil-sama about the previous Grand Duke, she feels it would be better to avoid it. She decides she'll have no choice but to research it herself, thinking if only there were things left by the previous generation before hearing someone's voice. Estefania peeks around a bookshelf and sees Elliot is cleaning. Elliot complains the dirt isn't coming off and someone tells him not to slack off. Estefania wonders what Elliot is doing here, and he says it's punishment for messing with Synil-sama. He is forced to clean the castle. Estefania recalls Elliot being tied to a tower before it disappeared because of Synil-sama's punishment, feeling guilt towards Elliot and a bit of envy. Elliot tells Estefania that if it was the first time, Synil-sama wouldn't take away her limbs, begging her not to cry. Elliot says it's impossible with that face. He then shows her that he uses magic for cleaning with little helper creatures, which he says would be a shame for her to have since it doesn't match his beauty. Estefania thinks it's very cute. Elliot asks Estefania if he could ask her something in case it's her, because Synil-sama is suspicious that she's not a person of this world. The mage asks if she is not from this world, and the woman seems surprised by the question. He explains that familiars usually become attached only to the mage who summoned them, but that there are exceptions, such as monsters or spirits who become closer to those who aren't from this world. She apologizes for the strange things he's saying, but he assures her he doesn't doubt that she is human, which is why he is interested. He explains that even strong magical powers can become attached to her, likely because they like being by her side. Oshi agrees. She thinks to herself that the kids are coming closer to her, but it's not because she is Synil-sama's fiancé. She assumes it's because she will soon no longer be a part of this world. She underestimated her Oshi's attachment. The familiars want to play and pull Master's hair, and Elliot, annoyed, orders them to scatter. Elliot wonders why she came here, suspecting she came to punish him, but she tells him she wanted to research something, which Elliot questions because he doesn't understand why she wouldn't just ask Master or Yuichi. But she says she didn't want to bother others for a personal matter. She asks Elliot to help her with a bit of research, but warns him not to tell anyone else. And when he questions what kind of research it is that he can't tell others, she says she's not trying to do anything weird, but she might tell Synil-sama all sorts of things about Elliot if he were to reveal the contents of her research. Elliot is shocked. She thinks that Elliot seems to think Synil-sama will punish him again if something happens to her, and admits she feels sorry for Elliot, but there's no reason not to use him. Elliot wonders what a pain she is, saying she has a good personality, and she retorts that even when they first met, he lied about being engaged because of a request, likely because he was scared. He tells her he won't tell anyone about her research, and she reveals she wants to research the previous Grand Duke, which Elliot finds surprising. She clarifies she wants to know about Synil-sama's past as his fiancé, admitting it's a little embarrassing and stalkerish, but that there was a connection, and she was right not to ask Master, as he has a lot of hatred for his predecessor and gets in a bad mood if anyone mentions him. Elliot considers the predecessor, realizing she wasn't in Central at the time. The current Grand Duke replaced the previous one 5 years ago. And under Grand Duke Rudolph Norris, the Central mages were living a peaceful life until Rudolph went crazy and started killing mages. It was rumored that Rudolph was drinking blood and that Central turned into hell. In that hell, Sinnel suddenly appeared and brought an end to it. He was praised and worshipped as the mage who had slain Rudolph and was nominated the next Grand Duke. The previous Grand Duke somehow survived Master's attack, and they say he hates Master, who stole the title and is still aiming for it. There's no way she could ask someone about that illness, and she could end up getting killed if she's not careful. Elliot tells her the rumor is that he's hiding in North, and Sinnel tells her that he's going to North in a week and orders her to accompany him, which surprises her. She wonders if it's dangerous. Elliot asks if she's satisfied with this. The familiars are told they talk too much and are too slow. Elliot falls on top of her and she's surprised, asking him to move. Elliot, horrified, thinks he'll kill her and apologizes profusely. Elliot vows he'll kill her and feels sorry for what happened. The familiars ask him to play, while Angelica wonders if they are having fun. Sinnel tells them he'll return them immediately. Elliot wonders if he guesses she's prepared to die and she begs him to wait. Angelica thinks to have his fiancé treated with disrespect twice by the same person is surely unthinkable for Synil-sama. But for Elliot, killing is a different matter. Angelica notes that Elliot's aura has subsided and asks Sinnel if she can make her wish for tomorrow now. Angelica says that if it's okay with Synil-sama, she wants to heal Elliot's arm. Elliot kneels before them. Sinnel asks if it's his arm and demands an answer quickly because he won't know until he asks Yuichi. Sinnel uses his magic. Angelica is relieved that it's not that. Elliot says he thought he was going to die, and Angelica says the timing of Synil-sama's appearance was perfect, but then wonders if she hadn't called him yet. Elliot says it's not a thank you for protecting her, but he'll let her know while Master is gone that it's better to be wary of Magdalena. He notes that he met Magdalena after she was punished by Master and that she didn't seem to have learned her lesson, so he's sure she'll contact her. Angelica thinks she manipulates the mages around Angelica to attack her in the original story, and there's a good chance she'll try to do that to her, so she thanks Elliot for the advice. Elliot says good and then reveals that because if something happens to her, this world might be destroyed. Angelica asks if he's serious, and Elliot says that this statement is not a joke, and that he thinks Yuichi is the one who realizes it more than anyone. Yuichi encounters Steffi in the forest, and Steffi attacks but Yuichi dodges. Yuichi blocks Steffi's attack with a magic circle. Yuichi asks Steffi where that arm is. Steffi says he has Elliot's arm and Yuichi orders him to give it. Steffi asks why, saying he hasn't finished cleaning it yet. Yuichi considers Steffi, who reveals his name, and after Yuichi says he'll hand over the arm, Yuichi stops him, saying there's something he wants to talk about for a moment, which is that Steffi is interested in Rudolph. Yuichi, with a terrifying look, says it seems like she is curious about the relationship with Master. Steffi finds him scary. Yuichi reveals he has the same feeling as Master, but that if he intends to keep Steffi nearby, he'll leave it to Master to explain about him properly. Yuichi explains he will leave it up to Master to explain about Rudolph. Yuichi reveals that Rudolph is his father. Rudolph declares that Synil-sama is his father, but Synil-sama retorts that he is not. Rudolph grabs Synil-sama by the neck, seething that if Synil-sama says one more word, he will kill him. Synil-sama wonders if he should try something, adding that Steffi would be sad if he died. Rudolph tightens his grip, but Synil-sama says there is no need for such talk. Synil-sama considers leaving it up to Master whether or not to tell Steffi about Rudolph, and Rudolph creates some kind of energy bowl in his hand. Rudolph asks why Synil-sama won't move, mentioning that Steffi is waiting. Synil-sama wonders how things will turn out. A servant says that Master healed him, expressing that maybe it wasn't because of the woman, but just an expression of Master's desire to use him, while Synil-sama tells the servant to leave if he is healed. The servant hesitates, and Synil-sama repeats his demand to leave, causing the servant to stumble away and the woman with him to look shocked. The woman wonders what's going on, and Synil-sama asks if she wants to ask him something, observing that she must have heard about him from Yuichi. Synil-sama tells her to forget about the predecessor and that it didn't make sense when he looked into it. Synil-sama wonders if she is not asking because she is planning to leave the castle. The woman wonders if that is what he thought. Synil-sama turns away, and a dark figure declares that being alone suits him as a hand reaches out. Synil-sama grabs the woman's hand as she says she's definitely leaving and will keep her promise. The woman thinks something was strange that morning, and even stranger that evening except when she was taking a bath. Lying in bed, Synil-sama grabs her hand, while the woman realizes she can't sleep, wondering if he is asleep and what happened to Synil-sama. She thinks that even if something bad occurs, there's no point in him staying by her side, thinking that if it was Angelica who was here, surely. The woman thinks she can't become irreplaceable enough and will convey her everlasting love as she tells Synil-sama that she'll love him forever and hopes he has sweet dreams. Synil-sama lies awake beside her, and the woman moves closer to him, thinking to herself that since she is here now, she can convey her everlasting love. Synil-sama lies awake, aware of her presence. Synil-sama thinks he is rejected after making today's wish come true yesterday, while the woman thinks about healing Elliot's arm, borrowing tomorrow's wish in advance. Synil-sama tells her to be quiet, and the woman panics that they are going to sleep side by side. Yuchai arrives, asking what happened, and grabs the woman, saying that Synil-sama pushed her a bit too much. Synil-sama demands that Yuchai let go, thinking that since Steffi is hugging him, he can't let go, and pulls her closer. The woman realizes that it's impossible to stay with Synil-sama any longer, and Synil-sama wonders, oh. It is explained that Synil-sama was more aggressive than expected, probably mad, though the woman thinks he just received a shock, and then it is asked if Master slept next to Steffi. The woman says it's probably all right, noting that Master never sleeps next to other people because his sleep time is short, and that even Yuchai has never seen Master sleeping except for when it's a full moon, but maybe Steffi is helping him sleep. The woman is then asked if she will continue to sleep with Master. She is told that even if it's okay that he doesn't get much sleep, Master is still a human being and sleep is important. But she thinks Synil-sama would refuse such a thing, though she is sure that he was just so tired last night that he didn't even notice her presence, and then is told if Master comes to Steffi again tonight, don't refuse and just sleep together. Yuchai smiles, and the woman thinks that's not going to happen, but if he happens to come, Yuchai sleeps with us too, making the woman wonder if they are trying to kill her. Yuchai says she has probably calmed down, and they will go see the dress for North's party, mentioning that Rauch wants to make final adjustments to the dress and would like to hear Steffi's opinion. It is mentioned that Rauch doesn't have any plans, so the woman will just try it on and to let her know if she has any concerns, and she'll tell Rauch. Synil-sama opens the door, wondering if it. The dress is shown, and then with Synil-sama and the woman together again, there is a to be continued. A dress lies in tatters on the floor, and a young boy named Yuichi gazes upon the wreckage with wide, green eyes, immediately knowing who the culprit is. Duly, kneeling and blindfolded, is brought forth, and Yuichi demands an explanation for the ruined dress, made by Rauch for Steffi. It wasn't a human who directly touched the dress, he deduces, and identifies Duly's familiar as the culprit. He presses Duly for an explanation, but the mage could only apologize. Yuichi reflects that the actions of a familiar are the owner's responsibility. When asked about Duly's familiar, Yuichi reveals it's the beast they saw before. The beast, a large white wolf with piercing red eyes, appears, and Yuichi asks if it caused the incident. The wolf confirms it did, but claims it wasn't its intention. Yuichi questions if the wolf was manipulated by magic, and the wolf admits it doesn't know, only remembering being in that state. Yuichi understands and thanks him. Duly summons his familiar Vito, and Yuichi asks the wolf if he caused the incident, which he admits to. Yuichi reflects, considering whether the wolf was manipulated, but ultimately expresses understanding. He declares they should attack, but Yuichi stops him, sensing the real culprit has arrived, and in walks Magdalena. Yuichi accuses her of being the true culprit behind the ruined dress, pressing if that man's familiar tore Lady Estefania's dress. Magdalena feigns ignorance. Rauch reassures that the dress will be made again, but Magdalena dismisses it as stupid to fuss over a ruined dress, but Steffi looks back on the ruined dress. Magdalena remarks that it might be good that Steffi's meaning of life increased, even if she hates it, and says it will be fine if Lady Estefania begs Master as Steffi looks at her. As Magdalena reaches out and grabs Steffi's dress, Steffi slaps her hand away, anger flashing in her eyes. Magdalena questions Steffi's actions and demands an apology to Rauch, but Steffi refuses. Steffi warns that if Magdalena doesn't apologize, she will take appropriate measures, remembering begging Synil-sama. Magdalena's face twists in anger. Steffi tells her that it is better if she stopped. Yuichi says it will come back twice as much, and Steffi says as long as that exists. Both glare at each other. Magdalena smiles, calling it disappointing that they couldn't become friends, moving to grab Steffi. Yuichi grabs Steffi's hand, stopping her, and Steffi tells him not to. Rauch thinks it's not Steffi's fault as the child Steffi smiles. Steffi is asked to call him as Rauch thinks it's not Steffi's fault as Rauch says do as you like. Steffi suddenly speaks in a foreign tongue, frightening the wolf before his paw appears. The wolf's face appears as they all stand before it as Steffi speaks. As Steffi seems to communicate with the wolf, she asks the question, then shows off its eye. Rauch calls they will thank Magdalena later and says the dress will be ready, as Yuichi smiles. Yuichi smiles, thanking Steffi, who says she's going to veto for a bit, as she's going into the woods. She leaves Yuichi alone and then she approaches the wolf. Steffi asks the wolf what he wants to talk about, and the wolf says that he wants to talk for a little bit. When Steffi says she doesn't mind if it's the wolf, she is asked about the smell of death. The wolf asked if she's going to die soon. It tells her it's human to guess when someone's about to die because Rauch told her she smelled of death. The wolf confirms Rauch is a monster and that the frivolous green-haired man is her master, so she cannot move of her own will. He asks that she asks the person, then tells her of the strong scent of attachment. The wolf then asks her what as she looks to the wolf. Steffi wonders about Rauch and thinks it could be because she is going to die soon, so then the text says to be continued. A strange scent and a hint of magic clung to Mia, causing a white fox named Vito to question her about it, even asking if it was because they had slept together and if the ring she wore was the source. Vito wondered if Synil-sama was in love with her and if that was why he was marking her so strongly. Mia denied it, admitting she didn't understand magic and marking, but that Synil-sama could never love her, especially since she lacked magic and her own family didn't love her. She told Vito she'd ask Rauch about the scent of death again and needed to discuss something else with him, like why he had been snooping around her window, those crazed eyes making her certain he wasn't in his right mind. Vito claimed he didn't remember. Mia realized Vito was likely manipulated by Magdalena that time, even though she hadn't met Magdalena back then. After Vito said that was all she came to ask, Mia walked away but wondered about Rauch's attack and how much it hurt. Back in the palace, she speculated that Magdalena was using Vito to eliminate mages she disliked, and perhaps used the day of the full moon as a test. Mia shuddered, realizing Magdalena could even manipulate familiars and was a terrifying person, thankful for the ring that might have saved her life. She decided she had better straighten things out with Synil-sama, but she felt like he was running away from her. To avoid inconveniencing him in the future, Mia knew she needed a proper understanding of what had been given to her. Mia spaced out and found herself in a strange place and wondered where she was, then saw a hole in the wall. She noted the height and that a mage must have made a blunder because Synil-sama would be pissed. A growl sounded and she questioned Vito, asking what he was doing there and if he had something else to discuss. His eyes glowed red and he looked rabid as she questioned him. She wondered what she should do, afraid her voice wouldn't work. She stepped back and she thought of Magdalena. Magdalena appeared, taunting Mia for being driven into a corner and complimented herself before stating that if attacking her was useless, she would do something other than attack. Magdalena said she never imagined she'd come to such a convenient place so soon and wondered how it felt to stand alongside her master, implying it must have felt good. But unfortunately, Mia wouldn't be living that dream anymore and told her to die. Vito lunged and Mia fell, thinking that this was how it ends. Mia thought she had been done in by Magdalena, but decided she didn't intend to go down quietly. Magdalena pressed a button and Mia plummeted towards a large red button, regretting they couldn't have got along. It was unfortunate that they weren't able to get along. Mia thought she learned 3 things. First, that she was trapped in the past. Second, that the destructive power of an Oshi, someone you stand above all else, was insane. And lastly, that she wanted to be killed by Synil-sama and die. Mia continued to fall and thought she was sure Synil-sama would kill her if she asked. So until the day she met her end by his hands. Mia reconsiders, deciding she didn't want to die yet. What if he couldn't hear her? What if he didn't come? What if he didn't make it in time? What if it was all her misunderstanding? She hugged herself, stuck in the past, but someone assured her that it was all right because she was able to leave her family and get out of there, and asked if she wanted to change, telling her not to worry so much because it was just calling his name. Someone held her hand, wishing her good luck, and Mia affirmed that she wanted to change and had to take a step or nothing changes. With newfound resolve, Mia resolved to show her desires and called out to Synil-sama to save her. As she fell, Mia thought that she wouldn't say she loved him. Synil-sama appeared and caught her as she reached out to him. Mia exclaimed that he really came and wondered what happened. Mia tugged at Synil-sama's sleeve and he asked what the reason was for not taking her life. As the little winged girl Rauch reached them, Synil-sama turned to Rauch and asked if she was trying to interrupt him. Rauch responded no, stating she came to take care of her. Synil-sama looked to Magdalena and remarked that Rauch was a monster, but he didn't know she had pointy ears. Magdalena cried, stating that it was fake as the pair unleashed their magic, as Rauch apologized. Yuichi thinks he should have done it first, remembering the noble figures leaving someone for the role of warding. Knowing she would try her best, he thinks of someone who will become happy. Back in the present, Yuichi is with Steffi, who is worried and apologizes, but he dismisses her concerns, saying it's fine as long as she's safe. Steffi asks what happened to Magdalena, having heard a loud noise, and remembers Sinnel saving her, bringing her to this room. She wonders if Magdalena died and if that means the story has changed. She calls out to Steffi, who looks tired and apologizes for causing trouble, but Yuichi tells her not to apologize, placing a cool cloth on her forehead. Steffi reflects that she never thought she'd get a fever, and Yuichi wonders if it's normal to have such a high fever, realizing Steffi was hiding her poor health. If this happens often, he can't pretend he didn't see it and takes her hand. Steffi tells him she seems prone to fatigue and didn't want to worry him, so she kept quiet, and Yuichi apologizes for not being able to help. Steffi tells him not to apologize. Yuichi apologizes but says now isn't the time to talk about it and tells her to rest, closing the door behind him. Steffi lies in bed, thinking the shock of him changing the story might be the cause of her illness. She clutches her ring, tears streaming down her face as she thinks of something she hopes will never happen. Yuichi stands outside the door, thinking that even though Magdalena died, Sinnel and Angelica will still meet, but something seems to be changing drastically. Steffi wonders why Sinnel is trying to move forward with her and why he would want to sleep with her, desperately hoping he won't abandon her. She knows it's impossible, deciding not to have any expectations, and wonders if Sinnel loves her. She thinks Sinnel loves her and Sinnel's eyes widen, thinking that it can't be true. Flashback to the first time Sinnel saw Steffi, thinking she was a strange woman, not knowing if she was a princess, but he couldn't care less, wanting to kill her quickly because she was making excuses. Steffi tells Sinnel she likes him, but he thinks he'll keep her in the castle without understanding those feelings. He reflects on when someone tries to lay their hands on her, an unfathomable rage wells up inside him, questioning what this feeling is. He sees Steffi's name and thinks not to be scared, remembering her negative side, but only when she tells him she loves him does she smile. He questions why and says he doesn't know what she's thinking or how he feels. Rudolph asks Sinnel if he is listening. Rudolph asks if Sinnel is a doll, but Sinnel says it would be weirder if he didn't turn into one, and Rudolph says he's full of events that will make Sinnel despair about life. Sinnel tells him to shut up, but Rudolph ignores him and tells him that if he hadn't picked him up he would have died, but Sinnel says he doesn't care. Rudolph says he will let him grow as he is, and since the person who truly loves him won't appear anyway, it's just his face or magical power that will attract people. That's why he can't return the love, so there's no need to improve himself. Rudolph says he likes being alone, but Sinnel continues the conversation. Sinnel reflects on how humans reveal their most vulgar desires, and he was tired of erasing the existence of that crowd around him. There's no way he'd feel despair about life because of that. He wonders if a human loves him. He wonders what if there is, but says he doesn't need it, but remembers something else. Sinnel holds Steffi's hand and thinks it was unexpected, continuing to question the meaning of her words and actions, but the answer came to each other. Synil-sama loves me, he thinks, sitting by her bedside and realizes, oh, so that's it. Sinnel takes Steffi's hand. He also gave her the role of warding off unnecessary women and gave her a ring. He remembers their time together. Sinnel says he knows she hasn't opened her heart, but he doesn't care about that anymore, and no matter what her intentions are, he won't let her go, adding that if she hates him, she must hate herself for appearing in front of him. Sinnel tells Steffi to wake up quickly. Estefania wakes to a crisis, still worrying about the situation with Synil-sama. Yuichi arrives with a doctor to give her a checkup since she's a noma. Yuichi assures her that Vito won't be wandering around freely anymore and then bids her farewell. Estefania wonders why he'd bring a doctor, especially since getting an examination is a problem. She tells the doctor, Jeanette, that she doesn't need to be examined, merely exhausted, and asks Jeanette to tell Yuichi that she didn't find anything wrong, as she knows what the result would be. Besides, she has to avoid word of the exam results reaching Yuichi and the others. Jeanette asks if Estefania has any concerns she would like to talk about and offers to help her in some way. Estefania declines, and Jeanette assures her that a doctor never shares patient information without consent. Jeanette gives her word, leaving Estefania alone with her thoughts. Estefania remembers being told she has YGG disease and only 3 months to live, which is why she came to Central to make some final memories. It's been over a month since that prognosis, and Jeanette can't say for certain if it's changed much. Estefania wonders how that could be, looking at the ring on her finger, thinking this is affecting it all. Jeanette tells her that the truth is, since Estefania received this ring from a mage, all the malaise she felt cleared up completely. She asks about the nature of the ring and is told the mage imbued it with protective magic, and that other mages say it's the soul of his magic. Jeanette says it's dangerous to wear something like that, and says magic should never be used on a noma. It's common knowledge, but mages don't understand that nuance. It puzzles her that the ring is forestalling the progression of the disease, and that for a noma with YGG disease, magic is somehow beneficial. Jeanette states that magic is toxic to nomas, but it's too soon to say, but it's a plausible hypothesis, and that for the time being, she'll do some research, but Estefania shouldn't remove the ring. She must not give up hope and that they will fight this together. It's been a while since she came to Central, but she'd find a hint about her illness after all this time, Estefania thinks. She reflects, wondering if she can stay by Synil-sama this way until time runs out, but suddenly realizes something. She suddenly recalls Synil-sama having picked her up and wonders why. She decides to ask Synil-sama the meaning behind his actions. Now's her chance. Sinnel asks about the doctor's examination, and Estefania thinks he knows that she had a fever last night from Yuchai. He asks if there's anything wrong. Sinnel suddenly grabs her neck, asking what she said yesterday morning because it's impossible to stay with him any longer. Sinnel apologizes and asks her if it is impossible to stay with him, demanding that she answer him. She notices Sinnel is impatient. Sinnel says that's good then, and Estefania wonders what that could be, before resolving to thank him for last night and apologize, as even though he said one wish per day, she wound up asking for a second. Sinnel says he doesn't recall limiting her to one, and she realizes he didn't say anything about a limit. She thinks back but realizes it's her wish for today. Sinnel rejects her request, saying he made today's wish come true yesterday. She asks herself if she'll chalk it up to his whims, then wonders if calling him anyway shows she's become able to prioritize her own will. Therefore, he doesn't need an apology. As she realizes that she is capable of changing, Yuchai then tells Steffi that he needs to talk to her about what happens next, thinking she'd be there with his master. Yuchai says it's perfect timing and explains that he's been thinking it might be better if she didn't go north. He says that Jeanette said there's nothing wrong, but he can't help but worry about her going to snow country so soon after being sick. But Estefania states that it's true she shouldn't push her body too much, but she'd like to go. As with Magdalena, she wound up inconveniencing him, needing to be of use to Synil-sama this time, and that she's always wanted to go to snow country. She asks him if she can't, to which Yuchai asks what she thinks. He allows her to do as she likes. Yuchai asks Steffi to promise not to push herself too hard while she's there, and says he'll let Rauch and Peace know. She is thankful he didn't say she couldn't go. Estefania wonders what's with the atmosphere between them, as she thought it's odd but wonders what is as Synil-sama looks at her. She wonders if Sinnel is actually in love with her or something, and reminds herself that she's not his special someone and clarifies that she won't have funny expectations anymore. He asks what if I said yes. Synil-sama asks Steffi what if she said yes, to which he jokes and asks if he even makes jokes. He responds that he thinks it would be a joke to laugh about, and Steffi wonders what he would do if she stayed in the castle. Sinnel says she can stay even if the time limit expires, but Steffi thinks that he isn't joking. Steffi questions the meaning of Sinnel's words and what it means for him to be with Angelica. She wants to deny the situation, but can't deny the earnestness of his gaze, and realizes she has no idea why he fell in love with her. Steffi expresses gratitude but says she will leave when the time comes, thinking that Sinnel pushes her away so coldly. She finds it unreasonable to ask her to believe in his feelings right away, believing he should think of her as troublesome. Sinnel's expression hardens and Steffi questions what she should do, admitting she doesn't know what kind of expression Synil-sama is making. Sinnel tells her he understands her position but suddenly grabs her, shocking Steffi. He tells her he'll show her affection until she's sick of it and that she should brace herself, before pulling her close for a kiss. Yuchai then appears and asks Steffi if she's home. Steffi is surprised and thinks it wasn't a dream that Sinnel kissed her and told her to brace herself. Yuchai is shocked that Steffi would turn Master down and then asks her what she doesn't like about Sinnel. Steffi denies it and Yuchai insists he heard her turning Sinnel down and asks if it's because she only likes him as a fan, unable to accept his feelings. Steffi says it's not about not liking him. Yuchai insists it's up to him and tells Steffi to forget about all the constraints, including types of love, status, the future, or the past. He says she's standing alone in a pure white world where she can do anything, and Sinnel appeared. Yuchai asks Steffi what she wants to do, and she wonders what she would do if she met Sinnel in a situation where nothing was predetermined. If she really didn't have any cares, she would want to know more about him, the Synil-sama living in this world. Yuchai asks Steffi if he's speaking from there, and she says yes, a person who thought she realized she was in love. Steffi realizes she's been caught up in the future dictated by the original story, and maybe she wasn't truly facing this world's voices, sense, or ways of expressing emotions, wishing she knew at least one of those things. Moreover, she realizes her past self died suppressing her heart and she regretted it. She thinks that this life would be a repeat of her past, and she ended up repeating the same pattern when she met Synil-sama. But now, Steffi remembers her initial resolve and acknowledges that if you're going to die anyway, you must do what you want to do. Steffi decides to try to be more honest with her feelings, so she won't have any regrets in the end. Yuchai tells her not to just try her best, but to enjoy the trip too, but Steffi questions what he means by enjoy the trip, as it's as if Yuchai isn't coming along. Yuchai says that's right, but he wanted to come too, but since Master is away from the castle, it's impossible as someone needs to oversee the sorcerers in his absence. Steffi realizes that apart from Synil-sama, there's no one else and it's going to be a journey with just the two of them. Steffi confessed that she wanted to know more about Synil-sama, but questioned if being alone with him was too much. She wondered if Yuichi had to be the one to stay at the castle, but Yuichi declared that he was the only one who could do it. Steffi apologized, and Yuichi told her to tell him her story, boasting that he was a powerful magician. Steffi realized that she didn't know much about Yuichi either. She thought about Yuichi and how he was revered by fellow magicians, and then she thought that if she interacted with him, she would be able to get to know him better. Steffi realized she'd been giving too many excuses and relied too much on Yuichi's kindness, so she resolved that she wanted to know Yuichi. Yuichi looked surprised as Steffi told him that she wanted to know about him, not just Synil-sama. Yuichi smiled, saying they should talk a lot when he returned from the northern country, and Steffi happily agreed. Steffi prayed that their trip alone would be successful. Yuichi reassured Steffi not to be so tense and everything would be okay, and that any mishap would appear cute to the master. Steffi denied that was the case and realized she wanted to tell Steffi something. Yuichi told Steffi that she would need to handle her personal affairs on her own because he couldn't accompany her, as he usually prepared with Yuichi's magic for the trip to the northern country, which was planned for 3 nights and 4 days, so she had to change clothes by herself. Steffi was worried about how to change into her party outfit alone, and Yuichi told her not to worry about it, explaining he had consulted with Lucy and made arrangements so she could change herself, which made Steffi relieved. The departure day for the northern country arrived in no time. Yuichi told Steffi she looked very beautiful and Steffi thanked him. As they were going to the northern country by carriage, Steffi thought that they would go there directly with Synil's magic. But Yuichi explained that it was a rule to go by carriage when officially visiting another country, as appearing suddenly would shock everyone. Steffi understood. Yuichi called out to Estefania-chan as she came to see them off, and Steffi thanked her for coming. Nestor gave Steffi advice and said it was better to voice everything she was thinking and that her romance skills were notoriously low, advising that she should move aside, Sinnel then grabbing Nestor's face. Steffi was pushed aside as Nestor was assaulted, and she watched in confusion as Sinnel approached her, grabbing her hands. Steffi's heart began to race, and she wondered what was going on as Sinnel said that he would make it keenly clear to him, so be prepared. Steffi was so nervous that she couldn't even bring herself to look at his face, but she steeled herself to confront Sinnel, the world's Lord Sinnel, and vowed to do her best. Sinnel told her that he wanted her to take care of him, and then he took her hand and kissed it, saying it was his pleasure. Steffi blushed intensely, feeling that it might be impossible after all. She called out to Yuichi, asking if they shouldn't be leaving soon, and Yuichi replied that he was ready. Sinnel replied that she should take care and have a good trip as the carriage began to float. Yuichi said that if anything happened, she should tell Master right away as he was worried. He said that he hadn't had a proper talk with Steffi since, and that Rauch was a demon and a formidable one, which meant Peace was also an incredible magician. Yuichi looked at Steffi, thinking that characters not depicted in the original work and story not found in the original, realizing she would not be the same if she didn't face the world she was in right now. As the carriage flew, Steffi was nervous. Steffi resolved to do her best as the carriage began to fly. Just when she thought the carriage was tipping, she realized it was flying in the sky. Steffi realized that there was no way a carriage provided by a magician would be normal. Steffi began to cry and wondered what was going on. Steffi and Sinnel fell inside the carriage, and Steffi apologized and Sinnel asked her if she was all right. Sinnel caught Steffi before she fell and told her it was dangerous. He caught her and wondered if she could sit by herself, but Sinnel said it was dangerous and held her. Sinnel helped Steffi steady herself after the turbulence, and then he picked her up as Steffi was carried. Steffi was embarrassed and Sinnel asked her if she was heavy. She blushed and apologized, but Sinnel told her not to mind and that he could handle it with magic. Steffi asked if she was heavy, and Sinnel replied that it might be because of her clothes, as he touched her hand and wondered how many times she had activated the magic. He then mentioned the ring, wondering if there was something wrong, stating that the magic power he stored in the ring had decreased, and it shouldn't have decreased so much from just one activation. Steffi wondered what had suddenly came up and wondered why it was only just once. Sinnel asked if something was wrong and touched her hand. He stated that the magic power stored in the ring has decreased. Steffi wondered why that happened. Sinnel, noticing the magic power stored in the ring had decreased more than it should have, wonders about the cause. The woman, whose name we later learn is No-ma, is shocked at the revelation and asks what caused the decrease. Sinnel, looking contemplative, touches No-ma's hand, sensing that even though the magic power is irrelevant, the ring still affects her health, making her sick if it's taken away. No-ma considers telling Sinnel that she feels sick but stops herself, deciding it's better to wait until after he knows her better, and she asks if she can keep wearing it. She tells Sinnel it's like a charm to her and believes nothing bad will happen with him around. Sinnel, with a reassuring smile, tells her not to move and begins to recharge the magic power, deciding not to take the ring away just yet. He considers that in this situation, it no longer matters whether he touches Synil-sama or not. Noma flushes, thinking he dislikes her, and Sinnel says they will investigate the cause once they return, asking her to bear with it for now. Noma says she understands. Sinnel is glad it worked somehow, but Noma suddenly feels cold. They have arrived in the snowy country, and Noma, seeing the scenery outside, exclaims that it's amazing, as it's her first time seeing a snowy country. She remarks that everything is white and notes that they are arriving at a castle. Noma thinks they must also have Eastern Kingdom royals here, deciding she must confirm with Synil-sama so she doesn't get forcefully repatriated. She calls out to Sinnel as the carriage lurches suddenly, and he tells her to keep still, as they are about to arrive. Noma, feeling unwell and struggling, remembers that the adrenaline helped her before, but she can't handle falling. Back in the present, Noma wakes up in a bed and wonders where she is and what she's doing here, remembering being in the carriage. Sinnel, reading a book nearby, says this is the Northern Kingdom's castle, confirming Noma's suspicions, and she realizes Lord Sinnel carried her all the way here after she passed out during an important visit to another country. She panics because she messed up right away, and Sinnel tells her that if she doesn't like it, there's no need to force herself to use magic to return, and Noma thinks it almost sounds like they will return together. Noma says that she doesn't have any desire to return to that country and that she was treated as if she didn't exist there. Sinnel replies that there's no way he's sending her back and wonders to himself if he should just kill them. Noma is surprised, asking if he means the Eastern Kingdom's royal family, and then Sinnel states that they are already here. Noma is shocked, wondering what he wants to do, and Sinnel wonders if he should kill them, causing Noma to tell him not to want them dead that badly. Crown Prince Jorge learns that the rumors are true. My daughter is actually engaged to the Grand Duke, and he understands what needs to be done as it will please even his sister, giving her a chance to serve her homeland. A shocking announcement echoes through the Grand Hall. Estefania and Lord Sinnel will share a room. The maid confirms this arrangement, causing Estefania to wonder if they shouldn't be separated instead. Sinnel dismisses the suggestion, and Estefania tries to calm herself, reasoning that sharing a room is natural since they're pretending to be engaged. She thinks that if they sleep separately, it should be fine, but the possibility of Fanny's presence helping Sinnel sleep causes her inner turmoil. Sinnel assures them that separate rooms aren't necessary. He then orders the maid to bring food, apologizing for the outburst. The next day, the main event for visiting the Northern Kingdom will take place, but Estefania knows her mind won't get any rest, and she observes Sinnel eating, noting it's the first time she's seen him eat something other than sweets. Sinnel asks if she thought he was a monster that didn't need food, a sentiment echoed by others, but Estefania insists she never thought that, realizing Sinnel is also human. He gets hungry, sleepy, and surely feels pain too. Sinnel stares intently, and Estefania acknowledges that she's already seen him in an undignified, human-like state, referencing when she found him collapsed, seemingly frozen. She claims it wasn't his fault and asks him if he trusts Yuchai. Sinnel replies flatly that he does not, adding that it can't go against him and that's why he uses it. Estefania wonders if this applies to all magic users under Sinnel, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Sinnel asks why Estefania is so tense despite not fearing him. She hesitantly admits it because Sinnel is handsome, causing him to question his face. He asks if he should change his face to help her relax, which makes Estefania internally question if he wants her to be at ease around him. Though she quickly scolds herself for thinking Sinnel looks cute, reminding herself that he is still Lord Sinnel to her. Sinnel notes her determined gaze is the same as ever, although his appearance is now different. And Estefania says what she loves most is who he is inside. But Sinnel thinks to himself this did not exactly solve the problem, as Estefania's admission only serves to fuel his own internal conflict. Estefania is embarrassed by what she said, and Sinnel is interrupted by Harold, his visitor. Sinnel apologizes but asks for a moment of his time and excuses himself, telling Estefania to stay in the room until he returns. Sinnel meets with Harold, who tells him to make it quick, who he believes is in a bad mood because he interrupted his time with Estefania. Harold then asks Sinnel for a favor, revealing that he's next in line for the throne because his father and brother were murdered by Rudolph Norris, who was after a national treasure in the Northern Kingdom, a chalice. Harold presents Sinnel with a scroll detailing the chalice, which is said to grant extraordinary magical power if a Norma pours human blood into it and drinks from it. And if such an item become widely known, it could become the spark of war. Harold explains the chalice is a secret of the Northern Kingdom's royal family, and that Rodolfo learned of the chalice's existence and appeared before his father. Harold explains the chalice will be retrieved from the underground treasury for use in tomorrow's coronation ceremony, stating there's a high chance Rodolfo will appear at the castle, begging Sinnel to kill Rodolfo. Sinnel tells him he will think about it and leaves, as Harold begs him to do it for the sake of avenging his father and brother and for the future of the Northern Kingdom. Back in his room, Estefania is looking out the window, wondering why Sinnel hasn't returned yet. Thinking she feels like she's heard the name Harold before, suddenly exclaiming that Harold René Whitetro is the new king of the Northern Kingdom. She thinks it's disrespectful to stay in her room without even greeting him, berating herself, and resolves to apologize next time they meet. She considers that she needs to make more medicine soon, because she only brought 2 doses with her, and she's already used them all up, and that the herbs needed to make it only grow in the Eastern Kingdom. Thinking about what she should do, Lord Sinnel is back, she thinks, but quickly changes her mind, thinking Sinnel would never knock, wondering if it is maybe not the new king of the Northern Kingdom, as she has a bad feeling. The voice at the door says their name is Jorge, but Estefania doesn't recognize them, and the person replies that they are her older brother. A look of shock spreads across Estefania's face as she struggles to comprehend that the figure claims to be her brother. Estefania is shocked to hear the man behind the door claim he's her older brother. He reveals himself, the Crown Prince of the Eastern Kingdom, arrived to see her. With a wave, he demands she open the door, adding that she wouldn't acknowledge him before because his eyes weren't blue. When she asks what he wants, he replies that he came to pay his respects to the Grand Duke, who he assumes is inside, and repeats his demand to open the door. He then says that if the Grand Duke is not there, it's all the more reason for her to let him in, stating that he wanted a one-on-one chat with her anyway. He calls out her name, Estefania, reminding her that not opening the door isn't an option. Realizing she has no choice, Estefania grabs the handle and opens the door, a knot forming in her stomach. As she opens the door, she thinks it's odd that it won't open and wonders why it's not budging when she didn't even lock it. After some struggling, the door opens and he asks why it took so long. He is prepared to force his way in, but the door seems to be stuck and he cannot open it. Just then, a man appears behind Estefania, telling her to stay in the room until he gets back, his eyes piercingly cold. Estefania realizes it must be Lord Sinnel's magic and internally scolds him for not telling her. Her brother insists she's lying when she says she didn't do anything, but Estefania thinks that this conversation isn't going anywhere, so she asks to continue another day since the door is locked. He agrees but warns her not to run away tomorrow, as he wants to talk while looking her in the eyes. The storm having passed, Estefania waits for Lord Sinnel, reflecting on the earlier encounter. She decides that it's not even worth mentioning to Sinnel, as he probably just came to mock her eyes. As the night air makes her uneasy, she is startled when Sinnel appears, scolding her for leaving the room when he told her not to. When she apologizes and tries to return, he grabs her hand and asks what happened, unconvinced by her nothing. He notices something is off and a memory stirs. The feeling is like déjà vu. Sinnel asks if she wants to know about Rodolfo, but then seems to realize that topic should be closed. He used to forbid her from mentioning the previous Grand Duke, but now wonders if he actually wants to talk about him now. She internally resolves that she wants to know about the previous Grand Duke, as Sinnel can't just kick her out anymore. She also wants to know about Sinnel himself, causing Sinnel to lean in close, questioning why she wants to know. He wonders why she wants to learn about the previous Grand Duke and Sinnel. He then questions what kind of things she wants to know, like hobbies or food preferences. She wants to know what things Sinnel doesn't like people doing to him or things he likes. She replies that she wants to know more about Sinnel, calling him strange, and then wonders if that was rude. Sinnel agrees to tell her, but in exchange, she has to tell him about herself too, and he leans in even closer, questioning why she barely talks about herself. When she says his closeness is making her uncomfortable, he asks her what she has decided, and when she says she hasn't, he kisses her. As Sinnel leans in to kiss her neck, she is shocked. Sinnel asks what she's decided, and when she replies that she hasn't decided anything, he pulls away and sits on the couch, upset. He tells her not to run off on her own, and when she starts to cry, Sinnel asks whose fault it is that she's upset. Leaning on him, Sinnel asks about her food preferences as they relax together. He asks if she's asking those questions and then explains that anything that gets in his way is a nuisance. Back in the past, Rodolfo takes care of Sinnel and tells the story of how they met. Sinnel's past, unrevealed in the original work, is about to unfold as the story shifts to Sinnel as a child. He is surrounded by wolves in the snow, staring at him, drool dripping from their fangs. Sinnel stands on a branch above them as the wolves below want to tear him apart, and he asks himself if he's really going to die. Sinnel attacks with magic, defeating the wolves. Rodolfo finds Sinnel on the ground and asks himself if he is a child. He covers the bleeding child in his coat. Sinnel wakes up in a bed, surprised to find no wounds. Rodolfo, seated nearby, tells him he should thank him for saving him from the monsters. Sinnel says to Rodolfo that he has nothing to be thanked for and asks why he saved him. Rodolfo said it wasn't something to be glared at and tells Sinnel to cry or thank him sweetly, but Sinnel simply asks where he wants to go. Sinnel coldly replies it has nothing to do with Rodolfo, but Rodolfo then asks if he has a place to return to. Rodolfo asks Sinnel if he wants to go to Sinnel's place to return to, and when Sinnel responds that he doesn't have one, Rodolfo offers to take him in, which Sinnel questions. Rodolfo says Sinnel looks interesting, so he thought he would make him his servant, prompting Sinnel to ask who wants to be a servant and then asks who Rodolfo is. Rodolfo introduces himself as Rodolfo, the next Archduke of the Central Territory. 5 years later, Sinnel stayed with Rodolfo despite all the twists and turns, as Rodolfo was a wizard. Rodolfo was self-centered and always wanted to avoid trouble, so Sinnel went to the Central Territory with him. He assumed he would be looked down upon by the magicians, and that would be it. Rodolfo appears covered in blood, casually calling out to Sinnel, who is lying wounded on the ground. Rodolfo, covered in blood, sits on a throne as he tells the young Sinnel that he has been waiting for him. The story ends with Sinnel looking down at the fallen body of his master, Rodolfo. Sinnel, only 10 years old, sits among towering books, contemplating the Central Territory. When his older brother barges in, declaring he's the next Archduke, Sinnel retorts sarcastically, prompting his brother to demand he explain what he meant, frustration brewing. Sinnel calmly studies the book, realizing that to become the Archduke, one must defeat the current one, wondering if it's his fault for not fixing his brother's personality. His brother leaves, telling him not to come back if he loses. Sinnel knows he'll have to invite him back for some fun. His brother grabs him, furious, but Sinnel tells him to stop. 8 years later, Sinnel, now a young man, sits at his desk covered in magical diagrams, diligently working. He's interrupted by someone asking if he's Sinnel, but Sinnel, covered in blood, demands to know who they are. The man tells Sinnel that he needs to come to Silver Castle immediately because Rodolfo is killing all the magicians, reminding Sinnel that he's known Rodolfo for a long time and maybe he can fix this. Sinnel walks to the castle, leaving a trail of bloody footprints in the snow. Inside the castle, the scene is horrific, with bodies strewn everywhere, and Rodolfo sits on his throne, claiming it's the worst. He looks at Sinnel, waiting. Sinnel appears to be falling through the air. Rodolfo smirks, acknowledging Sinnel's arrival, stating he had been waiting for him. Sinnel asks him what he's doing, and Rodolfo retorts that he's grown up. Sinnel asks again more firmly what Rodolfo is doing. Rodolfo asks what as Sinnel observes the carnage around him. Rodolfo asks if Sinnel needs an invitation, calling Sinnel blunt, and finally says Sinnel's name. Rodolfo says he has envied Sinnel for a long time. As Rodolfo prepares a magical attack, Sinnel is bewildered. Rodolfo asks if Sinnel can die, declaring he's serious. Rodolfo asks for a reason, even though Sinnel is overflowing with magic, taunting him that he'll never get it. Rodolfo launches his attack and tells Sinnel to come, servant, declaring it's time to offer his body to him. Sinnel asks who Rodolfo thinks he is talking down to. A woman, thinking to herself, recalls she knew Lord Sinnel was an orphan, but never imagined the connection he had to the former Archduke and the sudden change. She thinks there has to be a reason the former Archduke killed those magicians. Leaning on Sinnel, who rests on her lap, she muses that she saw Lord Sinnel when he was a kid, which she shouldn't know. She remembers when she hugged Sinnel, feeling it was unconscious, as she wanted to hold the young lord in her arms. She thinks maybe that's all there was to it, but acknowledges Lord Sinnel seems to belong in solitude, which is what everyone thinks. She reflects that this awkward, emotionally clumsy man Sinnel created tension. She questions why she is thinking all this. Sinnel's face is serious. Elliot once told her that Lord Sinnel despised the former Grand Duke. After hearing the story for herself, she knew this wasn't simple. She thinks he's someone who saved his life, someone like a parent or sibling, but also someone who tried to kill him, realizing there's no way it wouldn't feel complicated. The woman sits with Sinnel's head in her lap as he covers his eyes. The woman asks Sinnel if he would want to live in the place he used to stay, knowing it must mean the house he shared with the former Grand Duke, asking if that's okay. She says if it's Sinnel, then yes, wanting him to use her however he needs, stating that her greatest wish is to be of use to Lord Sinnel. She looks forward to seeing his home, Lord Sinnel. The woman asks Sinnel why he is bringing up the former Grand Duke, noting that Lord Sinnel only started acting strange after coming back to the room. She thinks there is a chance the man will appear at the castle tomorrow, adding that he's after the national treasure. She recalls Sinnel asking to talk about a request earlier, and the possibility of encountering the former Grand Duke must be why Lord Sinnel was acting off. She says that tomorrow she'll probably be by the Northern Kingdom's king, and she'll be alone during the ceremonies and parties, making her uneasy but that she'll be fine and please prioritize the request. Sinnel states he won't take it, but she asks why not, saying that isn't the request about protecting the national treasure or the king. However, Sinnel replies it's not. The request is to kill Rodolfo. The woman is shocked. Sinnel says what he does with him depends on the reason behind his incomprehensible actions. The woman is next to him. Sinnel states that he won't be ordered around by anyone, saying that if taking the request means leaving her side, then no matter how much money he's offered, he never intended to accept it. She asks him to stay by her side always, and he says okay. Sinnel touches her head and she feels him touching her hair. Sinnel holds her hand, and she orders him to stop. She asks what he is doing, and he says it's only natural if they are engaged. However, the woman says that's just a temporary engagement. Sinnel asks who said it was temporary, adding that he never said anything like that, stating she just misunderstood. The woman thinks that is not true and that he definitely said that. She thinks Sinnel didn't actually say it, but if they'd signed a contract, maybe her claim would hold up. She wonders if Lord Sinnel started seeing her this way, then she stops herself from overthinking it. Besides, they already did it once and it's too late now. Stating back then and now are completely different situations. The woman says fine, and Sinnel says he'll let it go for now. He tells her to say the usual thing, and with a sly grin, Sinnel reminds her of what that is. Synil Crown, ever the charmer, looks at Estefania, prompting her to say that "I love you" line, but she felt it was wrong in this situation. Estefania, finding herself on the spot, tells Sinnel to wait a second. She contemplates that Lord Sinnel probably won't let her go if she stays quiet, but she realizes she actually does love him. Or maybe she should just say it. Lord Sinnel. She is at loss for words, questioning why she can't say it now when it's something she said before. Telling your favorite that you love them shouldn't be embarrassing. Why does that word favorite feel off to her now? Sinnel asks her what's wrong. Her chest feels hot as she realizes there have been so many moments her heart fluttered around Lord Sinnel. And it felt different this time. Sinnel calls her name Estefania. She is finally trying to look honestly at her feelings for Lord Sinnel. Estefania apologizes, saying she zoned out for a second, so she suggests that they should talk about that love confession another time. Would it be okay if she told him when she was sure she believed in his feelings? She asked him. She asks Sinnel if he doesn't feel the same way, but realizes saying something like that so casually doesn't feel right, and Sinnel replies, fine. On the second day of the Northern Kingdom visit, there would be a party to celebrate the coronation and accession of the new king, so Estefania had to change into a formal outfit. She confirms that she has the right magic tool for today, grabs the blue crystal and cracks it, and her clothes change automatically. Yusai explains that each gem has different content and reminds her to remember which color goes with which timing. Luce made that dress for her in just a few days. She's grateful. Sinnel asks her if she is done, and she answers that she is sorry to keep him waiting, as she was worried she hadn't put it on properly. Sinnel tells her there is nothing strange about her outfit, but admits to himself he had the urge to kill every man who looked at her. She wonders if Lord Sinnel likes her more than she thought. He had started to feel that Estefania's attitude towards him has softened since last night, and he knows it's his story about the past that caused it. That glasses wearer is actually useful sometimes. Sinnel remembers Yusai's advice about showing vulnerability to get closer to Estefania. It wasn't intentional, but Sinnel guesses it worked. But that doesn't mean she's going to give in completely. Should he just ditch the whole thing, he thinks to himself. Estefania insists that he can't ditch it, reminding him of his promise to the king of the Northern Kingdom. While Estefania was still asleep this morning, he had another talk with the Northern King. Sinnel turned down his request to kill Rudolpho, but in exchange, they settled on a promise to protect the king's life. Sinnel thinks he could have honestly ignored the whole thing, but reassures Estefania that if there's anything he can do, she just needs to tell him. As long as she's by his side, that's enough. He won't let her deny it. They are now entering the Central Territory, Grand Duke Synil Crown and his fiancée, Estefania Eve Vilrest. All the stares are intense, she notices. Sinnel grabs her arm and she asks him what's wrong. He admits he was just going to erase the person who was looking at her with disgusting eyes, but Estefania tells him he can't do that. Even though Sinnel is powerful, causing a scene in an official setting like this is a bad idea. She asks him to please listen to her and he says fine. She introduces herself as Estefania Eve Vilrest, and they tell her that it's an honor to meet her. Estefania realizes that she can't believe the Grand Duke's fiancée is actually a princess from the Eastern Kingdom. She's never met them in person before, but they seem like good people. Even among royalty, there's clearly a difference in grace. With those words, the coronation began. Harold Rene Vitro is hereby recognized as the 20th king of the Northern Kingdom. She kept wondering if the previous Grand Duke might show up during the ceremony, but nothing happened, and she is so glad. Estefania is relieved. Estefania's family greets her with open arms, her father expressing how much he has missed her, but she only thinks of how much nerve they have. She turns away, Lord Sinnel grabbing her arm, telling her to go, as Jorge questions if she won't even greet them. Sinnel asks if she wants to talk to them, but grabs her hand, beginning to walk away as Jorge calls out to her, offended by her perceived lack of manners. Jorge tells her that's enough, as he understands she has strong feelings, but that they should let the past go and get along, further stating that she will be dealing with them from now on since she is the Grand Duke's fiancée. Estefania realizes that they just want to use her to get close to Sinnel. She walks with Sinnel, telling him she doesn't want to have anything to do with these people anymore. Sinnel remarks well done as Jorge asks if she is even listening. Jorge states that his father said he is going to acknowledge Sinnel as the Grand Duke, but he is perplexed by what he is doing. The father looks shocked, asking what Sinnel is doing. Sinnel, with a dark look, tells them to be grateful they are not dead. As they arrive in another room with people watching, Sinnel sits on the couch, pulling Estefania down next to him. He asks if this place is the upper part of the castle and why they are here. Estefania thinks that maybe he just wanted to get some fresh air and that there's still time before the party. She is feeling refreshed to be able to clearly say what she didn't like. She remembers that the prince from the Eastern Kingdom came to their room last night, and she had given up. Sinnel questions if it was last night, and Estefania is surprised. He asks what she means by that, and Estefania says nothing happened, and they didn't even come face to face. Sinnel tells her that she should still say those things properly. He then asks her to tell him about herself, and she puts her hands to her chest. She sheds a tear, wondering why Sinnel is telling her not to cry, and is reminded of when she was younger and was told not to cry over every little thing. However, Sinnel tells her there's no reason to stop her and to cry all she wants. Estefania smiles and asks if Sinnel has ever cried in his life, to which he responds no. She then asks if he would cry for her if she died. Sinnel asks her, as Estefania explains that she grew up without being loved even by her family, but that it's not that she was completely unloved, as she had a sick little sister, causing her to always be neglected. She remembers that her mother's love went to her sister. Estefania thinks that even though she's been enchanted with a spell to make love come true, she asks such a weird question, and that she just thought it would be nice if there was at least one person who would cry for her when she dies. Sinnel wonders if that's the reason she's trying to run away from him, and why she doesn't believe in how he feels and why she's leaving the castle, thinking it's probably because he acted coldly in the beginning. He recalls she told him that her only desire is for him to stay by her side. Estefania thinks that's not what she wants, as Sinnel tells her she said it while half asleep. He remembers her saying forever to stay by Lord Sinnel's side. Estefania wonders when she said that in her sleep, and he tells her that hearing her story, he understands that it's not him she doesn't trust, but herself. He was right, as Estefania grew up without receiving proper love, and believed she didn't deserve to be loved by anyone. Sinnel calls her name and says he loves her and that no matter who she is, his feelings won't change and that she deserves to be loved and to just believe that. Estefania thinks Sinnel is unfair and that he is really, really bad because he says exactly what she has always longed to hear. He says he loves her. He tells her that she asked if he would cry if she died and that she shouldn't think she can die so easily. He tells her that anyone who tries to kill her, he will kill them all. Estefania thinks she kept hiding behind the word fan all this time and that at first maybe she wasn't lying, but as she got to know Sinnel, her feelings began to change little by little. And yet she couldn't tell him how she felt back then because she understands now she was scared. That's the reason if she admitted her feelings for Sinnel, she'd have to seriously face her future. She wants to stay by his side forever, but the time she has left to be with him is limited. She tells herself she wants to stay by Sinnel's side, before remembering she can't because the more she tries to tell him about her short life expectancy, the less she can speak, wondering how he asked if she would cry if she died. She wonders if she asked if he would cry if she died. He tells her not to think that she can die so easily, and that anyone who tries to kill her, he'll kill them all. Sinnel coldly tells someone that he will kill anyone who tries to kill them. The girl asks what kind of things he can kill for her. Sinnel replies, asking if he didn't say he would fulfill everything she wished. It was the first time since being informed of her limited time left that she felt a genuine sense of relief. She realizes that she could entrust everything to Sinnel. She calls for Sinnel and tells him that since returning to Central, there is something she would like to discuss. Sinnel replies to speak now, but she declines, mentioning it's a matter of great importance and should be discussed after they return, and also about the effects of the ring, and a discussion about her future. She thinks that all these things should not be done in the rushed northern country, but in serene and tranquil locations. Sinnel understands. She thanks him. She thinks that the feeling of having met Sinnel will never change until the day she dies. After talking by both of them, they headed towards the party venue. Estefania wonders why she is alone at the venue. She remembers that as soon as they arrived, Sinnel was summoned by His Majesty, the King of the North Country, and that he won't be able to return immediately due to issues related to the previous Grand Duke as His Majesty apologized. But Estefania couldn't bear it and thinks she should be the one apologizing. Two girls wonder if Estefania is the Grand Duke's fiancée. The girls think she is beautiful, but doubt she is a partner of the Duke, saying that she must have approached him just for money anyway since people from the East Country are despicable. They notice she's been left behind because she refused to follow him, so it's not like she's been abandoned, and if she was there it would clearly make things harder for him. Sinnel appears before Estefania, and she thinks that they have only been apart for 3 minutes. Estefania wonders if it wasn't good that she didn't try to interact with anyone else. Sinnel calls them idiots and asks why she is making such a weird expression, saying she came back quite early and thought maybe she did wrong, but he denies this. He then tells her to let's go. Estefania is surprised and asks where to. He replies that they are going to meet someone from the West Country. It seems that two people found out she was alone and kindly invited her to the lounge where Sinnel just brought her and quickly disappeared. Marilyn asks Estefania how her brother is. Estefania questions this and Marilyn confirms he is very kind and she is proud of him. She continues that he lives in the castle of Central Duchy, thinking Lady Estefania would know him, mentioning that if they're talking about Marilyn's brother, then he must be a prince. Estefania thinks if such an important person lived in the castle, she would immediately know and asks his name, to which she replies that his name is Edward. Estefania says she doesn't know him, and Marilyn is surprised, assuming that her brother is still not quite there yet, but quickly says that is not what she meant, just that she doesn't know about him. Kidding that she knows her brother is an amazing mage and he just hasn't been in touch much since she went to Central Duchy, so she was a little worried, and her mother confirms this, saying that no news is good news too as long as he's healthy. She then says that she also wanted to talk about Estefania herself. A man says he will answer all of Steffi's questions and want to finish this quickly. He thinks that if she finds out his true identity, she'll definitely be. He asks if he doesn't think so. It's revealed he is the first prince of the West Country, Lord Edward Uchai Laswell. He says enough already and thinks that in that appearance he lacks charm and isn't cute at all, that it's impossible to exude charm in this outfit, to which the other man agrees, telling him to turn around and take off his clothes. The man then does so, and after noticing him, the first prince greets him in peace. Edward questions him, and the man says it seems there's nothing after all, to which Edward sarcastically says, "Is that so?" The man approaches Edward again and it's still not sure. Marilyn tells Estefania that she feels a sense of déjà vu with Her Majesty the Queen, and then asks why that is, adding that it's because she is Lady Estefania. They tell Estefania that if she doesn't mind, she can feel free to call them by their names, asking if that is okay, explaining that it doesn't suit her to be called Crown Princess in such a formal way, and she would be happy if she could call her Mia as they are of the same royal family, but Estefania can't do that. She says that the middle name is something only royalty possess and shouldn't be used by others. Mia tells her that her real name is Marilyn Mia Laswell, but she likes Mia because it's short and easy to call, so that's how it is, and if that's the case, there's no need to force herself to use her middle name, and mentions that she is Marilyn and to please call her Yara. Estefania says that she will address them as Lady Yara and Lady Marilyn. Mia then asks how she and the impenetrable Duke met, and that everyone on the continent is curious, since it's clear that the Duke holds Lady Estefania in very high regard. Estefania wonders how she is supposed to answer this, saying that from an outsider's perspective, she is Lord Synil's fiancée, but the truth is, Estefania thinks that the relationship between her and Lord Synil is like a mutual love, right? Estefania finds it embarrassing to say it out loud, and thinks that she hasn't even told Lord Synil face-to-face that she likes him yet, and she has to tell him in person. Mia and Yara think she is such an adorable creature that they understand the feeling of wanting to monopolize and can't take their eyes off them. Estefania can't. There's nothing she can do if she panics in such a place, thinking about everything when they return to the central territory. Lady Yara tells Lady Estefania yes, since the Duke is here, there's no need to worry, however, when she leaves this room, to please be very careful while walking. They mention that after the ceremony earlier, the two people from the eastern country were searching for her. One of them says, "Is that so?" Estefania thinks that perhaps they are not the type to give up just like that and questions if she brought her here for that reason. Estefania asks why the two of them treat her so well, and she had forgotten because they too are such good people. But the real Estefania is an existence that can't be hated enough. They respond to her that it is because she's Synil's woman. A sinister-looking person enters and says, "Nice to meet you, miss." Norma is cornered by Rudolph, who states it's because she is Synil's woman. As she sits amongst fallen nobles, he introduces himself, wanting to meet Synil's princess. Norma, scared, thought she should call Lord Synil immediately. But as Lady Yera and Lady Marilyn were present, Norma knew she couldn't do anything unnecessary. Rudolph mocks Synil, saying he is an idiot for choosing Norma as his girlfriend. Norma wonders what he means by that. Rudolph asks Norma if she kissed Sinnel. Norma denies ever kissing Lord Sinnel, remembering he carried her all the way. Rudolph is surprised she has, and she admits it was an accident, wondering why she was being so honest. Rudolph says that she saved her life because if she really kissed Sinnel, she would be dead by now. He explains that Sinnel's bodily fluids are imbued with magical energy, and if a Norma receives Sinnel's saliva through a kiss, she will be taking in a large amount of magical power, potentially leading to death. Rudolph states that such a thing would only be a weapon of death for a Norma. He suggests the accident must have been just a peck on the lip. He says that from Norma's reaction, Sinnel hasn't realized it either, hinting that Sinnel could kill his own girl. Norma thinks that Rudolph is planning something and remembers a book written by the previous Duke, who was known for killing numerous magicians. She thinks magic power felt like the key. Rudolph tells Norma that even Lord Sinnel doesn't know the intention behind the previous Duke's actions, so she decides to pretend to be interested to find something out. Norma wants to kiss Lord Sinnel, hoping that the bracelet she received from Rudolph will protect Sinnel if she uses it, because if he can't use magic, there shouldn't be a problem. Rudolph assures her that Sinnel's magic power is bottomless and won't completely disappear, but tells her to think about it carefully. Rudolph asks if Sinnel is useless if he can't use magic. Norma realizes that everything was a lie, but decides to make Sinnel choose the love he has for her over magic, deciding to try her best and give Sinnel the bracelet. Rudolph wonders what he wants to do with Lord Sinnel's magic power, questioning why she is giving him such a thing, as he is the only one benefiting from this. Norma protests that Rudolph doesn't mean to take or weaken Sinnel, wondering how she could not notice something like that, and she can't accept this. Rudolph promises he won't kill him, but he'll have no interest in him once he loses his magic power. Rudolph then demands the ring she is wearing and grabs her hand. He observes how easily he noticed the ring and how any mage would know about it, even through her gloves. Rudolph assures Norma that as long as she doesn't direct any hostility toward him, that's all there is to it. Norma trembles, thinking it's too late now. Rudolph, smirking, states he sees, observing her reluctance to relinquish the ring as Norma bites her hand in distress. He questions if she is going to die, taking the ring and leaving Norma paralyzed with fear and regret. "Are you going to die?" A voice drips with sinister amusement as it asks the question. Sinnel, the crimson-haired devil, wants to know if Estefania is aware of her impending doom. He wonders if Sinnel knows about her condition, but he already knows the truth. There's no way the man would have any idea what she's hiding. Estefania clutches her chest, blood seeping through her fingers, realizing her secret is out. Sinnel approaches, inquiring about her strange illness. And Estefania, panicked, asks what she should do, wondering if a doctor who treats Noma could cure her. Sinnel comments on how strange it is that she's been able to hide it from Sinnel. Now starting to worry about her too, Sinnel demands to know why she is so close to Sinnel. But then he dismisses the question, figuring she doesn't want to talk about it. Estefania reflects, deciding to tell Lord Sinnel about her illness and stop hiding it. Resolving not to let this person know, meaning Sinnel. She questions if Sinnel wants her to keep it from Sinnel. Estefania says she will cooperate. As she wonders what Sinnel means, Sinnel shushes her, touching the blood on her lip, and as he does, the blood vanishes. Estefania muses not to vomit any more blood. And when Sinnel asks what she means, he says he wants her to keep quiet about him too. Sinnel touches Estefania's chest, and suddenly she is unable to speak, realizing she can't even tell him about her illness. He tells her not to complain if Sinnel abandons her, but Estefania knows he won't change. Sinnel prepares a ring, claiming he'll pray as a mage so she can kiss the prince. Sinnel says unless Sinnel puts the ring on, her voice won't return, but if he wears it, she'll get her voice back immediately. He reminds her to ensure what she said earlier wasn't a lie. Now voiceless, Estefania resolves to either get her voice back or take Sinnel's magical power. Sinnel finds Estefania and Lady Marilyn lying on the sofa and asks Estefania what is wrong. Sinnel pulls a ring off the table, asking if it's this one as Marilyn tries to stop her. Estefania grabs Sinnel's hand, thinking to herself to get a hold of herself. He asks where Estefania is. Then the young king asks the Grand Duke to take him to where the previous kings were killed. Sinnel appears, remarking that it has been a long time. The king is surprised to see Rudolph Norris. Sinnel says it is the king of the north, huh? Sinnel remarks it is perfect timing, holding out the stolen chalice, saying he is returning it, prompting the Grand Duke to question Sinnel's intention. Sinnel tells him not to stare, saying he returned it properly. Sinnel declares that his business is done and he can leave now. But the king says that he needs to talk to him. But Sinnel wants to know why he knew. Sinnel realizes that since the king wants to talk, that means he cannot kill him at this moment. Sinnel asks the king if he remembers the past and then asks what about his princess. Sinnel wonders what he did to the king. As Sinnel leaves, he says that if he sees him a second time, he will kill him. He also notes that before that second time happens, the king will kill his own woman. Marilyn tries to revive Estefania. Sinnel is gone and Marilyn says she will be back soon. Sinnel is concerned and remembers her coming from that room. Sinnel finds Estefania unconscious with Marilyn and goes to touch her to try to revive her. Picking up the ring, he wonders if it is hers, deciding it doesn't seem like it is worth much. The Grand Duke appears, asking about Estefania. Suddenly finding himself face to face with the Grand Duke, a blonde-haired man named Estefan is shocked and insists that he has done nothing wrong. The Grand Duke Sinnel, with his piercing red eyes, tells him to get lost. Estefan reels, but Sinnel's next thought is of Estefania. Sinnel stands over Estefania's sleeping form, wanting to know if she's all right. He lifts her gently in his arms, noting the charm she wears and how she never takes it off. He lays her back down, covering her with the blanket. The next morning, Estefania wakes up to Sinnel by her side. She greets him, but he only replies with a hum. He touches her forehead, inquiring about her health, and she responds that she feels fine and thanks him for putting the ring on her while she was sleeping. Estefania ponders what happened to the previous Grand Duke and expresses concerns for Queen Yera and Crown Princess Marilyn, as well as the King of North, though she can't confirm anything because her voice is exchanged for Sinnel's magic power. Realizing she needs to organize her thoughts and wanting to be alone, she asks Sinnel to leave. Sinnel, internally conflicted, wants to hold her. Gathering her in his arms, Estefania is shocked, thinking his name, and declares that there is no way she is going along with this. Sinnel apologizes and tells her to leave him alone. Estefania thinks how all of this happened because of her, that she even made him apologize, and that she wants to talk to him and tell him she loves him too, but she can't say it. He reflects that had he actually kissed her, she would have died right then. Sinnel apologizes once more. The door opens and Estefania realizes she may have made him misunderstand. Realizing that things could have become truly irreversible with one wrong move, he teleports away. A servant arrives to inform him the meeting is postponed, and he's taking the day off because he's not feeling well. Estefania recalls that she lost her voice as soon as she decided to talk about her illness, as if Sinnel was telling her not to. Estefania resolves to organize her thoughts and asks if she can have a moment. Lady Marilyn arrives to check on her, stating she'd heard from Lord Sinnel that Estefania lost her voice and wondering if it could be because of him. Marilyn asks where Estefania met Sinnel, confessing that she can't imagine the two of them having a conversation, and addresses Estefania by name. Estefania says that she's fine, as is her mother. Estefania remembers that Marilyn was in the same room as her and Sinnel. Estefania thinks that maybe Sinnel can tell Lord Sinnel what really happened to her, but wonders how she is supposed to tell him since she can't speak. Marilyn assures her that she will try to understand, and if that doesn't work, they can write things down. Estefania reflects on how Marilyn gives her a sense of déjà vu, just like Lady Wiella and just like Yuchai. Estefania realizes she wants to see Yuchai right now, and a strange explosion happens in the room. She asks Fanny what's wrong, and Fanny responds that that's one way to summon someone. Estefania asks Fanny who is here. The two suddenly find Yuchai standing there. Yuichi's surprise visit seemed like a stroke of good fortune to the bedridden Steffi, but as they began to talk about Lord Sinnel, Yuichi noticed something was amiss. He exclaimed in surprise, noting Fanny's inability to speak. Yuichi, concerned, knelt and questioned Fanny, asking what was wrong, but she remained silent, leading him to realize the gravity of her condition. He asked Fanny if it was true that she lost her voice. Yuichi remarked in disbelief at the revelation. Yuichi was happy to see her, but as he started to talk about Lord Sinnel, he realized that something else was bothering her. Concerned for Fanny's well-being, Yuichi asked if anything else was concerning her aside from her voice. Reassured that it was only her voice, he smiled. He then asked Fanny to tell him in more detail what exactly had happened. Yuichi volunteered to get something for her to write with. Before she could explain, something else was really bothering him. He suggested that she use her fingers to write in the air. Confused, she followed his instruction and used her finger to write. Yuichi asked her to wait and grabbed her hands. He held her hands. Her attempts to speak were thwarted, and Yuichi interjected, stopping her. He said that they already know each other. Yuichi noticed the family resemblance between Fanny and Lady Marilyn. Besides, it would be hard to claim that they were strangers in this situation. Fanny knew that it wasn't the right time for Yuichi to talk about himself, so it was important to tell them what happened. Fanny suddenly remembered the bracelet. Fanny realized that if the bracelet wasn't damaged from being nearby, then it must still be in the room. She declared that without it, they couldn't even begin the conversation. Yuichi asked where she was going. Fanny signed to the door with her hand and pointed. Yuichi inquired about her bracelet and what had happened to it. Yuichi seemed to have remembered that he saw something like that near Lady Estefania back then, confirming it was the bracelet. He told Fanny to stay with Lady Marilyn and that he would go look for it. He wonders to himself what she is planning to do. He told Lord Sinnel that he would go and look. Yuichi entered the room and wondered where it could be. Yuichi suspects it was deliberately moved because there are too many people around. He wonders how he can narrow it down. Yuichi recognized the crown prince of the Eastern nation. He thinks to himself, bingo. He approached him, remarking that he was carrying something really pretty and asked where he'd gotten it, implying he wanted it as a present for someone important to him. The Crown Prince wonders what's with this kid and why he should tell him something like that. The Crown Prince asked Yuichi who he even was. Yuichi said that he wants to give a present to someone important to him, but kept his finger close to his lips smiling. Yuichi asks the Crown Prince if he'll tell him where he got the bracelet. The Crown Prince says like hell he would and tells him to run back to mommy. Yuichi thinks to himself in that case. Yuichi asks the Crown Prince if he would give that to him. The Crown Prince was shocked to see that it was a girl and said that he always thought that the Crown Prince of the Eastern Kingdom was wonderful. He was from the Western Kingdom and didn't have many chances to meet someone like her. The Crown Prince said that as a token of their meeting, he would give it to her if she wanted it. The girl said that she was so happy. The Crown Prince suggested that they go to his room. Oshi agreed. The prince then says that he has one more favor to ask. She asks if he can punch him just once. Yuichi hates them. Yuichi then trips the Crown Prince and grabs the bracelet, calls him a dumb old brother and leaves the Crown Prince on the ground. Yuichi arrives back and says he's back. He asked her what was wrong. She tried to write, but for some reason she couldn't. Yuichi said that makes sense. The reason Steffi lost her voice is because of a demonic curse. The curse seemed to be a pretty nasty one too. Just before they return to the room, Yuichi says that it will be faster to get it appraised. Yuichi waves the bracelet around and appraises the bracelet using magic. Yuichi realizes that Steffi's curse is probably because of putting the bracelet on Lord Sinnel. He then says that because Marilyn Mia Laswell didn't remember anything either, the path he has to take is more or less set. Steffi reassures her not to worry. The Crown Prince is angry about the brat. He declares that Estefania and the people from the East are his. No matter what she tries, the Crown Prince is furious. Jorge trembles, realizing he's touched the reverse scale of a monster. He stammers, questioning if his eyes are about to be taken, thinking that if anything happens, it'll become an international incident, even if the captor is a Grand Duke. He believes he's not worth much, but if Estefania wanted something, things would be different. Jorge feels that he needs to run, that realizing this now is too late. He touched the reverse scale. He knows he touched it, the reverse scale of a monster. And now he is caught and unable to escape, wondering why he was always kept so close. He recognizes that the engagement was just for show, that Estefania would eventually be tossed aside, questioning if this is real, and deciding he needs to run. Outside the window, snow falls as a message arrives from Rodolfo Neris. Rodolfo, with a sinister smile, recalls the message. Before the second time happens, you'll kill your own woman. A hand reaches out to Jorge. And the next morning, Jorge is sitting in a chair. Another man asks Jorge a question, but Jorge thinks to himself that he never told that fool to go so far, reflecting that, at this rate, Estefania will never get her voice back, jeopardizing the Eastern Kingdom. The Eastern Kingdom could lose all future magical support. Even if Estefania is a failure, she still holds the title of the Grand Duke's fiancée, and he can't let it end like this. Jorge wonders if there is a way to turn the situation around, remembering that Estefania has a little sister. Another failure, they had to leave the Northern Kingdom a day earlier than planned. This was supposed to be the Continental Summit where all the kings and Grand Dukes gather, but it has been postponed. Rumors spread through the castle about Rodolfo, causing panic, and leaving early might have been the best move. They are returning to the Central Domain, and Estefania is glad to be back. But ever since returning from the Northern Kingdom, Lord Sinnel hasn't let her out of his sight. Yuichi thinks it was within the expected range. while Estefania thinks that she didn't expect things to turn out like this, flashing back to when Sinnel almost kissed her but she rejected it. Estefania is thankful that things haven't gone in that direction again, but that doesn't change the fact that she is at the mercy of Lord Sinnel. She tries to stay calm. Sinnel notes he can't see her face. Estefania notices Sinnel is getting scarier. Yuchai interrupts Estefania and Sinnel. Sinnel responds, annoyed, asking them both to join. Sinnel explains that he called in experts to help lift the curse on Steffi. He explains that would be them, and it seems these two are more knowledgeable when it comes to demons, and one of them is a demon who is the familiar of the other mage. The experts say they were just on a trip, but Yuchai asks if that's why now is when they went on a trip, and the expert says there's only one possible reason. The expert holds up a ring, and Estefania says that she knows what's going on, and the expert asks did they discover something. The expert explains this looks like something obtained through a contract with a high-level demon, but he can't tell anything else just by glancing at it. The expert then asks the master if he figured anything out, but Sinnel says no and Yuchai says that's rare. Sinnel has been losing sleep searching for a way to undo the curse, while Estefania wishes she could communicate to help lessen his burden. Yuchai mentions that the contract conditions required to break the curse can only be known by the demon and the person involved, asking why not try putting the bracelet on someone. Yuchai explains that Sinnel is the perfect candidate for this, and presents it to Sinnel and explains Sinnel should try wearing the bracelet. Sinnel and Estefania then look at the ring. Sinnel then asks Steffi a question. The experts then ask Sinnel did he find anything. Estefania stares with a mixture of shock and apology at the group before her, feeling immensely sorry for instinctively knocking away the ring that Lord Sinnel attempted to give her. Seeing her reaction, the green-haired man seems to have figured something out. He tells them that the bracelet is apparently dangerous if someone other than the master puts it on and wonders if he should try it on. Estefania is taken aback by the suggestion, finding it hard to believe he would want to try again. The green-haired man thinks that it'd be the quickest way to figure out its goal and that it seems kind of fun. Lord Sinnel asks if it's a no. Estefania's thoughts race, knowing it could be dangerous for Lord Sinnel. The green-haired man apologizes but says not to make that face, he won't say it again. He points out that they have an interesting guest and Estefania suddenly realizes that her sister, Angelica, is at the central domain. Finding it unbelievable, she worries that she'll die before she reaches her. Suddenly, someone asks if she is okay. Startled, Estefania wonders what is going on. The girl's sister says that mages are really savages. A magpie with glowing eyes sits perched on a branch. Estefania wonders why Angelica wants to see her. The green-haired man says that it's because she wants to see Estefania. Estefania considers that if she doesn't want to go, she doesn't have to. Yuchai says she came because she couldn't rely on her family and that there's no need to meet someone who abandoned you. Maybe Yuchai is right, but Estefania still feels guilty for coming without saying anything to Angelica. As she decides she will go see her sister, Yuchai questions if she is sure, but Estefania affirms she will. Estefania can't help but feel uneasy about Lord Sinnel and Angelica meeting. She considers that if the power of the original storyline kicks in, something might actually happen, and that if she doesn't settle things with Angelica, it will probably keep weighing on her heart forever. Estefania prepares herself and decides to go, but as if to completely shatter her worries, she meets her sister. Angelica demands to know what he did to her and declares that she'll kill him. This was the worst possible outcome. A little before Angelica's arrival, Yuchai asks if Estefania is really going to meet her, telling her she doesn't have to force herself. He also suggests that he is just sympathizing with her situation and wonders why he is so against this. Yuchai points out that she is making her uncomfortable. Yuchai agrees and says he will go pick her up, but Estefania questions if he is sure, as he doesn't seem to think it's a great idea. The green-haired man says there are a few things they want to investigate about the bracelet, so they will head off for now and that the rest is up to her. Estefania hopes that this will be okay. Lord Sinnel observes that she has gotten bolder. Estefania felt like someone was trying to flirt with Lord Sinnel, but she didn't mind it. She is glad he doesn't seem offended, but still. Angelica appears, calling out for her sister. Estefania is stunned, and Yuchai tells her not to just run off like that. Yuchai tells Angelica that her sister losing her voice isn't the master's fault, and Angelica questions what he thinks he is doing. She demands that he let go of her sister right now, and that child told her everything. Angelica repeats her questions of what did he do to her and that she will kill him, a sentiment that echoes Lord Sinnel's dark and intense gaze. Angelica's appearance is not exactly pleasant. Estefania wonders why Angelica is glaring at Lord Sinnel like she wants to kill him. Yuchai asks her to calm down, but Angelica retorts that she can't stay calm. Yuchai explains that Angelica heard about her situation and rushed straight there. He states that the reason she can't speak is due to a broken magic tool and that they already know her voice will come back eventually, so there's no need to panic. Estefania thinks this is a lie, but that there's no point in telling Angelica the truth anyway. Angelica says she understands and that she is sorry for getting mad based on a misunderstanding, deciding she will stay by her sister's side. Yuchai says that's not necessary and Angelica asks why not. He says that if he is around, it should make communicating easier, to which Angelica wonders what makes him think that. She reveals that they are twins. Yuchai asks her to try saying something. Estefania thinks she dropped the twin thing now and that she has never tried to understand how she feels until now. Estefania wonders why Angelica even came here. Angelica questions if Estefania thanked the people who helped her. Estefania says she did thank them and remembers when she spoke to her sister. She wonders if she just responded to her question accurately. She realizes that Angelica can hear her voice. Angelica hears a voice and it startles her because no one else can hear it. It's her twin sister, Fanny, who is making fun of her. Fanny tells Angelica to follow her, and when Angelica questions her, Fanny snaps at her to just follow. Her brother asks where she is going, and then Angelica speaks with Fanny in private. Fanny tells the others to leave them alone because she wants to discuss something with Angelica. Fanny states that she's here to bring her sister home, and when Angelica asks who told her to come, Fanny brushes it off. Angelica tries to guess if her family needs someone to look after the house, but Fanny cuts her off, saying she's not going back. Fanny tells Angelica to grow up, suggesting Angelica is always putting up with everything and causing their mother trouble. Angelica is bewildered by her sister's words, and Fanny mocks her for not understanding something so simple and tells her to get a grip since they are both going to be adults soon. Angelica is hurt and questions if Fanny knows what she's been through. Dark feelings well up inside Angelica, unsure of what to do, but she knows she doesn't want to talk about it. Lord Sinnel arrives and tells Angelica they are leaving. Fanny is furious that they were interrupted and declares that the conversation is over. The brother states that mages are selfish. Fanny says he's incredibly rude, but the brother retorts that she came to the Silver Castle of her own free will and has no right to talk about rudeness. He then declares that he is royalty. He says he knows Angelica can communicate with Fanny, asking if that's what this is about. Fanny confirms that he means her sister, Fanny. The brother replies that his sister asked him if he could really hear her voice. Fanny asks if he's not just messing with her, but the brother assures her that there's no benefit in teasing her, though he admits she has no charm. Angelica thinks to herself that her sister has been by that man's side the whole time and wonders if it's true that he's her fiancé and that they are in love. She feels that something is wrong. Angelica is then told she should listen to a piece of advice, saying that this isn't her home, and if she gets too carried away, he'll have to take matters into his own hands. Fanny insists she's not getting carried away and was just thinking of what's best for her sister. The brother continues to provoke Fanny, telling that selfish sister of hers to finally grow up a little. The brother continues to prod and asks if Fanny thinks her twin sister lived her life however she pleased. Angelica doesn't understand the situation. The brother smirks, while Fanny is taken aback as he asks how he knows so much about them in the first place, and tells him to use his tiny brain for once. Fanny questions if he's really a child. The brother tells her that at the very least, she can stay in the castle for tonight and says that he'll have a room prepared for her, adding that it would be a problem if a frail girl like her caught a cold. A flashback shows Lord Sinnel and Angelica together. Angelica is surprised by Lord Sinnel's presence. He asks if she is okay and she thanks him. They were only separated by a door and she feels he sensed how tense she was. Lord Sinnel has started watching her more than ever since she lost her voice. He used to tell her to speak her desires, but now she can't even if she wanted to. Her feelings for Lord Sinnel are a mix of embarrassment and happiness, all jumbled together with terror and a little bit of fear, and she feels like she's being spoiled. She fears she's just becoming more and more useless and wonders if she should kill her. But Angelica tells herself that it's not that she wants anything terrible to happen to her sister and that she should be happy that someone she can communicate with has shown up, but talking with her requires more energy than she thought, making her feel a little tired. Sinnel is concerned for her. She realizes that Sinnel is not there. Angelica feels emotional after facing Fanny. Why is it that only Angelica can hear her voice? It's because they're twins. If that's the case, then what an ironic curse this is. Angelica reflects on the fact that they returned to the Central Territory. This is the first time she's been this far from Lord Sinnel, and she considers looking for him. Angelica gets up to look for Sinnel. She senses a presence and wonders if she could use her voice. Sinnel is standing outside her door. He calls out for Angelica. He asks what those two are talking about. Sinnel leans his head against the door, wondering what he's going to do. Angelica thinks to herself, no way. Estefania stands frozen, uttering a soft no way as she stares into the dimly lit corridor. She clutches her chest, trying to dismiss the strange sensation as mere imagination, but doubts linger, and she resolves to investigate further, determined to confirm her suspicions. Even if it's what she fears, Estefania knows she can't ignore it. The next morning, a young boy asks Estefania if she is all right. Estefania realizes she must pretend to be okay, not wanting to worry anyone. Later, sitting pensively, she recalls Lord Shinel's return and how she feigned sleep, still unsure of what exactly transpired. The boy, Yuichi, suggests postponing her conversation with Angelica if she isn't feeling well. Yuichi says that he will call Angelica. Estefania is about to have another conversation with Angelica, thanks to Yuichi. Estefania remembers that Angelica was told that her voice would recover someday, and that she would be able to communicate more clearly with mages if Angelica mediated. Yuichi urges Angelica to go in, and Angelica enters the room. Angelica apologizes for the previous day. Angelica tells Estefania that she will be of proper help today, and that if she wants to say anything to the mages, please go ahead. Estefania's sister asks her to say something. Flashbacks of a disturbing embrace flood Estefania's mind. Estefania says she does not want to. Angelica is acting childish, and Estefania declares she does not want to talk to her. It had been Estefania's decision to talk to Angelica, and knows that she should explain her situation through Angelica. Estefania believes that Angelica is the one person she never wants to speak on her behalf. Estefania walks away while Yuichi calls out to her. Running through a misty forest, Estefania is overtaken by painful memories. Lord Shinel watches Estefania as she breaks down. As she cries, Shinel holds her close. Shinel tells Estefania that he likes her. Shinel declares he loves Estefania. Shinel says if he cannot hear it from her, he will say it himself. Shinel grabs Estefania's shoulder, telling her not to suffer by herself and not to cry. Shinel tells Estefania that she is not alone. Estefania remembers that she's always been envious of Angelica, who has always received her mother's love and whose future is stable. Estefania was also jealous of Angelica, who had the possibility of standing by Lord Shinel's side and was frightened. Shinel tells Estefania not to get close to Angelica. Shinel holds Estefania as he tells her to keep looking at him and to let her greatest love be him. He tells her that he has never regretted not being able to hear her voice so badly. Estefania realizes she has no choice but to ask Shinel if she is crying because she is hurt somewhere. Shinel asks if that woman's existence is the reason or if it was what he said. Estefania thinks that Lord Shinel is talking a lot just for her. She considers how incredibly luxurious and happy this situation is. Estefania's heart feels lighter. Shinel caresses Estefania's face. Estefania thanks Shinel. Estefania feels that she can do her best thanks to Shinel. Back in the forest, Angelica approaches Estefania and apologizes for leaving earlier and asks to speak to her again. Angelica states that she understands. Estefania asks Angelica what she was doing with Lord Shinel last night. Angelica says nothing much but that she saw them two kissing. Estefania demands she stop, saying there's no way she would do something like that. Angelica says she almost died and that it was really scary. Back at the castle, Angelica enters Shinel's room and he asks if she needs anything. Shinel states that he does not care if Angelica is related to Fanny, and if she makes even the slightest suspicious move, he won't show any mercy. Angelica believes that mages are really weird and that she is sure to fall in love with someone like that. Angelica is shocked that Estefania would fall in love with someone like Shinel. Angelica asks who. Angelica is fidgety. Angelica is concerned. Angelica met a mage who wasn't Yuichi in the city. Yuichi peeks from behind a tree, wondering if she is the master's fiancé, Mr. Yedin. Angelica then realizes that the person is definitely Mr. Yedin. Yedin approaches Angelica and Estefania, the first time he's been seen since tearing Madalna's dress. Yedin recognizes Angelica from yesterday. Angelica is excited to meet him again. Estefania asks Angelica a question. Angelica tries to stop Estefania. Estefania states that she noticed the difference between the original story and this world. Estefania cannot help but worry about Angelica, and that if the one Angelica ends up loving isn't Lord Shinel, then her future might really change. Angelica, lying in bed, thought about reforming the country and enlisting the help of a law envoy and a Grand Duke, and she tried to meet Shinel while he was visiting. Shinel, however, did not leave a good impression, as she considered him cold-hearted and arrogant. Yet she was saved by Shinel during the strife that followed, and from that moment on, Angelica fell in love, though she grew confused as to why she was attracted to him. But in fact, she awakens to find a man asking if she's okay after falling on the street. She replies that she's not okay, wondering where she is, and the man laughs, saying it seems like her first time in the Central Nation. He guesses she's a Norma who has come for commission, but she denies it and says she's come to see her big sister who lives in the castle. The man appears surprised, but then thinks he might have seen her before, realizing she's the master's fiancée's sister. He recalls hearing that the master's fiancée was the princess, and asks if she's a princess too, then asks her to take his hand so he can take her to the castle. The man smiles widely as Angelica thinks he's so cool. Little did she know what the future held as she's being watched by someone. That man, Sir Yedin, suddenly begins to run off, with Angelica's sister grasping her arm, wondering what's wrong with her, saying that Yedin ran away because of her. Angelica denies that it's her fault, but her sister says that she's not a punching bag and calls her name. Angelica's sister tells her that she has something to tell her. She says it properly and bids her farewell. Meanwhile, the green-haired man watches the two of them from a distance, observing that things have taken an interesting turn. He thinks to himself that these developments have exceeded his expectations, and the demonic curse put on Yu is now unstable. The scene then shifts to Luce, lying on the floor, remembering that it's been a long time since he was cursed by a demon. The curse that turned him into a child is still eating away at his body, though it's possible to return to normal for a short time, sometimes asking Peas to heal his back since healing is better in his adult form. Because of the restrictions of the curse, there weren't many other instances where he reverted to his adult form. Then he decided to make Fanny turn around and revert to his normal form for the first time in a long time. He reverted. He then took some medicine, feeling really hard. He's glad that it reassures her. He thinks that the pain is nothing. Unless he wants to revert, there's supposed to be no way to return, but just as he was about to follow Fanny and the others, his body suddenly reverted back to his original form. Peas is surprised, and when Luce came all this way to talk, he wonders where everyone went, saying Yuchai is the only one there. Luce tells him to hurry up and save him, to which Peas responds and tells him that it's a little better now and thanks him. Peas wonders if Luce figured something out and if the curse is being lifted, asking what's up with that and how about Luce. Peas figures out something about the bracelet, that it seems like it can absorb magic power. Peas realizes that's why Estefania didn't want to let Luce frame him, that he's absorbing the master's power to kill him. Peas thinks that can't be right and asks what his intention is, wondering if he has a sickness and wants to overcome that sickness, so he needs the master's power, asking if that's Rudolpho. Peas asks what his sickness is, realizing it's a sickness where the bodily functions of a person decreases as their powers decline, eventually leading to death, also known as the Yug disease. For mages, magical power is everything, but what happens when it begins to fade, leading to weakened bodily functions and eventually death, a terrifying prospect known as Yug's disease. Yuichi, a mage, had never heard of it, which another mage with green hair explained wasn't surprising as it was extremely rare, even among Normas, and incurable by magic, making it worth knowing about. Yuichi, clearly disturbed, tried to deny the possibility of dying just because his magic was fading. The other mage speculated that the previous Grand Duke, Rudolpho, obsessed with magic research, must have sought a cure before being stripped of his title and potentially dying. Word spread that Rudolpho, in desperation, had killed many mages, drinking their blood to restore his magic, even borrowing a demon's power using a bracelet. Yuichi listened intently as it was explained that this plan was to help Estefania reclaim her house, and he realized the extent of the Grand Duke's desperation. Frustrated, Yuichi expressed his inability to show his face in his current condition, prompting the green-haired mage to ask him to drop the act and tell Estefania the truth. Yuichi insisted on hiding until the curse stabilized and asked him to smooth things over with Fanny and the others. But suddenly Yuichi announced he wanted to go to the eastern country with Master and the others, astonishing the green-haired mage. A moment later, Estefania declared she was going to live the way she wanted, severing ties with her companion and refusing to return to the eastern country. Estefania needed Angelica's cooperation, as he reached out to Angelica and said Lord Synil. Synil thanked Estefania for waiting and announced he was going to speak through Angelica. He remarked that Angelica was in the other room and had returned to her place. Lord Synil acknowledged that Estefania wanted to be alone, but he didn't understand. Estefania resolved to lead the way herself. Lord Synil took her hand, and Estefania winced slightly as he asked where they were. Estefania realized with horror they were in the Eastern Nation, as she stood before a child on a throne. Synil asked if she wanted to crush this nation, but Estefania denied it, and Synil said the Grand Duke and Estefania The Child King expressed he never thought they would visit him so soon. Sinnel then brutally struck the king down. Estefania was horrified and screamed that it was really, really bad. Sinnel simply asked if that was not enough. Estefania vehemently stated he must not raise a hand against the king of a nation. Sinnel, finding her reaction cute, said he would take care of everything and that she didn't need to do a thing. Estefania realized he was beyond reason and everything had gone completely off the rails. Every time they spotted a royal from the eastern nation in the castle, he unleashed his magic without a hint of mercy. Estefania knew she should stop Lord Sinnel, but she smiled wickedly. He caressed her cheek and asked if she was satisfied, to which she happily agreed. Back in the Central Territory, Angelica sat alone in the forest near the Silver Castle, wondering why. Crying, she questioned why her older sister kept rejecting her. The green-haired mage appeared and suggested she experience it herself, so that she might understand more than she'd ever want to. Angelica asked who he was. With a sinister smile, he told her to go. Angelica, confused, found herself washing dishes. Then she found herself small. She was a child. Her older sister was small too. Her sister was in this strange place also. Her older sister was asking what this was. Her mother asked Angelica why she never came when called. Angelica watched as her sister took a box full of clothes to the tub to wash. The child Angelica realized it was freezing. "Hey sister, if you use that water, your hands will freeze. I'll get some hot water." Then she thought to herself that she was tiny. Her sister's hands were freezing. The twisted mage was there. "Well then, why don't you experience it yourself?" Angelica began to understand what was happening. She was experiencing her older sister's past. A man who looked like a mage appeared, suggesting Estefania experience something herself. And suddenly, she felt like she was reliving her older sister's memories, being praised as a good girl, Angie. Young Angie told her mother that she had finished cleaning, but her mother gave her another dress, telling her to clean it as well. Estefania wondered about one job after another, one chore after another, wanting to do more, but finding it difficult to find a place that would hire someone her age. Her mother told her that Angelica was going to be even more burdened and that she needed to try a little harder. Estefania said she would do her best, but then wondered why her mother wouldn't praise her kind sister, why she acted as if it was to be expected. Why wouldn't her mother ever look at her sister? Angelica thought that she couldn't bear it, that she wanted to run away, but she wasn't allowed to look away because this was everything her sister experienced, and something that she had to know. She truly knew nothing. She didn't know what dressing as a man to work was like or how hard it was to earn money, and that her sister's body was in such terrible condition. Angelica wished this was a bad dream and asked to wake up already, but realized that she already understood. A doctor told her that it was a miracle she was even able to work normally until today, but that she had very little time left to live. Angelica was going to die, and Estefania thought there was no way, that her sister never said a single word about it, and wondered why. Estefania thought that her sister was going to die, that there was no way, since her sister never said a single word about it, and she wondered why her sister didn't tell her anything. Her sister was late. Estefania thought of her sister, who had just been told she had very little time left to live. She was jealous of her sister because she had probably never known what it was like to feel this miserable, and it was her fault for goofing around half the time, as the reason those guys hassled her was because of her, but that wasn't true because her sister wasn't goofing around at all. She was dragging her tired body, working and working for them. Estefania saw her sister walking up the stairs and thought there was something important to talk about. Angelica agreed that it was important, and Estefania wanted her mother to listen to her properly, but her mother told her not to be so selfish. Estefania watched her sister, holding the clothes she had brought, and wondered why her sister had never told them she was sick, why she had left home without saying a word, why she had pushed her away. She was made to understand it all, more than she ever wanted to, because they were the ones who backed her into a corner. Estefania wondered what she had done and told her sister she was so sorry as she fell through the water. The man with green hair welcomed her back and asked how it was. He asked if she wanted to apologize, and she cried. He asked if she regretted it, and if so, why didn't she just apologize, reminding her that her sister was still alive. Estefania said that she wanted to apologize to her sister, and he asked what she would do if she didn't forgive her, but she didn't care if she didn't, as it would be no more than what she deserved for what she had done. But even if it was just for her own peace of mind, she couldn't bear the thought of them parting ways like this. In that case, he told her to go again. Lord Sinnel stated that this was how a protagonist ought to be. Estefania had come this far and couldn't turn back now. Dealing with the royals of the Eastern Kingdom of Easton was something Angelica accomplished in the final part of the original story. Estefania thought that for it to be over this easily, there was nothing to worry about, but then decided to stop thinking about it, stating that she was sure it would all work out somehow. Lord Synil asked if there was anything else that she had left undone and told her that that was more than enough. Estefania thought that there were a few other things, that since she had come all the way back to the Eastern Kingdom, she could finally do that, herb hunting. It was said that the herb grew in a forest on the outskirts of town, and that it was a creepy place, so she was always a bit nervous about going alone, but if Lord Synil was with her, she could go get it without any worries. And the next full moon was coming soon, hoping that if she made sure Lord Synil was okay, even if she wasn't around, there was a place she wanted to go. Estefania decided to get a map of the town, thinking that with a map, he would understand if she just pointed where she wanted to go, so she headed into town, but everyone was staring at her, wondering if they figured out she was the Princess of Easton, deciding that couldn't be it. Everyone whispered and pointed, and Estefania realized it was all Lord Synil's fault and that she couldn't just stand there. What was it? Lord Synil held her hand. She needed to hide his face, but how could she get that across? Estefania tried to signal him, and then he put on a pair of glasses, causing her to have a blank stare. He asked if she was satisfied now, but honestly, a pair of glasses wasn't nearly enough to hide how handsome Lord Synil was. But she guessed this would have to do, then they should go. He asked if there was someplace she wanted to go, and as he held her hand, she agreed. He asked if he could kiss her. Synil cornered the speechless woman against a tree and boldly asked if he could kiss her. The woman was taken aback by his directness, internally reeling that he'd just asked for a kiss. She was further surprised that Lord Synil would ask in such a way because she'd rejected him before. The woman thought that if someone like her received Lord Synil's saliva through a kiss, she'd taken a huge amount of magical energy, and at worst, she could die. Synil then asked about kissing her cheek and forehead, carefully checking which parts he was allowed to touch, concluding that anywhere except the lips was fine. He reached out and touched her finger to her lips to confirm that that would not be allowed, and she understood. Synil then proceeded to kiss her on the side of the mouth, shocking her. The woman, flustered, wanted to wait, but Synil pulled back and told her not to hide. She felt she needed to prepare herself mentally first. A man approached, and the woman realized it was the doctor who diagnosed her illness. He greeted them, asking if he had interrupted something and inquired about how she was feeling, noting that she was still unable to speak, which must make communication difficult, and suggested learning sign language. He offered to buy a sign language chart at the bookstore. The woman thanked him and thought that it would be helpful if the others learned it too. Synil suggested they go, and they parted ways with the doctor. They went to the bookstore and bought a map and sign language book with Synil's money. They sat down to study, and the woman wanted to memorize everything. Synil sat beside her reading the book and asked why she was crying. She thought it was pointless if only Synil learned sign language. She only managed to learn one sign. She was embarrassed that she hadn't learned anything yet, but Synil seemed happy that she had at least emotionally connected with him. It was getting late. She decided she didn't want to stay in this country too long, so she would talk to Lord Synil first instead of spending time on sign language. She used the book and map to tell Synil where she wanted to go and why, which involved herbs. Synil asked if she was still planning on leaving the castle and said when she did leave, she would tell him about that mage. She promised, so Synil said that was fine. They held hands as they walked through the forest, but the place gave her the creeps. Suddenly, she noticed something and realized it was a monster, not a demon, which was acting on instinct, and it was her first time seeing one. Synil told her to close her eyes. After that, Synil continued holding her hand. Then she saw her sister, Angelica, and wondered why she was here and why she was talking about the mage with glasses, noticing that Angelica was bleeding. Angelica apologized to her sister and begged her not to die. The woman asked what was wrong. Desperation clings to Steffi as she embraces Angelica, begging her not to die, apologizing profusely. Angelica, barely conscious, wonders how Steffi knows about her illness and reveals it's because of the man with glasses. Angelica gasps, realizing that others can hear Angelica's voice beside Steffi. The mysterious Lord Synil stands nearby, his crimson eyes narrowed as he contemplates the situation. Steffi questions what Angelica means by that, and Angelica retorts that Synil doesn't know about her sister's illness. Steffi, internally conflicted, admits she was prepared to tell him, but never imagined it would come out like this. Angelica asks her sister to tell Lord Synil that she will explain everything properly once they return to the central domain, but for now, she wants to get the herbs, warning her not to say anything more. Angelica agrees. Lord Synil declares they should get this over with. Angelica asks what the herbs are for, but Steffi brushes her off, saying she is looking for yellow herbs. Angelica then asks if they are for Steffi, and Steffi tells her it is not for her and to stop asking unnecessary questions. Although in her thoughts, she expresses anger that her sister knows of her illness and thinks of the trouble it will cause if she speaks of it. Angelica apologizes and wonders about the yellow herbs. Steffi recalls she might have seen them before meeting Synil and Angelica. At the place Angelica guides them to, the yellow herbs are indeed there, enough for a single dose, Steffi notes. Steffi decides that Synil should be able to gather more of the herbs later, as she holds the herbs. Synil states that they should head back, but Steffi, desperate, asks him to take Angelica with them too. Angelica pleads to be taken along. Inside, Steffi steels herself, knowing she must speak to Synil, but realizes it isn't just about her illness. She needs to tell him something else. Angelica asks Steffi if she will help her. Steffi agrees and asks her to relay what she is about to tell Lord Synil exactly as she says it. Steffi tells Synil through Angelica that they won't be able to kiss and includes that this might result in death. Synil is surprised by this information and Steffi realizes there is something else she needs to say. Steffi reaches out to touch Synil, but he avoids her hand. Steffi is taken aback, wondering if it was a mistake, refusing to believe that Synil would avoid her. Steffi calls out to Synil and reaches for his arm. Synil abruptly vanishes, leaving Angelica and Steffi in shock. Steffi states she doesn't know why he disappeared. Steffi thinks to herself it is precisely because she doesn't know what is happening that she must go and ask Lord Synil directly. Steffi knows that it isn't the time to feel down. She has to go to where Lord Synil is, angrily thinking why Synil won't just listen to the end. Steffi bumps into someone and the man calls her Steffi, wondering why she isn't in the Eastern District as she should be. Steffi is shocked to see him. A maid she has never seen before, she thinks, and she apologizes. The man tells her that it is good that she apologized. Steffi thinks that his smile is familiar and knows she must find Lord Synil. Steffi notes that she was in a hurry as well, and the man wonders if something happened to her. She thinks to herself that perhaps the man knows where Synil went, realizing that she can't speak. She moves to grab his arm. Angelica stops her and asks the man where the Grand Duke went. The man claims that he doesn't know where he is, and Steffi thinks that she will have to search for him herself and make sure to apologize and thank the man that she bumped into. Angelica asks her sister why she is in that form and recalls Yuchai. The man muses that she is troubled. He says it is because the way she looks at him is exactly the same as that little mage before, like he were trash, and he notes that she did notice that. The man asks if that is her real form and says that it seems that Steffi doesn't know. The man states he is genuinely worried and muses that his sister has someone so capable of lying with a straight face by her side. He thinks not just this person, but the glasses-wearing snake mage. Every single mage could become a threat to his sister, he muses, because his sister's short remaining lifespan is surely the truth, and to think there are so many untrustworthy people near her. He says that he can understand what Angelica is saying, but that she has no right to worry about her, and she retorts that he is the one who hurt Estefania the most. Angelica admits she has done terrible things to her sister, but that she won't accept judgment from someone who has nothing to do with them. The man replies that it does concern him, and is why he is even more furious at her and at himself. Steffi walks away, considering that the man she just met feels really familiar, like a big brother. She continues, remembering the big brother who was kind to her when she was little, so long ago that her memory of him is blurry, and wonders what he looks like. The man thinks about the lively Estefania. Steffi thinks back to when her brother thought she was happy he got to see her. Steffi is confused. Steffi thinks that she must speak to Lord Synil. Estefania toppled over while carrying a heavy laundry basket, scattering clothes across the ground. A young man approached, asking if she was okay. She replied that she was fine, even as he began to help her gather the scattered laundry. Estefania thanked him profusely for the assistance, and he replied that she was welcome, marveling at her diligence despite her young age. Estefania, curious, asked the young man who he was. He nervously waved his hands, assuring her that he was not a suspicious person, stammering that he was a little embarrassed but had simply gotten lost after business at the castle led him into the garden. He admitted the place was bigger than he thought. Estefania gave him directions to get back. He thanked her and she responded that it was nothing. He offered to help carry the laundry as thanks, saying he'd just end up getting caught up in something boring if he went back now. This, Estefania would later recall, was the day she met her big brother. He would show up from time to time, helping with chores, always careful that her mother and others wouldn't notice, and even after she learned she was royalty, he praised her a lot. It didn't take long for Estefania to smile genuinely. As the sun set, he announced that it was time for him to head back, bidding her farewell. Estefania thanked him again for the fun, but then hesitantly grabbed his sleeve, asking him to come again. He smiled, replying that he would. In her solitude after he stopped visiting, Estefania reflected fondly on these memories, but also felt a pang of sadness that she never even learned his name. Determined, she resolved to stop overthinking and find Lord Sinnel. Wandering through the halls, Estefania mused over what "it's related" could mean, pushing the thought aside for now as she needed to know what happened to Steffi. She knew her sister wouldn't tell her anything, so she decided she would ask him herself. Meanwhile, the master was at his desk reading. The young man entered, asking if it was true that he ran away from Steffi and asking what they were talking about. The master tersely replied that it didn't concern him. The young man continued, stating that if the master thought he would quietly stay under him forever, he had better drop that idea now. The master asked what he was trying to say, and the young man explained that he supported the two of them because Steffi loved him and he treasured her, but if he wasn't going to treat her right, he would take Estefania for himself. The master remained silent, and the young man threatened that he should just kill him. Suddenly, the master unleashed a devastating magical attack, questioning if he was seriously trying to kill him. The young man braced himself, thinking that even though the master had laid hands on him before, this time felt seriously bad. He braced himself for the attack, but Yuchai intervened, pleading with them not to start a fight inside the castle so late at night. Yuchai stated that they could come up with better ideas together, believing the master wanted to do something about his magic for Estefania's sake, and he might have the solution. He presented a ring as the solution, stating that he searched everywhere but couldn't find Lord Sinnel. Estefania wandered the castle, searching for Lord Sinnel and thinking the fatigue was setting in, perhaps she should just give up and go to bed, though she was still worried for Lord Sinnel's safety. That night, Estefania visited Lord Sinnel's room. She asked if she was going to disturb his rest, and he told her she wouldn't and to hurry up and come. Estefania blushed and hesitantly took his hand. As she snuggled under the covers, she recalled what Yuchai said about him not sleeping much and wondered if she could sleep with him. Lord Sinnel asked if it was true that he slept better with her. Estefania became flustered and insisted he never mind what she said. He agreed, and suddenly they heard a loud crash. Estefania realized it came from the direction of Lord Sinnel's room and knew she had to go to the most important place. She rushed out of the room, banging on the door, calling out for Lord Sinnel. Bursting inside, she found him collapsed on the floor. Sinnel, the Grand Duke, lies unconscious on the floor, and a woman named Estefania kneels beside him, her voice restored because he chose love for her over his own magic. He smiles, reveling in the sensation, admitting this is what he wanted and expressing thanks. The scene shifts to Estefania and two men standing near the fallen Sinnel, one of whom notes that her voice has returned. The man with green hair observes that Sinnel is wearing the bracelet, while Estefania looks on with shock and wonders why he wasn't stopped, while the other man appears nervous. He apologizes, saying he ignored Sinnel's will, but the green-haired man reassures her that Sinnel's condition isn't life-threatening. The green-haired man decides to carry Sinnel to his bed. Estefania watches with concern, asking if she should come too. Sinnel lies in bed, Estefania stands near him. Back in the hall, the man with green hair remarks that he got yelled at, and the other guy looks away, ashamed. Meanwhile, Sinnel is struggling and appears to be in pain. He collapses on the floor. The green-haired man approaches Sinnel, commenting on how much Sinnel wants to see Estefania. Sinnel thinks he pushed himself too far. One day later, Sinnel awakens in his bed and Estefania is overjoyed. He notices that her voice has returned, and she admits she traded it for Sinnel's magic. Sinnel, concerned, asks if her magic has truly stopped working. She nods. Sinnel smiles sadly. Estefania cries, blaming herself, but Sinnel assures her it's fine and pulls her close, kissing her. He smiles, stating that there's nothing more important to him than her. Previously, Sinnel pondered his uncontrollable magic and how it would hurt Estefania, realizing his very existence threatened her. He admits he only thought he had petitioned for a way out, but now realizes he hadn't. He reflects on how he couldn't love anyone properly and wonders if Estefania's words are true. He starts researching blindly, but even after discovering the truth, he couldn't find a solution. He then realized the answer was close. The green-haired man presents Sinnel with a bracelet, declaring it the solution and explaining that it absorbs magic, effectively rendering him a non-magic user. He asks Sinnel to choose between his magic and Estefania. He urges Sinnel to wait and understand the implications of losing his magic, since he won't be the Grand Duke anymore, but Sinnel dismisses his worries. Sinnel takes the bracelet, asserting he won't be troubled by it, but the dark-haired man warns that he's not taking responsibility for what happens next. The green-haired man puts the bracelet on Sinnel. As Sinnel's magic is absorbed, he experiences intense pain. He collapses, bleeding. Sinnel reads a book, researching how a non-magic user can become a magic user. Later, lying next to Estefania, Sinnel thinks that while he hasn't completely lost his magic, he is no longer a magic user and is now ordinary with only baseline magic. He decides he will change if necessary to stay by Estefania's side, declaring that there's nothing more important than her. Estefania asks if he hates her now that he can't use magic, but he reassures her she is still the Grand Duke, and he knew she would say that. Sinnel pulls her close, asking if she loves him that much. Estefania, hugging Sinnel, says she still hasn't been able to love him. Sinnel tells her he can kiss her now, stating that there's no threat to her. Finally, he asks if she will let him love her properly. Sinnel awakens to find himself in bed with his fiancée, who looks at him with a mixture of apprehension and confusion, wondering if something happened the night before. He coolly dismisses her concerns, simply saying nothing happened but the princess knows better. Sinnel explains he remembers her wrapping her arms around his neck before she suddenly fell asleep, then wonders if she doesn't want to or if she hates it. He grabs her face, telling her that she acts like she doesn't know how he feels, but she keeps provoking him. Sinnel asks her to tell him what she really thinks in her own voice. He tells her not to say she has no idea what she'll say. Sinnel tells her he loves her. The next morning, Sinnel awakens with the princess next to him, who asks what happened. Sinnel is blaming his cold-hearted fiancé. He then says there's no way that nothing happened. She apologizes for ruining the mood, and Sinnel replies that they can make that mood anytime. Suddenly, the door bursts open and several figures barge in, announcing that Sinnel can no longer use magic and that it's time for him to hand over his seat. They declare his reign is over, as Sinnel is informed that the position of Grand Duke is determined solely by power, and now that he can no longer use magic, there's no way he can continue. They aim to overthrow him, but Sinnel remains unfazed. They believe he's bluffing, but they are really mad as one of them steps forward, declaring that he will fight Sinnel right now, offering to wager his fiancé. Sinnel asks her. He means she was nice for a while now, and he figured it was a good chance to make her his. The princess thinks she has to go get someone. Sinnel sits up and sees them all laying on the floor. He says every last one of them is weak. The princess asks if Lord Sinnel took them all down himself. A little boy enters the room to say that Sinnel is okay. As Sinnel hears that it looks like a bunch of mages came running this way, and he said to Yuchai to get some breakfast. Yuchai replies that while he is gone, both of them should get changed, and uses magic to take the intruders with him. Usually Yuchai uses magic to help Sinnel change, but he didn't do that today. Sinnel realizes he doesn't know how to do it without magic anymore and asks for help, saying that until now he has always used magic to get dressed. He tells the princess to take it off, ordering her to at least undress herself, but then says he can't. The princess says to not tease her like that and gets dressed by herself. After the princess has gotten dressed, she feels fatigue. Sinnel grabs her, stating that he said he wouldn't let go. Suddenly, a man appears and is surprised to see Sinnel. He says it's steamy and calls Sinnel princess. The former Grand Duke appears, and Sinnel wants to know if are you satisfied now. Thanks to you, I'm feeling better than ever, and appears to be amused. He then tells them to confirm something. He then asks Sinnel, what illness do you think I have? Then he says YGG disease. He then asks, what does this mean? The former Grand Duke smirks, confirming that she has the same illness. If Sinnel understands him that well, then he knows why he came here, which is to take back the seat of Grand Duke. Sinnel vows to take back the Archduke's position. A red-haired man remarks on Sinnel's composure, questioning how long it will last. The man asks if she is sick, and Angelica responds, nonchalantly asking him what it matters. Angelica reflects on Sinnel's past actions, realizing they were due to his illness. She sheds tears, realizing how pitiful he is and how his sickness was also the reason he acted the way he did. She considers the pity she feels for Sinnel, wondering if it's true he has the same illness as her. She wonders how Sinnel realized her illness was Ig's disease. Sinnel states it's fine and he guesses he'll stop for today. Sinnel remarks he has an errand to run as he takes his leave. Sinnel prepares to attack, declaring he'd never let them do as they please. Sinnel meets Yuchai, who states he knows him. Yuchai remarks that if only Sinnel had been around in his era, but he supposes he's here now. Yuchai declares he won't let the Archduke's position fall to Sinnel as long as he exists. Sinnel is intrigued, asking if Yuchai thinks he can stop him alone, pointing out he's not alone. Another man with green hair appears, and Sinnel expresses his surprise and annoyance at their arrival. The green-haired man says he'll make Sinnel surrender obediently. The green-haired man ties up Sinnel, stating it's all right now, before deciding to toss him in the dungeon. Someone cries out for Sinnel to be let go, urging them to be careful. Yuchai expresses his surprise at their early arrival, but says he figured they'd appear eventually. Yuchai offers breakfast and says they'll talk after. Yuchai asks Fanny about her little sister, wondering what she'll do now that she has her voice back and if there's any reason to keep her around. Angelica thinks to herself there's something she still needs to talk to Angelica about after breakfast, asking for some time alone. Sinnel understands and Yuchai waves goodbye. Imprisoned in the Silver Castle underground, Sinnel states there's no one there but him, urging them to show themselves. Angelica appears, calling out to him, asking if it's true he could have escaped from Yuchai and the others but let himself get caught on purpose, and asks him why he did it. Sinnel says it wasn't on purpose, revealing his magic still hasn't returned completely and that he wanted to talk to her. Angelica admits she lied to Sinnel and the others, clarifying she didn't want to talk to Angelica but to him because they have the same illness. Sinnel acknowledges she noticed. Angelica asks what he wants to talk about, admitting she came on impulse and doesn't even know what to ask. Angelica states she just realized something she told him before, that Sinnel's magic is poison to her. Angelica reminds him of their previous conversation that everyone in this world has a standard amount of magic, essential for sustaining human life, but Ig's disease depletes that magic. And if that magic is taken away, the outcome is death, or so she thought. Sinnel points out that he just needs to find a way to increase his magic, having tried many methods. He continues by saying that as soon as he absorbed a little magic into his body, it disappeared, so he realized that finite magic might disappear, but infinite magic wouldn't, so he got infinite magic from Sinnel. Angelica questions if they are the same, right, and states that thanks to that ring, she managed to survive, revealing if she was just normal, she'd have died as soon as the disease appeared, but she's still alive now because of that ring. She says this is something only a magician would understand just by looking at it. She acknowledges that the magic leaking from the ring supplemented her magic, which was below the standard amount, adding that she took Sinnel's magic so he can no longer replenish the ring's magic, meaning nothing will happen even if she kisses him, unfortunately, and confirms she can't return Sinnel's magic to him. Angelica asks if that means there's no way. Sinnel states there is, telling her to find a human with magic similar to Sinnel, and if she absorbs their magic, she'll survive just like he did, adding that finding someone with as much magic as Sinnel won't be easy. And even if they exist, she'd have to make a pact with a demon like him to stay alive and be by that person's side at all times. Angelica realizes she'd be abandoning Sinnel, shaking her head and declaring no before Sinnel urges her to go ask the green-haired guy, adding he should know something about it because he is an annoying guy. He then suggests that she ask that green-haired guy with glasses. Yuchai asks the green-haired man if he has anything else to tell him, urging him to tell him everything. The green-haired man states the demon who cursed Yuchai and the one who cursed Estefania are the same, showing the demon seal on their backs and that they suddenly became adults, meaning their curse was temporarily lifted because Estefania was cursed, adding that they have some kind of connection according to Luce. Yuchai asks about the connection. The green-haired man says that demon didn't have enough power to cast a strong curse on two people at once, continuing by saying when Staffy got her voice back, Yuchai went back to being small before asking about Master's bracelet, adding that he's been meaning to ask for it for a while, then asking just who the green-haired man is. The green-haired man jokes maybe he's a god, causing Yuchai to tell him not to joke around a time like this. The green-haired man insists he's just an existence who wants to watch what happens to the mage's beloved, causing Yuchai to state he doesn't get what he means as Angelica appears at the door, wondering what this means, and how he knows the novel's title as she remembers overhearing part of the conversation. She wonders how he knows the novel The Mage's Beloved and the author. Estefania wonders if Peace, the author, is showing Angelica her past. Angelica asks her sister what is wrong, and a boy named Staffy asks what they are doing. Staffy wonders if they are done talking, as Angelica tells her sister that they are taking a walk to clear their heads. Angelica grabs her sister's hand and tells her to go, as Staffy and a man with green hair look on. Angelica apologizes for bringing her here without asking, admitting that she is acting strange. Angelica continues apologizing, glad that her sister got her voice back. Angelica admits that if Peace is really the author, he would know how long she has left to live, but she wonders why he would show Angelica her past. Angelica thinks that if an anomaly like her disappeared, Peace should feel relieved, wondering if that's what he is trying to say as she feels scared, even if this world is different from the original one. She fears that Angelica might take Lord Sinnel away from her. Angelica told her everything that happened when she met Peace. Angelica says that he showed her sister's past with magic. Angelica tells her sister that she's always sacrificed herself and done everything for them, but the sister retorts that even now, her existence makes her suffer. The sister continues, saying she wants her to live and that she'll do anything she can. Angelica says that she will never show her face if that's what her sister wants, as the sister tells her not to die, and Angelica asks if she really wants her to live. Angelica is told that it is obvious that her sister wants her to be happy always, as much as she has suffered. Angelica admits that she has always wanted this deep down in her heart, so maybe someday she'll feel the same way, and that the curse that was placed on her was one that made her unable to speak to Angelica. Maybe she wanted this deep down, because they say demons respond to human desires, so she says that she is sorry. Angelica tells her that she was lying when she said she hated her, but the sister admits she doesn't exactly like her either. However, she really wanted to talk to her more. The sister decides to talk to Lord Sinnel and tell him everything, even if it's difficult, because she believes they can overcome anything together. She smiles, having decided to talk to Lord Synil. Angelica calls to Lord Synil but sees a spot of blood fall to the ground. Angelica looks up with blood running down her face and asks, huh? She wakes up in bed with Lord Synil at her side. She calls out to Lord Synil, realizing she collapsed after coughing. She apologizes to Lord Synil for worrying him as he takes her hand. Lord Synil asks if she's already heard about why she collapsed. Lord Synil says he wants to hear it from her own mouth. Angelica says that she sees and then admits that she'll die soon. Synil is shocked and tells her not to joke around. He tells her not to say such things and grabs her hand. Angelica says that it's an incurable disease and that when she came here, she had less than 3 months to live. But she is thankful to Lord Synil because her illness is being kept at bay. Synil tells her that she doesn't have to speak anymore. Angelica struggles to say what her illness is, as Synil realizes it is the same as the previous Grand Duke. He slams the door shut, telling Rodolfo to come here. Staffy asks if he is serious about Fanny dying and what he is saying. Synil orders him to bring Rodolfo now, and Staffy wonders what he means by that and tells him not to touch him. Synil tells them that he is already here as Rodolfo arrives. Rodolfo asks him if he's finally realized it. Synil says that unfortunately for him, he found out about the princess's condition before he did, and that once she had the same illness, she came to see him. Rodolfo notes that just like he said, he is sick and so is the princess, but he is fighting the disease while she is simply waiting to die, asking if he understands the difference. Synil says that with his quick mind, he doubts he needs to explain any further and tells Rodolfo that his princess is going to die. Rodolfo says that no matter how much he struggles, it's the fate. Synil asks him if he said it's her fate. Synil grabs him by the neck, declaring there is no such thing as fate. There are only choices and consequences, and for Estefania, there is no choice but to choose him. Synil declares that Angelica will absolutely choose him. Estefania has absolutely no other choice but to choose him, someone muses darkly. Another man finds it all very scary, but states it has nothing to do with him. Before dismissing the younger boy, Edward, saying he is heading out and tells him to do whatever he wants, even deal with that little one over there. Edward, however, has realized there are tougher ones to deal with, as the other man waves goodbye and leaves. Edward watches him leave, wondering if he should follow, but instead decides to leave the boy alone. Edward's master tells him he will be gone for a few days and warns him not to take his eyes off Estefania until he returns. Edward asks if his master is going somewhere, stating that he should at least tell them where he's going, but he only responds that it's better than saying nothing at all. A servant rushes in, urgently asking where the master is, and Edward tells him that the master went somewhere, but more importantly, tells him to keep his voice down because an envoy from the Eastern Kingdom is demanding to see the master. The servant wonders why an envoy from the Eastern Kingdom would be here. Tybalt Ron Bilrest introduces himself as the Prince of the Eastern Kingdom, Tybalt Ron Bilrest, and questions Edward, asking if he is here to take revenge on the master, stating that he has no business with a mere magician. Tybalt then demands that they bring out the Archduke because this is an official matter between nations, and then scoffs, wondering if it's fine if he's not just a mere magician. Edward introduces himself as Edward Yuchai Laswell, the first prince of the Western Kingdom, much to Tybalt's shock. Tybalt realizes that Edward Yuchai Laswell was well known among the royal family, but that he was also known as the prince who was devoured by a demon and died. Edward apologizes for disappointing him, but states that, as he can see, he is very much alive and asks if he wants proof, and states he can call his sister. Tybalt then notes that if this man is truly Prince Edward, then his sister must be Marilyn Mia Laswell, the current crown princess. Tybalt seems to come to the conclusion that Edward isn't spouting nonsense, but questions why he hid the fact that he was alive and came to the central region. Edward responds that he doesn't know how much Tybalt knows, but that he didn't die in that incident. He was cursed, and a prince cursed by a demon would only scare the people, so he faked his death and left the Western Kingdom, then asks why he would reveal his identity to him when he was trying to keep it hidden. Edward then tells him that because he is the next king of the Eastern Kingdom, he came today not to demand an apology for the master's actions in his kingdom, but to have a talk to be recognized as the next king. And Edward remarks that even among the hopeless scum, he knew there were decent people like Tybalt in front of him, such a man who had managed to escape the master's rampage and came here alone. Tybalt agrees with Edward, stating that thanks to the Archduke, a lot of Eastern Kingdom's rot was cleansed, and that he wants to use this opportunity to elevate his position and rebuild the Eastern Kingdom, and that's why he wants the Archduke's cooperation. Edward responds that he understands how Tybalt feels, but that he's sorry because the master is currently away and won't be back for several days, to Tybalt's confusion. Edward explains that things are a bit hectic right now, and Tybalt says he understands and apologizes for visiting suddenly without any prior notice. and says he'll come back another time, to which Edward agrees. Tybalt leaves, and Edward wonders if that appearance is because of the curse, and confirms that he can only return to his original form temporarily, and that the curse is mostly just turning him into a child and restricting his magic. Edward then laments that normally his magic would overflow and that Fanny needs someone to supply her magic, but he wonders what if he could save Estefania, even though not the master, but him. Edward stands over a sleeping Estefania, apologizing that he is not the master, and thinks to himself that Fanny, who's afflicted with Yug's disease, needs magical power, so this should be the right response. He wonders how it is, and Estefania weakly says that she feels a bit better. Edward realizes that his original magical power wasn't as strong as the master's, but he still had a decent amount, and that if his curse is lifted, then maybe he could offer more than this relief. But the curse placed on Master will be extremely difficult to lift, especially with Rodolfo involved. Estefania apologizes for being a burden and keeping it a secret all this time. Edward smiles softly and tells her there's no need to apologize at all, and that if anything, he is at fault for not realizing it sooner, and asks where Lord Sinnel is. Edward responds that Master went out to search for a cure for her illness. Estefania asks if he wants to see what Master is doing now and pulls out a mirror. Estefania tells him that Master can't use magic right now, so it's easy to follow him, and points out that this carpet is a magic tool, so even without magic, it can fly through the sky. Estefania is surprised that they are in the Eastern Kingdom, as they watch Sinnel arrive at the Western Kingdom and then the Northern Kingdom. Edward thinks about what is Master trying to do, and asks if the thing he got from the Northern King is a magic tool. Estefania questions why is Master doing all of this for her, as she is happy. Edward asks Estefania if she is in pain again, and Estefania says no, she is just happy that Lord Sinnel is doing all of this for her. Estefania states that she feels better and reaches for Edward, and asks him if could it be that they've met once before, and Edward asks why she thinks that. Estefania responds that it's just a feeling and that she knew it. Estefania continues that you and I did meet once before, but asks where was it again, and ponders that if she'd met such a cute and cool kid, she doesn't think she would have forgotten. Edward mentions that he wasn't this small back then, and asks if maybe if he puts it this way, will she remember. Edward then tells her that it's been a while, Estefania, and then says that he is Big Brother. Estefania is shocked and doesn't believe it. It had been a while, and Estefania found herself face to face with someone she thought was her big brother. A gasp escaped her lips as she processed the information, realizing that Yuchai was the big brother who used to visit her. Yuchai confirmed her suspicions, and Estefania was glad she reacted as she did. She admitted she had a question, and Yuchai assured her he would answer anything. Estefania noted that Fanny was still asleep, but Yuchai brushed it off, saying it was okay and that he felt fine now, making Estefania think that she still couldn't believe that Yuchai was the big brother from back then. She mused that it explained why Yuchai seemed so mature and kind. She realized that if Yuchai really was her big brother, then it all made perfect sense. Yuchai smiled, telling her she'd become quite the crybaby, and that the only person who ever acknowledged her was standing right in front of her and had been watching over her all along, making her feel like a child again. She wondered why he was in a child's body. Yuchai explained that it was a demon's curse that made him look like a child, but it didn't affect his daily life at all, adding that most inconveniences could be solved with magic anyway. Estefania was surprised that Yuchai was under a curse, wondering if that was why he stopped coming to see her. He apologized for disappearing without saying anything. Yuchai admitted that until now he hadn't really thought there was a need to actively break the curse, but now he felt differently, as he wanted to be able to extend her life expectancy. With that, Yuchai explained the hypothesis he'd been thinking about. Since healing with the master's magic was no longer an option, he'd become the replacement. As a temporary solution, he would transfer his magic to her and at the same time search for a way to break the curse. And if that really came true, Estefania would be happy. She knew she could entrust everything to Yuchai without worry. However, she worried it would be a burden on him. He smiled, assuring her she didn't need to worry about that. The real problem was how to find a way to break the curse, and he suggested thinking back to how the curse began. Apologizing, Yuchai admitted he had pushed her too hard and told her she could go to sleep. As she drifted off, Estefania wondered what it was, thanking him for always watching over her. Yuchai vowed to save her no matter what, as that was the greatest way he could repay her. Later, someone arrived home earlier than expected, and seeing Yuchai on the bed, he questioned what he was doing. The man noticed a scroll in Yuchai's hand and inquired what it was. Yuchai expressed his disbelief that something like this was in the Northern Kingdom. The man wondered if he was planning to use it to turn Fanny into a magician and cure her illness. He explained that it was only a temporary method to transfer magic to Estefania, and even when Rodolfo used it, it didn't cure his illness. The man asked whose blood he would use to use this chalice since human blood was required, seeming surprised when Yuchai said not to tell him he planned to use his own blood. Yuchai was still so intense, but Yuchai assured him that he didn't have to go through all that trouble and he would pour magic into her himself. But the man retorted that Fanny probably doesn't like drinking blood either, adding he didn't trust him. Yuchai wondered if he was wary of him, and the man confirmed he was right to feel that way. The man declared that if he was Estefania's prince, then he guessed that made him the evil magician who tries to kidnap the princess. Later in the garden, Yuchai told Estefania to come on, asking if she wanted to be carried on his back, promising he wouldn't drop her. Estefania replied that the weather was nice today and thanked him, to which Yuchai replied that she was welcome as he carried her. Estefania thought back on it, realizing that if Yuchai was supposed to be her big brother, then that meant he was actually over 20. She had always thought he was a kid, and so she had shown him all kinds of embarrassing sides of herself, but it turned out that wasn't the case, so when he asked what it was, she said it was nothing. Back inside, the man told her to hurry up and drink. She wondered if she really had to drink it, but since Yuchai said he'd help her, she was hoping she could rely on him instead, and she still didn't want Lord Synil to get hurt unnecessarily. He was not there right now, so she wondered where he was, realizing that Yuchai was off searching for a way to break the curse, but wondered why the Western Kingdom. Estefania reasoned that Yuchai's not here, fine, but since she felt okay right now, there was no need to drink this immediately, right? After spending some time without the ring's effect, she realized that her illness had its ups and downs. It wasn't like she was constantly coughing up blood, so she figured she only needed to deal with it when it got really bad, as drinking it regularly would keep her condition stable. Besides, if they had this method, they wouldn't need that brat, but he was being stubborn about this, making her think he was almost jealous of Yuchai. She noticed Lord Synil, and he was leaning in and hugging her. Estefania was taken aback as she was caught in his embrace, wondering what he was doing. He wondered if she thought he made a mistake and considered the choice he made, thinking that if she hadn't worn the bracelet, her illness might have been cured by now, and that's what he was thinking. She said she didn't think so, and so he told her that it was fine, holding her face and telling her that he would never give up on her. He declared that whatever tries to take her from him, he would destroy it first, even if it was her illness, as there was no exception, warning her not to even think about dying, as he would end up crying, and he would kill anything that tried to kill her. Estefania agreed that she wouldn't give up either, because she wanted to stay by his side forever. Synil leaned in and kissed her, holding her face and telling her to open her mouth. Lord Synil commands Estefania to open her mouth, pressing a gloved hand against her throat as she looks up, startled and confused. He tells her to open her mouth, and he raises a golden cup to her lips. He smirks, holding the golden chalice to her lips as she stares up at him with wide eyes. And then he forces a kiss on Estefania. How is she feeling, he asks, and she admits that she feels better than before but still feels awkward about the mouth-to-mouth. Synil teases her about her cute face, his teasing seemingly endless. Estefania thinks that if he keeps coming onto her like this, she won't be able to take it, so she pretended to be tired to get a little time alone. Synil tells Estefania that he's going to leave for a little while again, and that she should drink from the golden cup if she starts to feel sick again. Estefania says yes. Before he leaves, Synil instructs her to call him immediately if anything happens, assuring her that her voice will reach him even without magic. After he leaves, Estefania covers her face. Her head feels fuzzy, but she can't help but feel happy, deciding that Lord Synil is so sincere with his affection that it leaves no room for doubt. She thinks she can trust him from the bottom of her heart, and it makes her want to return his feelings even more. She wishes she had more time. Lying on the bed, Estefania is found by her sister, who comments that she looks terrible. Her sister asks if she isn't supposed to return to the Eastern Kingdom, implying that it's probably time to go back since her mother told her to come. Estefania replies that she can tell their mother whatever she wants about her condition, revealing that she didn't come here because their mother told her to, but because she wanted to see her big sis. Estefania's sister tells her, "Oh, is that so?" And Estefania thanks her for coming all the way to see her. Her sister suggests that they celebrate her birthday together, since she'll be turning a year older in just a little while. Estefania remembers that in the original story, she didn't live to see her birthday, but she wants to live and be happy, wondering what she can do to make that happen, and decides that if there is something she can do without troubling others, she will. Meanwhile, a small elf-like girl with white hair is approaching Estefania and observes, "A nice smell." As it is explained that demons summoned by mages are normally familiars who don't grow attached to anyone but their masters, but there are some exceptions. Beings not of this world are drawn to humans on the verge of death. The little girl asks if Estefania wants to live, saying that she doesn't want to die, right? And then says the word contract, asking Estefania if she wants to make one. Estefania wonders what would even happen if she agreed and thinks that Luce isn't that powerful, right? A man with green hair puts his hand over the small girl's mouth, telling her that she shouldn't have come here on her own. He apologizes for Luce showing up so suddenly after hearing Estefania had collapsed. Estefania mentions that she managed somehow thanks to Sir Sinnel and Yuchai, and the man, Piez, says that's a relief, stating that he'd be the one who'd get scolded if anything happened. Piez says that they'll be on their way, but Luce stops and looks at Estefania. Piez asks if there is something she wants to ask, observing that she has something on her mind. Estefania asks Piez what his goal is, and when he plays dumb, she tells him not to, accusing him of making contact with Angelica and making her see her past, asking if he didn't try to reform her unless he had some kind of plan. Piez laughs, asking if she's thinking that he's trying to eliminate her to make things follow the original plot, but he tells her that he couldn't do that anymore. He states that he's just another person living in this world now, saying that even if he does know more about this world than others, making everything go exactly as he wants is basically impossible, and he's hoping for a different outcome than the one he originally wrote. Estefania realizes that this world isn't a dream, and that she's really living here now, which is what makes it precious. So he was genuinely happy when she first appeared in front of Sinnel. Piez tells her that, of course, he's still fond of his protagonist, which is why he decided to give her one last chance, a chance to turn her life around. Piez says not to worry and that he won't force the original story on her, telling Estefania to live her life the way she wants to, though he might still meddle now and then. Estefania says okay. He tells her that teasing everyone is so much fun, and Estefania realizes that he's a magician too. However, she thinks that he still isn't an enemy and he needs to cure her illness first. Piez says that part shouldn't be too hard, remembering that in the original story there was someone else fated to die besides her, asking if it's someone she knows. Piez confirms that it's someone she knows very well, revealing that it's Yuchai, and she realizes that he's going to die. Estefania is shocked by the news that Yuichi is going to die and demands an explanation from the green-haired man, who tells her to calm down, assuring her that she shouldn't get too worked up. She recalls that Yuichi wasn't even in the original story and questions whether there was ever a set fate for him, but her companion agrees that that's true. He asks if she remembers that The Sorcerer's Beloved was only published as a single volume and that a sequel was intended but never happened because the author died, adding that Yuichi's idea was definitely right there. Estefania realizes that this world is not like the novel after all and that there's no need to be anxious. And after she confirms that she's right, she apologizes for losing her composure. She asks the green-haired man if she can ask him something, and he transforms into a Chibai version of himself and assures her she can ask him anything. The Chibai Piece questions whether she prefers Master or Yuichi, and Estefania finds the question rude to Yuichi, saying there's no man kinder than him. Hearing the news that Yuichi was set to die, Estefania wanted to see him so badly that she ended up coming here, wanting to see his smile so she could calm down. One day ago in a Western country, Yuichi returns home to his sisters Marilyn Mia Laswell, Elira Rim Laswell, and Fiora Momo Laswell, being greeted with enthusiasm, but his mother tells them that they are troubling their brother. Mia and Elira hug Yuichi tightly, who smiles, relieved to see them again, and pats them on the head, but the sisters tell him not to go to Central and to stay there forever. Yuichi is concerned about why he returned home suddenly, and Mia apologizes to Yuichi for making him suffer because of her, since her curse had been lifted thanks to the Master the Grand Duke's sacrifice, but Yuichi tells her not to apologize. He assures Mia that it's not her fault and that he's enjoying his current life, expressing his gratitude to her for taking over that stressful position for him. 8 years ago, a 15-year-old Edward Yuichi Laswell is informed about the inspection from last week. Mia rushes to Yuichi, telling him that he needs to play with her today, but he apologizes, saying he still has things to do, promising to take time off tomorrow. Mia grabs his leg, begging him to play now, but Yuichi simply pats her on the head. Back to the present, Yuichi is speaking with his butler, who tells him that his mother and the twins are in poor health, so Mia must be lonely. Then Yuichi touches his chin while thinking about an issue that has recently become public and says that he would regret it later if he didn't chase after Mia at that time. Yuichi decides to return to his room to continue the review and tells his butler to organize the documents in advance, but suddenly stops, sensing an uneasiness and wondering if Mia is in danger. He yells for Mia, realizing that she is in danger, seeing her bow lying on the floor. Yuichi picks up the bow and yells out for Mia. He rushes to her side, finding Mia lying unconscious on the floor and tries to wake her up, when a voice tells him that the girl will die if he doesn't hurry because they cast that kind of curse. Yuichi demands to know the objective of the voice, who claims to be just killing time, and after Yuichi questions him, the voice states that demons have a lot of free time before saying goodbye and claiming Yuichi is an inferior creature. Yuichi curses, seeing Mia unconscious, and vows to lift the curse no matter what. In order to lift the curse placed on Mia, he travels all over the country where he ends up meeting Sinnel, who would later become the Grand Duke of Central and his master. When Edward Yuichi Laswell spoke to Mia after she regained consciousness, she recalled walking near the library after they parted ways, when a voice came out of nowhere. The voice beckoned her closer, telling her not to be afraid and inviting her to play. She then entered the room, but upon waking, she couldn't remember what happened afterwards. Edward could tell from the change in Mia's pupils that the demon's words were not a lie and knew that he didn't have much time. In order to find a way to lift the curse, Edward went to Central, but due to bad timing, he couldn't meet the Grand Duke and only received unpromising answers from other sorcerers. Edward knew that if he didn't do something, Mia would eventually succumb to the curse. He remembered hearing about a guy in the north who was really into magic research and that the master acknowledged him, leading Edward to believe he was worth checking out. Relying on this information, Edward headed north and called out, asking if there was a sorcerer named Sinnel. Sinnel, with his piercing red eyes, remained silent as Edward approached, telling him he had an urgent matter to discuss. Sinnel refused, causing Edward to insist that he listen, identifying himself as Edward Yuichi Laswell, the Crown Prince of the Western Kingdom, and asserting that Sinnel must be Sinnel. Sinnel curtly told Edward to wait and turned to leave, but Edward persisted. 1 hour later, Edward confronted Sinnel, asking if it was time he heard him out. Sinnel questioned what the Prince of the West was doing there and, finally agreeing to listen, said he would only listen to the story. Edward said that was enough, identifying Sinnel as a sorcerer, and he was certain that if he were to ask for his help, he could make a breakthrough against the curse, especially with the overwhelming aura of magic leaking from him. Edward asked Sinnel, since he was an expert at magic, if he knew about the demon's curse, but Sinnel claimed to only do research about magic and know nothing about curses. Edward, desperate, asked for even one hint and insisted that Sinnel listen to him just once, prompting Sinnel to inquire what Edward would offer in return. Edward was taken aback, and Sinnel stated that there was no benefit for him in listening to his story, and that it was only logical to offer suitable compensation. Edward paused, then offered himself as compensation, saying he would go to help Sinnel when he was in trouble, not only as a member of the royalty, but because he also had a decent amount of power as a sorcerer. Sinnel seemed intrigued but remained silent, and Edward expressed his confidence that he'd be of use, leading Sinnel to admit he wasn't bad. Sinnel responded that he didn't need Edward's help, leaving Edward confused as to whether Sinnel wanted a servant or a partner. Sinnel stated that it was rare for a sorcerer to serve under someone, and the only exception was the Grand Duke of Central, prompting Edward to ask if he was saying someone like him should serve under that man, even a kid younger than himself. Sinnel admitted he'd normally refuse, but given the circumstances, he'd make an exception, feeling like he was taking a chance on Edward's potential. Sinnel said that he would serve under Edward if the curse was lifted, and Edward declared it settled. Edward then asked where they should start, and Sinnel responded sarcastically how would he know, becoming annoyed when Edward said you really? So Sinnel stated he didn't know anything and couldn't say anything until he knew the details and the contract came later. Edward relented and said fine, he would tell the story, but before that, he asked who the woman was who had been there the whole time. Sinnel asked who he was talking about, and Edward pointed out Luce from 8 years ago. Sinnel looked perplexed, and Luce's presence triggered a memory of a demon. Edward wondered why a demon would be there and asked if it was a familiar. Luce explained that a familiar only obeys the commands of its contracted master and won't harm anyone else unless its master permits, which is why Sinnel felt at ease. However, he suddenly realized that it wasn't a familiar. Edward became horrified as he realized it was a calamity, and Luce could kill him right there and now. Edward asked what Sinnel was thinking about bringing an unbound demon into the house, but Sinnel defended himself by saying it moved in on its own. Luce then inquired how long Edward was planning on staying, stating it was about time he left, but she stated no because it wasn't what she wants either, asking if Sinnel could force her to leave. But he reasoned that if she razed the place to the ground it would be a problem, so Luce questioned why he was there and what he wanted. Luce stated that it was because he smelled good, confusing Edward, who asked what that was supposed to mean, as Luce said he did too. Luce told Sinnel to make a contract with Edward, but she didn't want to, prompting Luce to grab Sinnel, stating she wanted a contract with him and wouldn't mind being his familiar, asking why he rejected her. Sinnel told Edward to do something about her, but Edward asked what he meant, prompting Luce to say to get rid of her and make sure she never comes back, stating if he couldn't do it, she certainly couldn't. Edward, in a fit of frustration, blurted out that he hadn't even agreed to be Synel's subordinate yet. Luce, amused by Edward's outburst, released Synel, sending a contract falling from the shelf. Synel picked it up and demanded Edward sign it, stating that if it solved the problem, he'd be his servant for the rest of his life. Edward asked if he was backing down now, and Synel retorted that he wasn't scared, so Edward began writing on the contract, changing the term servant to assistant because he didn't like servant, warning that once he signed it, the contract could never be broken. Synel remained unconcerned and said to do whatever he wanted, so Edward signed the contract, then activated the spell. The contract was complete, and Luce was unfair that she wanted a contract too, to which Edward said to solve the problem herself if she wanted a contract so badly. She stated that it was possible, and she would do it, so the group traveled all the way to the Western Kingdom where she examined Mia's condition. She said that she couldn't erase the curse but could transfer it, suggesting that Edward could take his sister's curse upon himself. Edward stared blankly, and Luce asked Synel if he hadn't said to kill him if he did. Luce said that if he died, she'd lose her new assistant, asking if he was fine with himself dying as Synel held a bloody knife. Synel simply responded with what? The silver-haired piece is asked if he is fine with dying alone, but an arrow pierces his stomach, leaving him questioning what is happening. Synel watches as Peace bleeds and falls, stepping on him and wondering why lesser creatures are always so weak and boring. Synel expresses his boredom and amusement, declaring Peace a diversion. Synel marvels at the fact that Peace can take human form, commenting that the female demons obey him, but this one is different. Synel asks Peace if it is true he is traveling with a human, questioning what is wrong with Peace before stating that Peace's mana is stronger than the current king's, and inviting him to make a contract. Peace, however, is struck down by Synel, who tells him to cut the jokes. Peace summons magic and warns Synel not to get cocky, but Synel wonders where Peace found someone like himself, noting that his mana is stronger than the current king's and that he might consider teaming up with him. Synel suggests making a contract, but Peace looks at him confused, which prompts Synel to say it came out wrong and that he wasn't trying to get in Synel's way. Peace then erases Synel, who shouts for him to stop. Peace acknowledges erasing the demon and realizes that the curse can't be lifted anymore, but is reminded the curse's power can be weakened or transferred, and then he is given the option to lose all his hair, become so fat he can't walk, or stay in a child's body forever. Peace says that is a small price to pay, ending up under Master's command and Luce ending up as Peace's familiar. Peace remembers he needs to do something and apologizes to Mia, saying he will come play again. Peace's shadow looms long as he says no way, and Mia calls him brother, referencing the magic circle that seals the demons and their magic being gone as well as his mana being gone. Synel, now freed, states he will play with Peace as well and that he will make a contract with him on one condition. He'll be his servant. Synel tells Peace to try and be of some use, grabbing his neck and mentioning that he was finally freed from that boring place and will be playing with him. Peace looks at Synel with concern, realizing defying him any further would be a bad idea before Synel asks him not to ignore him. Peace questions Synel and wonders who he is, while Synel declares that Peace has become awfully cute since he last saw him. Peace says don't touch him, and Synel notes that he hasn't changed, asking what he came here for. Peace asks what Synel did, as Synel rejoices in being freed and promises to play with Peace. As that demon Luce merely disappeared, Peace is told he will revive again after a little while. Mia questions what happened, and Peace says they must go to Mother and the others at once, as Mia has a bad feeling about this. The twins, Rim and Momo, call for their brother and ask him to come and play, but Peace notes that the two of them seem strange before the twins smile in a sinister way. The twins grasp Peace, who wonders what they are doing, as Mia questions what on earth they think they are doing to their brother, and if they can't even tell the difference between right and wrong. Mia grasps the twins, noticing that the demon's curse is affecting them too before realizing that wasn't it, and using her appraisal magic. Peace observes Mia's attempt to appraise the twins and realizes that what was cast upon them was not the demon's curse, but charm magic, with the owner being Magdalena. Yuchai is shocked by the appearance of Magdalena, who she thought had been killed by the masters. She realizes that if Magdalena is here, a demon must be involved. Yuchai stares wide-eyed as Magdalena appears, acknowledging it has been a while since they last saw each other. Magdalena expresses her happiness at seeing Yuchai again, though Yuchai doesn't share the sentiment, leading Magdalena to suggest a nice, long chat. Angelica is giving her sister a haircut, and Angelica assures her it will be fine, despite not having done it before. Angelica finishes the haircut, and her sister, lying in bed, expresses her gratitude to Lord Synil for her improving health, though she admits life in bed has become boring and she secretly wants to cut her hair. She asks Angelica to cut it, and Angelica agrees that she could use a trim too. After Angelica is finished, she shows her the new look in the mirror, and her sister says it looks amazing and questions if she is okay with it. She says it is fine, though she thinks it's a little too short, but wonders if it makes her look more mature, as Angelica assures her it looks really lovely. Angelica asks her sister if she is feeling all right and then suggests that she should cut her hair as well, but Angelica hesitates. Angelica reassures her sister that she is confident that she can make her look wonderful too. Angelica admits she's never cut anyone's hair before but says it will probably be fine. She admits she is nervous, but that there's no stopping Angelica when she's motivated. Angelica tells her she is all done, and so her sister takes a look in the mirror. Angelica's sister admits that it looks nice and that since they are both becoming adults soon, it's good to look the part and thanks her. Angelica then tells her sister to lie down and rest, offering to get her some water. As Angelica starts to leave, a sinister figure emerges from the doorway, startling Angelica, who recognizes him as Lord Synil. He curtly says, "Yo." Angelica realizes that this person is definitely not human, as Synil appears before her, asking who gave him permission to come near her. Another figure teleports in to fight him, who Yuchai identifies as a demon. Lord Synil moves to protect Angelica as the demon tries to attack. Synil asks if Angelica is alright, apologizing for his behavior, and tells her it was his bad. He then admits that he was captivated. Angelica notes that Synil just did that for her a moment ago, as Synil tells her not to hide it and requests to see more. Synil questions if she's in her own little world, as he went out of his way to watch over her, only because she told him to look at the curse, and asks what kind of treatment this is. Angelica wonders who the new person is. The demon says that humans never get bored, and states that he never thought Synil's magic power would turn out to be his doing. Angelica thinks that demons are normally quiet, as she realizes that the demon was sealed in the West. She wonders if this demon caused the curse placed on Yuchai and herself, and asks Synil if he knew about it. Synil confirms that Yuchai told him and says that the curses have the same source. Synil reveals that the demon reacted when he saw Angelica's bracelet and thought it smelled nostalgic, but never expected he was the cause, stating that it's impossible to lift the curse because a third party got involved. The sister realizes the Yuchai's curse can't be undone. Synil says they don't know exactly how Yuchai received the curse, but that if there's a chance, they can't ignore it, but the demon asks who that is supposed to be. A blue bird appears, startling both of the sisters. The bird is carrying a letter, which Angelica catches and is entrusted to deliver to Estefania, saying that Magdalena has something to tell her. It says that the Western Kingdom is in a state of emergency. The bird reveals that Magdalena has been resurrected and that it is the doing of the demon standing there. The letter states that Magdalena is calling her to the west because she has taken Yuchai and the people of the Western Castle captive. Synil tells her that there is no need for her to go, as Estefania realizes she has to connect with that person and decides that she will go. Estefania is carried through the Western Kingdom's castle by Lord Synil, the silence of the always bustling territory making her uneasy. She tells Synil that he can put her down now, but he retorts that he wouldn't let her go off on her own, especially since she had made sure to drink the necessary potion before arriving. Despite Estefania's protest that she is perfectly capable of walking, Synil pointedly mentions that she thinks that she is drinking someone's blood. Synil smiles, thinking he is not about to pass up the chance to make Estefania's blood flow through him. Estefania asks where they should be heading, and Synil replies that they should head to where Yuchai might be, admitting that he had been here a long time ago and knew the layout of the castle. She wonders what exactly is the relationship between Yuchai and the Western Kingdom. Synil reveals that he was never told the specifics of Yuchai's past, only that he came here to break the curse, suggesting Estefania ask him herself. Estefania resolves to do her best so she can see Yuchai soon. As they continue, a voice calls out to Lady Estefania. Lady Marilyn greets Estefania, noting that it has been a while since they met back in the north, and Estefania mirrors the sentiment. The lady stops them, and Synil asks if she had been brainwashed, adding that you just have to kill the one who cast it to break a brainwashing spell. Lady Marilyn tells them that she will guide them to Lady Magdalena. As they walk, Estefania thanks Synil for his concern. Synil replies that there is no need to respond. Synil states she wrote in Magdalena's letter that she was using the people in the castle as decoys, which of course would include Lady Marilyn, a royal who had been staying here in the Western Kingdom's castle. Synil muses that he had suspected that if she called for the little princess, he would follow, expressing his surprise that he actually came. Magdalena sits on her throne and welcomes Estefania to the west. Estefania thinks to herself that Magdalena is not human anymore. Magdalena recognizes Synil but says that he is not her master anymore, saying she's glad he came anyway. She mocks Synil for being unable to use magic and being of no use at all. She then attacks with a blast of dark magic. Magdalena asks who said Synil can't use magic. Pikes appears and comments it's been a while and adds that thanks to Synil and Yuchai she somehow managed. The little girl Luce says it's a relief. Pikes tells Estefania that if there is anything she can do to let him know. As Pikes and Luce are about to leave, Estefania says that she has something she wants to ask. Estefania asks Pikes what his goal is. Pikes tells her not to play dumb and that Estefania is the one who made contact with Angelica. Pikes begins to laugh and says that he is just trying to eliminate her to follow the original plot, but he couldn't do that anymore. Pikes says that he is just another person living in this world now and that he is hoping for a different outcome than the one he originally wrote. Pikes says that when Estefania first appeared in front of Synil, he was genuinely happy. Pikes decides to give Estefania one last chance, a chance to turn her life around. Pikes reassures Estefania that he won't force the original story on her and tells her to live her life the way she wants. She asks Pikes who Yuchai is. Estefania asks if it's someone she knows, and Pikes confirms it's someone she knows very well, it's Yuchai. Estefania realizes that Yuchai is going to die. Lord Synil hears a voice calling his name, and a woman notes that his appearance has changed. He questions what is happening, and she reveals that his body is trying to turn into a demon because her body is being influenced by his power, especially under the full moon. She resolves to prevent Lord Synil from using his power as much as possible, and he asks which fate she prefers, stating he doesn't care and will become whichever she wishes. She reflects on his willingness to follow her will, pondering if he hides his true desires. Synil demands she decides and not to say demon because if she says that, he will silence her. She realizes that he's never denied any of her wishes, questioning what he truly desires. Synil wonders if he almost died, and she asks him what he will do now, to which he replies he will find Yuchai, calling it her curse to find him, as he can smell Yuchai's scent from her bracelet and knows she knows where he is. He takes a sniff, confirming he smells something nostalgic and orders her to follow him. As Synil grabs Estefania and teleports, she is shocked and he catches her as she falls, apologizing. He says there is no need to force it as she is truly sorry. Estefania wonders if she should ask Synil something but knows it's not the right time. She asks if there's anything he wants to do, noting that he always grants her wishes but she never heard a wish of his own. He says he has, indicating things like this before embracing her closely. She stammers and clarifies she meant something for himself, something that has nothing to do with her. She wants to know what dreams he wants to fulfill. Synil is speechless for a moment, and she says that he wants nothing in particular. Synil admits that he would be good if things went back to how they were, meaning his magical power. The scene shifts, revealing Yuchai, who says it's been a while and identifies Estefania as his big brother, catching her by surprise. Yuchai smiles, stating he is glad she reacted as he imagined she would. And when she has a question, he encourages her to go ahead and he will answer anything. Estefania touches her shoulder, saying that it's okay and thanks him. She's feeling fine now as Yuchai notes that Estefania became quite the crybaby, stating that he is the only person who ever acknowledged her and that he has been watching over her all along. A truth that makes her feel like a child again, and she wonders why he's in a child's body. Yuchai acknowledges that the truth is that it's a demon's curse, reassuring her that a lot happened, but not to worry as the curse just makes him look like a child and doesn't affect his daily life much, and most inconveniences can be solved with magic anyway. Estefania admits that she never imagined Yuchai was under a curse too, and asks if that's why he stopped coming to see her. Yuchai confirms that's right, apologizing for disappearing without saying anything. Estefania reflects on never really thinking there was a need to lift the curse until now. Yuchai explains the hypothesis he'd been thinking about and believes that if he can break this curse, he might be able to extend her life expectancy. He proposes transferring his magic to her as a temporary solution while searching for a way to break the curse, stating that if that really comes true, how happy he would be, and that more than anything, if it's Yuchai, she can entrust herself to him without worry. She knows it will be a burden on him, but he says it's also for his own sake, reassuring her that she doesn't need to worry about that. Yuchai explains that there are probably a few ways to try, but they need to think back to how the curse began, causing Estefania to become lightheaded, and Yuchai apologizes, saying he pushed her too hard. He tells her she can go to sleep as she thanks him for always watching over her, calling him big brother with a smile. Later, Synil arrives, noting that Yuchai came home earlier than expected as he brings a box and scroll. Yuchai asks if he is planning to use this to turn Estefania into a magician and cure her illness, reminding him that even when Rudolpho used it, it didn't cure his illness, and that it's only a temporary method to transfer magic to Estefania, before asking whose blood he will use. Yuchai warns him not to tell him he plans to use his blood. Synil retorts that Fanny probably doesn't like drinking blood every time and that he will pour magic into her himself. Yuchai states that he doesn't trust him and asks if he is wary of him, and Synil agrees that he is not wrong to feel that way, revealing himself to be the evil magician who tried to kidnap the princess. For a name possessed only by royals, it's a secret one her partner can say. Startled, the young woman wondered why Lord Synil knew it and then gasped as he declared he was royalty. He claimed it natural he'd want to know more about her. Begging him to wait, she agreed to tell him everything later. Synil smiled, thinking it would only be for a little while. Synil said they should get going soon, already feeling fine. He then asked if her chest hurt, wondering if it had to do with his demon powers, but she shook her head and said it wasn't that. Synil responded that they couldn't stay there forever, then explained the people surrounding them were under a witch named Magdalena's spell. She realized the things in their hands were weapons meant to kill her. Pleading with Synil not to harm the castle's inhabitants and to use as little of his demonic powers as possible, she barely registered as he swept her up in his arms and told her to let's go. Despite his desire not to hurt innocents, Magdalena's charmed magic was attacking them relentlessly. A volley of weapons rained down, but Synil moved with incredible speed, his demonic power swirling as he moved to protect her. With brutal efficiency, Synil dispatched those controlled by Magdalena, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. She watched, amazed, as Synil fought, a grim smile playing on his lips as he declared them insignificant pests and remarked how many were left. A mage appeared, readying a spell as he commanded Synil to die. Synil effortlessly deflected the attack, leaving the mage crumpled on the ground. Realizing they were trying to hurt Lord Synil, she vowed never to forgive them and grabbed the weapon Peas had given her. She explained Peas had given it to her just in case and showed him how she made it small with magic. She knew he'd make that face, but was happy she brought it because it came in handy. As Synil collapsed, seemingly injured, she told him to shut up and not do anything reckless. Synil questioned what she meant by reckless as a tiny demon appeared to guide them. He chastised Synil for not following him and questioned what he was thinking. Synil told him to shut up and guide them to that brat, but the demon retorted that they didn't follow. The demon said that guiding them was fine, but he couldn't guarantee they'd reach that guy. He added that he realized there was some kind of mechanism set up around where he was, and in his current state he couldn't break through. Synil then told her to go as the tiny demon went off. The green-haired man mused that he never thought the master would take on a demon form. He wondered if humans who were originally strong were more easily corrupted when they used demonic power and found it interesting. The green-haired man asked Luce what she thought about the master's change, but Luce said not really. Luce admitted that Synil was someone she was once interested in but wondered if the feeling would come back now he was a demon, and if she was planning to abandon him. The green-haired man said it wasn't that, but that considering the circumstances she formed a contract with him, wouldn't release be more appropriate. He thought the name Luce might be a heavy burden for her, but Luce said it's not heavy, she liked it. The green-haired man never thought she'd trust him enough to open her heart this much, and called her alias White Demon, her alias back in the demon world. In the demon world, power is everything. The stronger you are, the more value you have. However, she had grown bored of that world, and the continuously increasing magic was more of a curse to her, and she had even approached Synil to transfer some of her magic to him. The green-haired man says he was really surprised when he found out Synil refused her. Then she met him and decided to form a contract. The green-haired man remarked that it was really nice being able to move around because you could encounter so many surprises, and asked Luce to continue being his demon from now on, to which she agreed. Luce said, "I am your demon," as the green-haired man asked her what she desired, promising to grant it all, even to control that foolish demon, to turn the woman who should have died into a demon, or to kill Synil Crown. Luce is asked what is her wish, and she is asked if she wants to control the foolish demon, to turn that dying woman into one, or to kill Synil Crown. Luce understood, and she said that she would never say that, you know. Her companion, a green-haired man, tells her that seeing her like this reminds him that she's a demon, even if she's sick of having too much mana, and he adds that her playful demon nature hasn't changed at all. However, Luce told him before that comments like that put him in a bad position, so he should stop it because she's really not interested. He asks if she forgot his name, saying it is Peace, words from her past. Peace then asks Luce about himself, and she replies that it is Light, with Peace responding good job as he strokes her hair. Peace asks her if when she went to Estefania's room the other day, it was because she thought it would please him, to which she replies she just thought it was right to help her because she is her companion. Suddenly, Peace laughs, commenting that looking at her memories is fun and that they're overflowing with the kind of fun this world doesn't have. It is explained that when a demon makes a contract with a human, if its master allows it, the demon can look at their memories. Peace then says that he didn't think she had any memories worth hiding, so she gave him permission, but he didn't expect to see Estefania, who is his companion, and that he wants her to be happy and has a favor to ask. Luz is then seen being carried away. She is brought before Sinnel, who is concerned about the brat under the water. He is told that she is here and he asks if she is under the water. They approach the water and Sinnel's attendant tells him to check the bottom. Sinnel's face turns enraged as he comments that he can smell that brat and that the scent is definitely down there, warning that if someone like him goes in now, it could be deadly. Sinnel drops into the water, ignoring the warnings. He sees something and is immediately pushed back, with his attendant asking if he is okay. She reaches out to help him and notes that there is magic here to repel demons. She deduces that it's not a trap set by Magdalena. She asks Sinnel what he is doing, and he tells her not to ever do something like this again. She replies that he is right and that since it was a spell set by Yuchai, she thought it wouldn't harm her. Sinnel looks at her angrily, suggesting he should just kill her after. Sinnel is shown hunched over in pain, as it is said he is stealing his power and that demonization is progressing faster. His attendant notes that Lord Sinnel hasn't even used any demonic power, but that even without using that power, once your mind starts thinking like a demon, this happens as it is the desire to kill others. Sinnel reaches into the water and tries to grab Estefania, who is underwater, and says to calm down and that it is her, Estefania. Estefania wonders how he looks like an adult and is somehow strange and feels that it is because of Magdalena's magic. Sinnel grabs her hands, telling her that she doesn't have to be scared and that it is safe from here on. He tells her he's not being controlled by Magdalena or anything like that and asks if she is okay now. Sinnel comments that he can already see their destination and they can talk once they arrive, as they appear above water in a garden. Estefania realizes that he is really her big brother and wonders what is wrong, but then comments that it has been a while since he's seen her in this form and asks how he looks. She tells him that he looks cool, and he says that hearing that from her makes him genuinely happy. Estefania asks him how he turned back to normal and if he found a way to lift the curse, but he replies that unfortunately he hasn't found a method to lift it. But earlier this morning his body suddenly returned to normal and can more or less guess the reason. She asks where they are and he tells her it's like an emergency royal shelter, designed to block all intrusions from any outside enemy, and not even Magdalena, nor any demon can enter here. Estefania comments that for something called a shelter, it's an awfully beautiful place, and Sinnel asks if in that case, does she want to stay, leaving her surprised, and then states that just the two of them will stay here forever. So, do you actually need it? Steffi is asked. The woman with golden eyes, Steffi, responds with a confused huh. Yuchai, her companion, assures Steffi that he has been with her the entire time. Then he asks her if she is worried about him. Steffi replies that it is true that he is not fully recovered yet, and from her point of view, Yuchai probably still seems like a child, but insists he is really okay now. Yuchai responds that he sees, and Steffi replies that teenagers really are amazing. She asks if she looks good, and Yuchai confirms that she looks cute. Steffi blushes, embarrassed at being praised by Yuchai in this form, and tells him that he can say things like that so easily. Steffi tells Yuchai that he really looks like a prince, but quickly dismisses it as a joke, confessing she never imagined Yuchai was actually royalty from the West Kingdom. Steffi is shocked and asks Yuchai how he knows her real age and about her exchange with Lady Marilyn in the north, and the fact that they are using a location only royalty can access. Steffi questions if she was wrong, but Yuchai assures her that she is not, but notes that when they first met, she was visiting the East on official business. Steffi realizes that she was right, but Yuchai states he is not a prince, because a title is barely worth anything, and he cannot be the kind of prince she reads about in stories. Yuchai admits that, to be honest, he could not save her from that hell, but Steffi insists that is not true and calls him Big Brother. Steffi says that Yuchai's existence absolutely helped her, so she thanks him. Yuchai is speechless, and Steffi remembers that before they came here, Lord Sinnel was in big trouble. Steffi tells Yuchai she is grateful that he brought her somewhere safe, but she has to go back to Lord Sinnel, so Yuchai replies that he does not think she needs to go back to him. Steffi asks why not. As Sinnel collapses, a small winged figure notes that Sinnel's goal has always been the same. The figure is shocked by Sinnel's weakened state, lamenting his power. Sinnel is barely conscious. The figure yells at Sinnel not to go after that girl, reminding him that touching that water in his current state is suicide. However, Sinnel declares he will just get rid of it, gathering his power. The small winged figure watches as Sinnel moves towards the water, planning to get rid of anything that gets in his way. He plunges into the water. It looks like Sinnel is here. Sinnel kneels before Steffi. He hides his face and Steffi looks worried. Sinnel, distraught, thinks that he guesses he is ready. Sinnel's mother gave him a final piece of parental advice: get rid of anything that gets in your way. The winged figure laments that Sinnel is returning his power just to chase after her, wondering what Sinnel is thinking. Sinnel apologizes for showing Steffi that weird side of himself. Sinnel tells her she is prepared for this, and Yuchai states Lord Sinnel. Steffi runs to Sinnel, saying that she does not need demon power anymore, deciding that it is too dangerous to use too much. Steffi wonders if it was okay to let it go that easily, and Sinnel reassures her that she does not need to worry. Yuchai explains that Sinnel had been borrowing demonic power, clarifying that that's what it was. Yuchai tells them that if Sinnel stays like that, Steffi will get soaked. Sinnel grabs Steffi, pulling her into an embrace. Yuchai suggests that Sinnel could at least thank him. Steffi wonders if Lord Sinnel is wary of Yuchai and says his master knows exactly who he is. Yuchai asks why Lord Sinnel is even more wary of him, then Steffi wonders if she would be taken by Yuchai. Sinnel embraces Steffi. Steffi assures Sinnel that Yuchai is like an older brother to her, and to Yuchai she is basically like a little sister, but Yuchai replies that Steffi is probably having the opposite effect. Steffi and Sinnel are startled by Yuchai's magic. Steffi states that it's because Yuchai and she actually met long ago, and when he was this small, Yuchai was already so kind to her, noting that he is cool and someone you can truly rely on. Yuchai asks them to follow him, saying they can talk properly, but Steffi is shocked, calling out Edward. Lady Yara, Yuchai's mother, has awakened, realizing that Grand Duchess Estefania is here too, and that she is Yuchai's mother. The boy assures his mother not to push herself. Steffi calls out to Lord Sinnel to go as well, but then grows worried when Sinnel is lying on the ground, asking what he is doing. Sinnel says he will not go, telling her there is no reason to go, and Steffi tells him that's not true, stating that Yuchai probably wants to talk to him most of all, but he states it is not necessary. Steffi sits next to Sinnel, who insists no before she can reach out. Steffi tells Sinnel that he can't just be selfish about everything. Synil finds himself collapsed, his face shielded by a gloved hand. A woman smiling asks him not to be so selfish. She leans over him, apologizing for speaking so boldly. Synil wonders why she's saying such things that suggest they are equals. The woman, identified as Marilyn, insists that Lord Daniel is someone she holds in the highest esteem, an opinion that will never change. Yet she questions if using honorifics creates distance between them. Marilyn is embarrassed to repeat what she said before, asking to postpone it, but Synil demands to know why. She admits her embarrassment, but Synil still can't believe the situation. Suddenly, a boy arrives, urging them to talk properly, concerned that Synil will be in trouble otherwise. Synil tells him to wait until tonight, causing the boy to question his meaning. The boy says Synil has a bad habit of not putting things into words. Synil asks if she thinks she can solve it and who knows if he is trustworthy. The boy urges her to come up with a good idea, saying he can't wait until tonight without doing anything and that he needs to rescue his sister, Marilyn. He explains to Fanny that he has 3 younger sisters, 2 of whom are twins, all evacuated with their mother, but he couldn't bring Marilyn at the same time. Fanny realizes that Lady Marilyn is being controlled by Magdalena's magic. The boy, Yuichi, asks Fanny to recount the events leading up to their arrival, hoping to use it as a hint for their next move, since their master is completely unreliable. Yuichi recalls that it was after he went to the Western Kingdom. He questions if Synil is alone now, prompting Fanny to wonder if it's okay to leave him alone. Synil declares that he doesn't care. Elsewhere, a figure wonders why he's in this place, recalling that he tried to follow someone, but upon reflection, he realizes he has no obligation to that person. He rejoices in his return power and newfound freedom. Back in a dark room, a woman laments that the traps in the castle are perfect for cornering Estefania. She says the name Yuichi. She calls Yuichi an eyesore before noting the arrival of Lady Estefania and wonders what brings her here. Estefania arrives, confronting the stitched-up woman and acknowledges her as her opponent. Back with Yuichi, he tells Luce that Magdalena is quite obsessed with Estefania and asks if Angelica will accompany them to the West Nation. Angelica, however, wants to know who Luce and Yuichi are, and Yuichi answers he is family. Angelica says her only family is her mother and sister, prompting Yuichi to be told to not say creepy things. Yuichi and Luce, seeing Angelica's resolve, decide to head to the West Nation. As they leave, Estefania, instructed to dress like her sister, is standing in the room alone. She thought they were supposed to deal with this. Yuichi believes that Estefania will be okay, and even if she can repay her sister, she will. The stitched-up woman sits alone, lamenting about her pathetic life. She is angered by Estefania's claim that she is responsible for her own misfortune, and then proceeds to unleash an attack on Estefania. Estefania pushes a button on a remote, unleashing a trap. As she lies on the ground with a satisfied smile, she says it's too bad. For Magdalena, the tool she held seemed useless at first, but it turned out to be just as she expected. And as she stood in the throne room, surrounded by the remnants of a battle, she clutched it, haunted by the thought of someone being killed by that. Magdalena seethed with rage, vowing to kill the one who had caused such pain, the one who had made a fool of her, determined to finish them off this time. Magdalena felt a strange surge of power overwhelm her, and she wondered if the other person hated this, if they had bad memories, all as she launched an attack fueled by pure fury. A bright light engulfed Magdalena's vision, and she cried out as the world around her crumbled, but even amidst the destruction, a chilling laughter echoed, as someone declared she got what she deserved. "Good work, Angelica," a man exclaimed, while Luz, cradling a younger girl, questioned what monster they had just faced. The man, seemingly unconcerned, remarked that Magdalena showed no sign of disappearing, but perhaps they would just go with Plan B. Luz, looking increasingly worried, was swept off her feet by the man, protesting that she could run on her own, but he just laughed. The man continued, musing it was an unprecedented magic show, but that's just how it was. Then a dark figure appeared before Magdalena, who was weakened and slumped in a chair, asking how she felt. He remarked that she owed him for this, that she was only alive because of him, and he demanded she make him stronger. Magdalena, fueled by a desperate need for power, vowed to kill everyone who had made a fool of her. But the dark figure responded that her power would grow on its own, even without his help. He remarked it was a full moon tonight and that should be enough. And Magdalena, consumed by impatience, demanded to know how long until nightfall, as she needed it now. The dark figure explained the master's power strengthens on the night of the full moon, and Magdalena questioned if he meant the silver-haired man, but the figure declared that she didn't know. The figure revealed that he couldn't use magic right now, and Magdalena, initially worried, quickly dismissed it. She touched her face and thought of how useless that man was, and the timeline was manipulated. Despite this, she knew it was best to gain strong power quickly. She pleaded for the man to make it night right now, but he countered that only a demon king could do something like that only that devil could. Looking from the roof, Angelica and Marin wondered about the girl and concluded she was a demon, and discussed the danger that they were involved with. Angelica admitted that it was dangerous to work with the demon king, but they discussed using Luz to speed up time to make it nightfall if Plan A failed, and the men discussed breaking a contract. Marin promised he would take responsibility for Luz, and Luz just responded that it was a promise on the night of the clear moon. Luz pondered if it would turn out for good or bad, but Marin promised her with twins appearing. Luz embraced the twins, and the king touched her face and declared that he has found it, alluding to something. The king smiled, knowing that he had found what he was looking for.